Guys, if you wanna watch on YouTube instead, you are now free to. Hi YouTube chat. We've been live for a while. We've been cleaning up some standard stash tab stuff. And now we're building a bingo card. It's 1 hour, actually less than 1 hour now, until announcements. So... The problem is, like, they wouldn't mention these during the announcement. We need to build... I feel like we need to build an announcement bingo, not like a whole 2 hour, including Ziggy's Q&A, including patch notes bingo. Because this stuff would show up in the... Sorry, in the... Like, later, right? So, did you have a lot of Veiled Scarabs? Oh boy, do I. I have 14,000 here, 15,000, and God knows how much is here. Someone can do the math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 rows at least. So that's 13 times 24 times 20, right? That's another 6,000. So 21k at least. Yeah. Like... The GGG live is live? Oh shit. Okay, do we listen to their music instead of my soundtrack playlist? We can. Path of Exile, Twitch. Boom. Should I put this timer on the screen instead of that timer? Does this look better? I can. I think my music is better. I can put this in, let's see. Watch GGG live. Okay, I can do this. And then here. Like this. Okay, boom. Where a drop. Should I add where drop? Where a drop. Okay. You're gonna play Dune? I don't know. No plans. New Pinnacle boss. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually kind of likely. Yeah. That's good. That's a good one. So how do we put King's March here? Because King's March is going core, I think, in some way. You know what? I'll be hopeful and I'll do T17 mod rework. Or at least like somewhat touched, you know? King's March. Here's how we'll do it. King's March core, but no. But boatless. Yeah. But boatless. That's a good way to put it. I don't know if maps will stay, like mappers. I think boats are gone, and I think farming and mining is gone, alongside with that, obviously. But I think there's a chance that the mappers stay, because I think it's a nice way for a gold sink that isn't just flipping on the auction house or on the currency exchange. And it's also a nice way to give any random shit map some value, because you can always just chuck it in and let your mappers run it, like any maps you brick, or any maps that you farm 8 mods or whatever, and you can't run it, or yeah. I think the Mappers is a decent gold sink. It does generate a lot of extra items that otherwise like wouldn't exist, and it's like offline gameplay, which is like maybe not great, but like with the gold cost being balanced, I think it can be okay. New T1 unique. I mean, that's guaranteed. There's gonna be some new items, like, yeah. They can always tune the rewards, the structure or the rewards there. PvP League. Oh shit, is it down? The realm is down for maintenance. Oh shit. Okay, let's see. Yeah, the problem with these nerfs is that I don't think these are gonna be mentioned during the announcement. It's gonna be like a later. They meme about the delay. That's a good one. That's likely, like, self-aware. Which row do we put that? That's not like a guaranteed. They might not do that, but that's a good one. Self-aware meme about the delay. Yeah. Fishing mentioned. Nah. Fishing or boats mentioned. Jonathan? I don't even know if Jonathan is gonna be on here. Isn't he like full on POE too? I don't even... wait, actually? He will? Nah, he will. True. In the Q&A, they're gonna be both Mark and Jonathan, right? Probably, with Ziggy. Again, like, if we say Jonathan says effectively, right, that's only gonna be in the Q&A with Ziggy. We want this to, like, complete during the announcement, but not easily, you know? Like, we could just build a row, like, you know, fucking new boss, King's March goes core in some way. I don't know, which are the most likely one here? Atlas rework. Although, I don't know, complete? Actually, wait. I mean, passive tree changes and they will change, like, right? With, like... That's not enough to be on here. That's another, like, free one. Like, yeah, of course, something will change on the Atlas tree. Like... Metamorph added back? I don't think so. I don't think they're bringing back any retired mechanic. Actually, Tota could come back. That was the one that... Actually, let's put Tota returns. Yeah, some people like Tota. Pantheon rework. Recombinator rework. Yeah, recombinators are kind of tied into to current King's March. Harvest nerf? Why? Jesus. What can they bring from POE 2? Mostly quality of life, and they've already announced the things that they're bringing so far. A couple of things. They're bringing over the right-click currency, shows up what you can use it on. They're bringing the breach drop, breach splinter, all drops at the end of the breach. They're bringing the can't lose XP in pinnacle bosses. Good stuff. Oh yeah, and the strongbox. Sure, POE 2 mentioned can be here. That's pretty free. Let's put that in the row that's like the least likely. Maybe this? Dude, this is getting hard actually. This might not hit a bingo if we are not careful. POE 2 mentioned. Okay. Why is it under maintenance? I don't know. That's what they usually do during the reveals. Scion rework. Nah. New Ascendancy. I guess that would be something with Scion. Something with Scarabs. Something will change with Scarabs, but I wonder if they'll mention that during the announcement, or that's another like later. I guess it's part of the. It's not gonna be during the trailer for sure, right? But it's gonna be like in the long form video section maybe, like some Scarab changes. Yeah, let's do. I don't like Archmage nerfs and Lightning Strike nerf here, actually. Scarab changes. Hello, Exiles. What? More ways to get gold. Yeah, I was thinking about like how I think currently there is a couple of mechanics that like don't reward you with much gold at all, like Blight, Heist, Delve, and stuff. Like you're completely locked out of gold if you're like almost only engaging with that. So we'll do gold buffs, okay? And this could be like increased gold drop rate or adding gold or more gold to places where it was previously hard to get gold. Spirit for auras. Ooh, that's drops are on soon. Okay, we'll put drops in the title. Very good. Thank you. Nice. Drops are not on yet, but they will be in like 45 minutes, I guess. Okay. Dude, my tags. What are my tags? Blind playthrough, first playthrough, no backseating. Why is that my tags? Okay. Delve rework. I don't think they're touching Delve, but maybe. Okay, I'm deleting this. What is this blind playthrough? Okay, I'll keep the, actually I'll delete the no backseating. Is there React? Pog. Okay, Pog is a tag. I'm adding that. Yeah, no, it's only backseating this bingo. Yeah, I don't think they're touching Delve much. Something from Necropolis. Nah. New T0 unique, actually. Where do we put that? Here. New T0 unique. Boom. Okay. Checkpoints in scenario. You mean in campaign? Would they add checkpoints to POE 1? That's I don't think that's happening, but it's not 0%. I don't think, I think wherever we put that, that row is dead. That's a very low chance. That's a less than 10% chance. Minion buff, act rework. I don't think they're touching acts like at all. Campaign removed. Idols and Atlas trees. Dude, that would be sick. Idols return in some form. Maybe not here. Put it down here. Boom. Like they could be cluster jewels for your Atlas tree. That would be crazy. That's, I think this is also a less, this is a less than 30% chance, I would say. But it could happen. People really liked Freshia. That's a good one. Sanctum drops gold. That's part of gold buffs. Anything that's like some mechanic that previously didn't drop gold or didn't drop a lot of gold now does, or now drops more, is in the gold buffs category. Quant is back. No shot. No shot. Maven influence. Would they add even more influence types after they just added the Shaper and Elder Orb? I think there's too much. I think there's too much already. Link gem rebalance. Buffs to melee. Again, the problem is I am trying to go for the first hour of the stream. And like stuff like this, or melee buffs, or totem, or mana, or minion, or whatever, that's gonna come later, either during the patch notes or a Q&A or something. So we're trying to do something that's like, it's possible to hit during the first, you know, like half an hour to hour of the stream. Like, I don't want to do a lot of balance stuff, because they wouldn't mention nerfs during the POG reveal. Like, you know, they're not gonna be like, hey guys, we have revamped the whole Atlas and there's all these cool new things to do, and we nerfed Lightning Strike because it was a really popular and strong ability, and we also nerfed Archmage, and there is also these other cool stuff. Like, they're not gonna do that, right? They're gonna do that later in the patch notes when everyone's like, okay, let's see what's getting nerfed, what's getting buffed. Like, they're not gonna like hype up the nerfs in the big reveal, right? Load straight into hideout on login? Isn't that already a thing? Or is that only a thing in PoE 2? Yeah, we'll have ads right before, so we don't have ads during the first like hour of the stream. I'll run right before. New bases. I mean, maybe, sure. Lab QOL. Mounts. No, there's not gonna be mounts. There's new supporter packs, obviously. Ward rework. Collect 500 PoE mounts. Charms. No, we already have Affliction in the game. They might expand that. Yeah. 5 more acts. Stop adding more acts. Jesus Christ. Sure. Okay. Login. I mean, that's a quality of life thing, I guess. Log in to straight to hideout. There you go. Boom. I feel like that doesn't really deserve its own square, but like it's something we need a couple of more to fill this out. So I guess again, I don't want to put. I feel like these are dead because they're gonna be mentioned so late that they shouldn't even be here, even though they're kind of obvious. We need to start filling this out. New bases. Okay, boom. New bases. Boom. Synthesis. Actually, we're putting this down here. There's not gonna be WASD. There's no way. Maybe. Lab. Yeah, I wanted to do something with lab, but I don't know. I'll just do lab changes, and then if anything happens to lab, there you go. Not gonna do campaign changes. WASD, I would say it's less than 10% chance. I think It's possible in the long run. I don't think it's this patch. I think this patch, less than 10%. Something to do with Cyrus? Why? I mean, sure, maybe, but nah, that's not a square. We need 4 more good ones. And listen, guys, we have obvious stuff that we know is coming or it's incredibly likely. We're not trying to like make this like a easy instant bingo. We're trying to be like, this could happen, this could happen, this could happen. There is already some kind of obvious stuff, but guess color of Mark's shirt, and it's black. Or has he ever worn anything else? Actually, I don't know. ExileCon, nah, that's too soon. Actually, maybe it's not. ExileCon mentioned. Fuck it, that's a good one actually. That's like possible. Either the something about the past one or hinting at a new one. I don't know. Oh, Mark is gonna be there for sure. There's no way he's not gonna be there. Okay, 3 more. Reference to LED4 in their announcement. No, in the Q&A maybe. Trade without losing a portal. That's trade QOL. That would be trade QOL if that happens. Okay, Lo, thanks for the 60 years. Nice.
7up, Jake with Gapple, Gangs to Ike's Fuckboy Jar Jar Binks, Hottest _ Star Wars _ characters, Craigie login.
Wait, can you sub and paste that emote like 15 times and Brian's gonna talk for like 5 minutes straight? Oh, no, why did I say that? No way, no. Brian doesn't work like that. Surely Brian works based on like how many words he has to say, right? Anyway. Okay, I'm opening Streamlabs, ready to skip. Why did I say that? Okay, new skill gems. I mean, that's very likely. That's incredibly likely, right?
54. Think you're going to try out Nitrin?
Hey, hello, thanks for the 54 years. Yeah, it's possible. Not now in the last week, but yeah, in the future. I did like Elden Ring, so I still haven't even played the what is it called? DLC and Night Train, so Rarity mentioned is here, so if they nerf Rarity or they do something, it's this one. Hybrid auras. What does that mean? Like they reserve life and mana, or?
Welcome to the best place ever.
We are so back! Exclamation
Nice.
mark, my brothers and sisters, the time has come.
Yep.
We all have been dreaming for this day, even though we all felt like we were in an abyss.
It's time. 35 minutes on the clock. 34 actually. Divine shards. Nah. If they haven't added by now, they are not gonna add it now. I feel like these two still are just dead here. I mean, they are gonna happen, but they're not gonna happen in the first hour. Templar changes. What's that shield? That's yellow. Shield? That's yellow. I don't know. Banner rework. LS mentioned. They're not even gonna mention it. Like they're gonna. It's gonna be either in the patch notes. They're not gonna like talk about nerfs. They usually don't.
I can feel it.
Hey Mimic. Thanks JD. Thanks. Broth's Place. My name is God. Thank you. New strongbox types. That's kind of random. Maybe.
I'm gonna come.
Nice. Captain Cobra, thank you for the sub. Not Drake. Welcome back. 59 years.
I'm eating a salad.
Almost 5
People
decades.
coffee
Holy
almost
shit.
5 decades.
Nice. Someone sneezes. What? Like during the... What? No. What the fuck? Idols as Atlas Tree Jewels. I said that already, and it's on here. Idols return. Kirak gone.
Exile.
Ears gone? Mungers.
Do you have 2160p on GGG stream? Yes, I do. We are watching it in 4K. I'm in Sweden. I am in the great city of Gothenburg. Cluster jewels for Atlas Tree. Yep, that's idols. That's what I think idols could be. New minions. I mean... Sure, maybe. New minions. Chris Wilson return? I don't think so. Scarab changes is already here, isn't it? Don't we have scarab changes? Yeah, here. Oh, oops. Sorry. Oops. There we go. Minion buffs. Left click returns. Wait, what? Oh, you mean like you could do instant skills with left click? That's not bad. Top side defensive changes. Anything about cluster? We already know that there is gonna be pausing. Pausing is already confirmed in a teaser. So we know pausing is coming. I don't want to put stuff that we already know like here, right? Like it's just free. Pause jump. Yeah. Death recap. That is very unlikely. But not 0%. Sure. Death recap. Or... I mean... some form of death log or like final damage or something. I don't think this is happening. Neither games have it, no. I don't think this bingo is getting completed at the current state. Actually, this is yeah, I don't think this is happening. New omens. Alva removed. Dot cap increases. They have to completely revamp how dots work for that, because that's it's a per minute number. It's just no, I don't think they're touching that. New tweet just dropped. Fuck, I can't see it on PC at the moment. Hang on. What did they tweet? Oh shit. Article 5. Thornton code. Okay, let's see. Mark presenting alone? Wait, what? Alright. Path of Exile. POE 1 news. Wait, they haven't even... Discord hasn't even done this yet. Okay, is it on their website? Bro, it's not. What the fuck? Okay, can I search? No, I can't. Can someone link it? Maybe I can open it without logging in? I don't think so. Elon Musk NPC. No, stop. Is it just on Twitter? Okay, nice. I can open it without logging in. GG. Thrartan Code, Article 5. Those of the great houses shall answer any blood wager issued. The victor may choose one of 3 fates for those bested to seize a trinket, bind them in employ, or decree banishment. Only the challenger risks death's embrace. All under the great houses of Keita, Sayaxen, Bordia, and Azadi shall uphold this code, or forfeit their standing in the death's trades. We, the leaders of the houses of Thrartus, bind this article to the Thrartan Code on this, the 4th mensis of Corinthian primacy, sealed in blood and oath. Ixon Keita, Killian Siakson. These are all pharmacists. Okay. Factions. Okay, do we do heist rework with this then? I don't know. Heist is such a flushed out mechanic. Maybe betrayal rework? No, both of those are super flushed out mechanics. No, I think this is a new mechanic. No. Delve rework. Both of these mechanics could be like expanded by this or whatever. It could be like new NPCs to either of those things. I think something. Okay, how do we? Okay. Some NPCs that come and do content with you, type thing. Bureaucracy. You know, how do we put that in a consumable little couple of words? NPCs as party members, kind of, yeah. NPC sidekicks league mechanic. There you go. Something like this. Escort quest. Okay, last one. Last one. I don't think this bingo is getting cleared. And also, we still need to change these, but yeah, or yeah. I mean, we can do a circle in map league mechanic. Okay, like circle that spawns mobs, drop loot, whatever. Like a generic, you know. It doesn't have to be a circle. It's like Legion fits this. Abyss kind of fits this. Ultimatum, Ritual fits this. In man, in the map. Okay, how do we do this like not circle? MF nerf, Rarity mentioned this here. Area. Okay, yeah, okay, sure. Spawn, mobs, get loot, league mechanic. Boom. There you go. That's it. And now we can maybe think about changing these two. Click to hold. No, fuck that. Oh my god. Have you seen this? Oops. Oh my god, we almost just lost it. Okay. Yeah, it's probably this, what you're linking, right? Okay. WASD. You know what? Mentioned. We'll do mentioned, and that means that it might come in the future. UI overhaul? No. POE things backport to POE. I mean, that's already happening. That we already have multiple examples of that already confirmed. So that's coming, yeah. Settler joke. We already have that. Self-aware meme about the delay. Or like, you know, how long this leak has been. Yeah. POE 2 sockets. Okay. Pirates. Ground loot buffs. Oh, you know what? You know what we could do? Div. Card. No. How do we... Because scarab changes would cover that. Because I don't think they're revamping the div cards. But the fact that div cards right now are at a really sad state where you can't really farm them. Like the way you farm div cards is you farm stack decks and then open stack decks. Oh my god, well, like it's not good. But that would be under scarab changes already. So... yeah. You can craft map. Okay, we're just throwing shit at the wall at this point. You can already craft maps, man. What the fuck? Thwartum Powder is a quest located in Refinery Act 9. I know, yeah. It's located in the Theurgic Precipitate Machine behind the boss room of General Adus. General Anus. Delve rework. Okay, based on that, Delve rework. Boom. Boom. That's it. That's the bingo. Screenshot it, send it. No more changes.
I'm eating a salad.
Can I click somewhere where it isn't?
Chris Chilson, I am
Here.
the new CEO
Boom.
of Path of Brawl Stars.
Ah. Here. There's my bingo. Wait, can we not have it? Can we have it so that it's not highlighted? Okay, we'll highlight the middle. Like this. Boom. Okay.
Deal with it is my answer on that one.
Good luck. This might not get cleared. I don't think this will get cleared. Okay, it's done.
I'm like a Sanctum runner, except my Sanctum is the campaign, I guess.
Yo.
Basically.
What's up?
Hey.
Yo.
Okay, I'll send this. I'll tweet this.
Hello, MP. We just convinced Havoc to come play RuneScape with us.
Nice.
Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
We're starting on the 13th, right?
Yep.
Oh. Iron Man.
Exactly on that
hardcore.
date.
I think I just
Yep.
made a bingo that won't get cleared. I tried really hard. There's a lot of low chance things there. Alright, I'll tweet this. I need to download this first. Oh my god.
The N category, that could get cleared.
Which one? N?
N?
Up,
Yes,
down?
N, top to, yeah, up, down.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, that's probably the most likely. This line here.
That one's, I feel like that one gets cleared.
Yeah, if Sanctum gets mentioned, I mean, these two have to both happen. These are kind
Zero
of...
Scarab changes, NPC sidekicks, league
Yeah.
mechanic. Yeah, that's pretty likely, I feel like.
Yeah.
Knowing literally nothing about the league.
What, a new T0 unique?
I don't know,
Yeah,
that's
why
pretty
not?
rare, right? Or, I don't know, they don't do that every league.
When's the last time
I
they added a T0?
Mage Blood, probably. No, Rakiata's in Tora, right?
So that, well,
Or was there any
that
newer
was
since then?
Rakiata's.
I don't
Yeah,
think
that
it was
was 4 leagues ago
T0
at this point.
technically.
It wasn't.
At
What
that-
came from the league
yeah,
mechanic,
yeah,
and then
yeah.
it
And then they made
so
it
it's
and
hard,
then
T0.
it's hard to tell.
was not a T0 in Tota. It was just like a league mechanic drop.
Yeah,
It came from the mechanic. It wasn't global.
yeah.
Okay, so Death Recap, that's never happening. I don't
Yeah.
think they're gonna mention Exile Con, so those two categories are just off.
Dead.
Gold buffs, complete
Yeah.
Atlas overhaul, King's March core but boatless. Login straight to hideout, rarity mentioned. I feel like that one's like... That one's...
Oh,
to make.
No, I don't. Why would they put King's March in but no
Bingo.
boats? Like what?
I don't know.
Just be the whole thing.
There's no way they're adding login straight to hideout.
I wish they would.
They added that to
just-
POE too, right?
They're just
Am I
yoinking a bunch
crazy?
of tech from POE 2.
Yeah.
And then they're just gonna put in POE 1, like the strongbox shit.
Maybe.
so.
But then, like, the goblins and the MTX in town, like, they want you to see it.
The goblins.
I just don't want to see the goblin.
goblin
Not the
troop.
goblin. Something ends the most likely. We're not getting WSAD.
I
just don't
think-
want to have a fucking huge load time into a town with people that have 1,000
Mhm.
MTX equipped.
Yep. But at the same time, people think like that, and then, you know, that's how you show off your MTX. And if everyone just avoids the towns, then that probably hurts a little bit on the MTX sales. Oh shit, Discord overlay.
I like when I load into a town and it just
Volume.
crashes my game. And I just hear the goblin troop sound playing in the background while the game's crashing. Yeah.
The game
exactly.
is crashing.
Yeah, it's just like, you know, it's frozen, but it's still playing audio.
35. Okay, and then we do a Discord overlay stream kit, I think that's called. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm just writing this tweet chat.
Oh, it could be mercenaries, that new tweet.
Yeah, like I feel like that could be like new league mechanic, another bunch of NPCs, or it could be part of like a heist or betrayal rework, or like more NPCs joining either of those things with like some expansion of those mechanics. Could be either.
You're getting mercenaries like
Or a
Diablo
Delve
2.
rework. Apparently the Thwarton powder is in like Act 9 at the refinery, and there's some boss there that like relates to Delve in some way, so people are thinking it's something to do with Delve rework. Let's see. Okay. Official stream starts in, oh shit, 15 minutes, guys. Okay, I'm tweeting this bingo. Boom. And I'll go last P.
Kind of looks like a King's March update of some type. But like kind of like Heist, you can get a trinket, or you can employ someone, or you could banish them.
I love Heist.
God, I love Heist. Almost as much as I love POE 2.
Brett?
Donald? How may I help you, Donald? What service may I be of you?
See copy pasta on the POV live stream channel. Maybe you should get on that.
This is exactly why I hate Twitch chat. Turd Twister X specifically. This chat is pure, unadulterated, 100% cancer. Nobody has a single unique new thought. All spouting the latest meme after meme that aren't even good. This is why I'm turning off chat and will Just watch the professional gameplay. And I swear to God, if any of you copy and paste this, I'm deleting my account forever.
Okay.
That's a good
Let's
pasta.
see. Install for OBS.
Did they get banned?
Voice
Really
widget.
Banned
We're gonna
for,
be
like,
in this
2
channel.
days, which is like until the next time they stream.
Permanently banned for 2
This
days.
one. Show speaking users only. And add.
Fortnite is trash.
Actually, let's do this one.
Beast.
I think I got banned.
XFF.
XFF chatting.
Here to learn more about Orabot.
Good. Okay.
Orabot's easy.
You just turn on
Just
3
equip
auras
auras
and 20x
and win.
everyone's damage. It's GG and nobody dies ever. Right?
Win.
True.
Just win.
Orbot, Cursebot.
That never gets old.
Oh shit, was my
Beautiful
mic
paintings
unmuted?
outside.
Fuck, I didn't mean
Oh,
to
it's
say
so
that out
bad.
loud. Sorry,
Fucking Lance, man. Am I ready for
Guys,
Betrayal 4?
I have
Bro,
some
if I have to
cinnamon
do some
stuff.
heist ass shit and like level my rogues, I'm gonna melt.
guys.
I'm gonna implode, guys. Happy
Settlers
birthday,
of
Snap.
Kalgur.
It's unironically my birthday next week. You better watch out, Somnia. I'm not telling you which day. I'd never give you that info.
He's just gonna have to wish you happy birthday every day of the week.
Yeah,
Yep.
Wait, it's your birthday, Snap?
next week. It's my birthday.
Oh my god. Happy birthday, Snap.
Thanks, bro.
Update the birthday card red.
Oh, wait. We have to level our rogues?
yeah.
Then we have to level our faction? Then we have to level our town. Ooh.
And then we have to
Ryan,
level the
we hope you're
equipment
having
on
a
our
good day
roads.
in Pepe.
That is
And then we have
also
to-
gained from leveling up the town.
Okay,
And we have to get our
adding,
favor and like do the sortie as well.
add browser, Discord.
Gotta do the sortie. We gotta do our
we have
what
a
is it? Our
Discord
Archon
overlay.
hunt. Gotta
Stop.
This.
we gotta
Sounds too
do.
familiar.
Boom. Done.
I'm already rock
Oh, it's
hard,
working. Look,
Snap.
guys, we have
Oh, it
Discord
can only
overlay.
get so hard.
You can see who's talking.
Reputation
Snap
mercs. Is
turning
this
40.
D4? I haven't played D4 since release. Did they add some fucking merc shit to D4?
Okay, wait, let's see.
You wanna enjoy playing Party and be worth it? Yo, Titanic's pretty sick right now. Pretty lucrative and good in party. Because it's like really difficult. But it's a little OP.
Oh, this one. 30, maybe? I'm trying to balance out the volumes.
Snap, young man. I see your bank standing. What the fuck?
I'm not bank standing anything.
Okay, close this.
That's the problem.
Okay, 10 minutes.
What do you mean?
Oh, yeah.
Zulu
Stop
Freak,
bank
thanks for
standing.
the
Wow.
20
Red.
years.
I'm
Owned
mining
finally after
at
80
the
years.
Motherlode mine,
Just 10
and I'm
more
making
minutes.
blood runes. Both.
Oh shit.
LLLL. Okay, wait, stop. Poison Turtle, thank you for the resub. Sorry, I'm closing tabs that are unnecessary. 10 minutes. Here. Okay, I'm trying to balance Discord volumes. I have like individually
Yeah, we don't
dragged
need
the
PO
sliders and
ruthless
stuff.
anymore. That was just a beta test for PoE2. Didn't they say explicitly the
I mean,
opposite?
it's Chris's passion project, and Chris is fucking gone.
No,
How is the
it's
Discord
Squishy's
volume, chat?
passion project, and he's gone.
Let me know.
Well,
I can balance the
same
volumes.
difference. Potato, tomato.
We probably just don't change it anymore.
How is like everyone's general volume on Discord
Thought this,
compared
like,
to
the
my
PoE2
mic volume?
Gameplay, like whatever the feel was gonna be like super popular in POG, and then everybody fucking hated it, and then he felt bad and then quit, or like what happened?
Testing, testing. This is how I would sound.
Massive
Talking over them or
speculation.
talking with them. Blah blah blah. Yeah, I should be like a tiny bit louder in general. I think.
Robert's
Yeah.
descended from his
Bazooka's
office.
too loud. Bazooka's
Bro.
not even talking.
Karate kicked him in the back.
It's fine. Okay,
Kicked him in
nice.
the
You're reasonably louder. Okay, good. Thank you.
Knocked him out.
You didn't want to work on live
There is
service.
power
Well, actually,
in
I
this
did do that.
object.
There is power in this object. I can feel it.
Yeah, but that's just an easy out.
Alright,
That's
we'll
just
open a
coke.
new
I mean, I've coked before. It's okay.
twitch.tv/Path of Exile. Boom. Okay. Also, I'm putting the image in a paint
Can't wait to get the Biggie bag at Motherlode Mine, guys.
Actually,
Welcome to,
to
the,
the
best, place ever.
Huge snap.
It's po time.
This changes everything. Snap.
boom. All right, we can do this.
Fix your game, GGG.
I guess we
We
can.
back, boys.
What are you linking?
We'll just do it like this, and then how do you play bingo? Do you do like an X or like do this or like whatever like this? I guess that's fine.
What
Whatever.
the fuck?
All right, put this here. X. Okay. X
the
the
hell?
ones. Sure. Circle. That's unhinged. Dude, I've recently heard that there is people who type using caps lock. Like when you.
Are we gonna stay in this channel or go to someplace else?
Here.
If we go to, let's see.
Oh no, I just set up the Discord overlay for this
We either
channel.
go
It's
to
fine.
hard mic spam or team chat.
Really sad.
You get
Yeah.
the overlay.
Yeah, it's
Either
okay.
one. I don't think anybody can see this channel besides
Okay, nice.
like DK can't even
Like
see
people
it.
type like this.
Yeah, he can't.
Like they
Only the RuneScapers
people
and
press
people who are
caps lock
middle management
and then
can see
press the
channel.
one and then unpress caps lock and then press caps lock, unpress caps lock like this.
Oh, you like this?
Oh my god. My girlfriend types like that. It's time. It's time to end it.
I think we go join DK.
Holy.
Alright, let's go.
Or we drag DK in here.
Okay, I'm just kidding. Whatever works.
Also
woman.
works.
I'm gonna have to change my plugin, Donald. It's
Same.
gonna make MP
Just
change his
pick
back.
one. It's just pick one. I can change it now. Just don't change it in 6
going.
minutes.
We're going hard mic spam.
Okay, sure. Alright, hard mic spam only. Perfect.
Holy.
Alright, I have to
We were all just waiting for you to get here before we joined
push
the
to
channel.
talk needs
We're in, a
permission.
we're in a RuneScape channel that you can't see.
Okay, that's fine.
Hero Siege coming out tomorrow? Holy pog.
Yeah, open this
Yeah,
menu
that game's
tab.
actually kind of pog.
Okay,
It's pretty
press
sick.
it here. That's good. Okay, I'm
John and
changing
I
the
cleared pretty much
overlay.
all the content last season.
How's the
Although,
cards?
what fucking terrible timing. What the hell?
Install for
Oh, for the
OBS.
release,
Voice
yeah.
widget.
Yeah.
I
Speaking
would have
users
considered playing
only.
it, honestly.
Hard mic spam.
Listen, if this,
There we go.
if POE 1 sucks,
Boom.
then you can play it.
That
Think about it.
It won't.
it
Surely.
works. Poggers.
Surely.
Heist marker removed. Uses gold now. No way. Yeah, ads. Yes, guys, we're gonna run ads right now, so that there is no ads during the first hour of the broadcast. Okay, I'm running. Actually, I can't. I can't run ads for another like 2 minutes. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be close enough. I'll run ads right before. It's on cooldown right now.
What?
It's actually good. I
is
shouldn't even
this?
have to run ads now. Pre-rolls are off for 55 minutes.
What
That's
you got?
that's pretty
What's
good.
up, Zion?
Check memes.
I can try
What's up,
forcing
Zion?
a
How are
90
you?
sec.
Oh, buddy.
Commercial 90 maybe?
Find time to
Does
hop
that
on some
work?
Raids. I'm doing DT2 vestiges right now.
Yeah, it's working. Nice. Okay.
I
So,
posted that. Where did I
Perfect.
get that?
Raid
420 left. Uh-oh. Gold removed? No
Did you
way.
post it? My bad.
No, I posted it in the other
Crazy
Discord.
Imperium
Don't know
style
where I
stuff
got
as we
this.
describe it.
Crazy.
Beautiful penis, exile.
Oh yeah! Yippee! Wow!
Whoop, we are so back, baby. Ye.
Alright, 5 minutes until we find out if the game's gonna be good or not.
5 minutes until depression, guys.
Guys, if they don't nerf LS, I will jump. I am going to jump. Please. T17's obliterated. Scarab Reaver, I'm gonna come so fast.
There is
Like,
power
you're
in this
gonna see some
object.
stuff.
I can feel it.
An ocean of white. Unprecedented to mankind. Dear God.
DD removed. Nobody gives a fuck about DD. Nobody cares. But like from the mobs, I actually don't think DD's like that crazy in POE 1. It's like more egregious in POE 2 right now. Fucking volatile plans.
There is power in this.
When did we get this? Wide combi? I think I've had it for like 2 years now.
Okay, sorry.
RS3 Group Ironman? That was your first mistake, was playing RS3.
Okay.
No offense, but you made that mistake, not me.
Disable TTS.
I'm eating a salad.
I have the thing open.
Always eating when patch release, I swear.
Yeah, I mean, I will blast the stream loud, but not this music part, I guess. It's fine. I have the thing open so I can, like, skip things. Or I can mute it or pause it. Yeah, I'll just pause them and they'll play after. That's fine. I can do that. Yeah, that's good. Cam? This side, maybe? Yeah? And then my chat here? Here? What do you think? This is good, right? And then we'll also turn off my bar. We'll do theater mode. We'll do F11. Holy. And 2K streaming, guys. We're watching it in 2K. Nice. Okay, guys, let me preface this, okay? Close chat? No, we will have chat open. We are so back. Guys, welcome to another video. And we are going to watch the new Path of Exile 1 new expansion / new league reveal, okay? However, I have to let you know that we will be watching it with my friends. We will be on Discord and we will be pogging and yapping and sometimes talking over things, okay? If you want to watch the original, unedited announcement, it's on Path of Exile's official channels. I'll link it in the description. We are gonna talk over some stuff. We're excited. It's been 300 days, more than 300 days since the leak came out. So we're gonna watch it together and react, okay? So we're going to this video with that in mind, okay? If you wanna watch it with us. If not, watch the original. I'll link it below. 20 seconds.
Here to bark at you.
And it's happening. 7 second warning. Uh-oh. Hi. This is GGG Live.
Oh my god!
It's Jonathan.
No!
Our free space!
And today we're here to showcase a new expansion for POE 1.
What?
It's certainly been too long since we had one of these.
Oh my god.
Now we had some struggles as a studio for a little while there. We've got our shit together and we're back in action now.
Yes.
Path of Exile Secrets of the Atlas is coming out 1 week from now on the 13th of June.
Delay mention.
And we're committing right now to a 4-month cycle for both POE 1 and 2.
Official.
The next POE 2 league will be in August.
Good luck.
And the next POE 1 league after that will be in October.
Luck.
Oh shit.
Push drops are enabled on today's live stream.
POE
so you'll be able to claim your Skull of Undeath helmet skin by following the instructions below.
I
This
got an
Skull
ad.
of Undeath will track and show your total number of
kills.
kills, deaths, and your KDR. Just because
Can't
Path of
hear
Exile
him?
is in a first-person
What?
shooter
They're
doesn't mean this isn't
advertising
important.
their MTX that you get
Proudly
for
or
watching.
shamefully, link it to your friends or in global chat to show it off.
Okay, thank god.
Okay, I boosted
And
the
with that,
volume.
let's
he's
get
the
to
wrong
why you're
guy.
here.
He's the wrong guy
Secrets
talking.
of the Atlas.
Okay, there you go.
Or the trailer. Look.
Here we go.
You can search 1,000 worlds and still never truly discover
string
who
theory.
you are. Trust me,
Red.
I should know.
Who's that?
But now, I seek something more tangible.
Loot. Slam League.
Someone I care for,
Dude, it looks like synthesis kind
trapped
of.
within the Atlas. Reliving memories made real.
Oh, Kitsana.
Made grotesque.
Yo. What is that?
Made foul.
They stole that boss from POE 2.
Yo.
These manifestations must be destroyed.
Okay, new bosses for sure.
Their threads must be eradicated.
Where's the
I must have
pixels?
We must
Minotaur.
find the originator.
That's
We
Zana's
must
dad.
save my sister.
Oh, or sister? Oh, Zana's brother. Okay.
Okay.
New endgame mechanics. Yes. New pinnacle boss. Yes. New crafting mechanics. Yes. Oh, King's March. It's here to stay. Room crafts.
Drink deep.
Betrayal rework. And more. Mercenaries. There's the NPCs. Oh, what is that? What was that, Lindo? No.
I don't want it.
Your sanity is not promised to you here.
How many mercenaries?
Not the D4 mercs? Are you serious? Oh my god.
There he is. Yes.
Director on Path
Save
of
me,
Exile.
Bark Mobberts.
Mark
As
is
you
here.
just saw from the trailer, there's a lot to show you. Today, we will
Zana?
take you on a deep dive into the new Path of Exile Secrets of the Atlas
Oh,
in-game
shit.
update. Then, we'll explore the new challenge league, the Mercenaries of Trathus.
Zana is
After
back.
that, we'll cover the integration of gold into PoE 1
Gold.
and how we're bringing Settlers of Kalgur into the core game.
Yeah. King's March.
Finally, we have a much-awaited upgrade to Betrayal League
PoE 2
and a
was already
set of
mentioned.
quality of life improvements. Then, we'll wrap up by discussing our boss kill race event,
Okay.
showing you our new supporter packs, and ending with a live Q&A session, where Ziggy D will ask Jonathan and I your questions from Twitch chat.
Holy shit.
In Path of Exile Secrets
Sidekick.
of the Atlas, strange rifts have begun to appear across the Atlas.
Oh, okay.
Zana has returned and appears to be trapped within.
There's Zana.
Partway through the endgame, you will meet Egan, an intelligent man of mysterious heritage. These tears in reality he has discovered are actually threads of memory, distorted and made real by the Atlas. Egan is able to create a link to these memory threads and open
Okay.
portals to them.
Are these
Working with
maps?
Egan, you must step through and find Zana, or whatever remains of her. Okay, so that's the story background, but how does this expansion actually work? In the Secrets of the Atlas, the pursuit of Zana with Egon is a new storyline that is introduced in high-tier maps. Upon meeting Egan and discovering the tier, he will then transfer it to your map device and reveal this on your
Elder
Atlas.
circles.
A
Okay.
thread of memories.
Okay, so it's like
In order
memories.
to now access each map on the thread, you simply need to talk to Egan when you're ready, and he'll open the areas in sequence.
No.
These areas can be fully influenced by your Atlas tree, scarabs,
Okay, scarabs
fragments,
Okay.
and everything
Okay,
of the
scarabs
sort.
work.
Okay. Nice.
As you work your way along the thread, you will discover that these maps have manifested dangerous threats, influenced by the memories of Zana herself.
Probably scales with pack
Monsters here
size.
are imbued with memory petals.
Okay.
Defeat them to absorb this power, which can be unleashed as a special
Petals?
ability during combat.
What do the petals do?
Different
Okay.
maps on the thread have different abilities, and these abilities appear
petals.
on an additional mini skill bar next to your regular skills.
Interesting.
For example, Memory of Disbelief will cause all affected monsters to stop dropping equipment items,
Okay.
meaning they can now only drop more
robots.
valuable items, like currency and maps.
Ooh.
Memory of Panic will make all affected monsters
That's
revive
cool.
immediately after death, which means you can get twice as much experience and drop silver.
Okay.
And Memory of
They're
Impatience
cooking.
will cause all surrounding enemies to give you their souls, temporarily increasing your power.
Okay, Soul Eater.
As you
Nice.
progress further into the thread of memories, the maps can have more than one memory.
Nice.
And thus you can have more than one powerful ability.
Uh-oh.
As you gather memory
You have
petals,
solo
you can
mapping,
use
guys.
these powers together. Each skill costs its own amount of memory petals. So using the examples above, you can first use Memory of Impatience to become way more powerful,
Okay.
then use Memory of Panic to prepare them to revive when they are slain,
Uh-huh.
then use Memory of Disbelief to cause them to drop better,
Oh,
more valuable
shit.
items.
And then res.
Finally, obliterate them all. The
True
Memory of
singer.
Panic will kick in, causing them to
actually cool.
revive. And then wipe
Nice.
them out again, allowing you to get all the
playing the Vol
experience
Cycloner?
and enhanced drops twice.
Who's
There are
Fuck
many
the whole
combinations
map.
of these powers,
sucking the
so you'll
map?
have to carefully consider how
my
they best
God.
work
Who's
together.
sucking the map up?
Nice.
That's not the only extra layer of content juicing these maps offer.
Okay.
As you defeat the boss of each map along the thread, you are presented with an altar. This altar will apply a modifier to all following maps in the thread.
Oh my god.
And these will stack as you go. So the deeper you delve into a memory,
Nice.
the more mods you will have.
good.
That's
This,
some juicing.
combined with the special abilities, will allow for some of the
setup
most
mechanic
juice
again.
maps ever run in Path of Exile. Let's take a look at some of the altar mods. You are always presented with two choices and must pick one.
No cost.
This mod, for example, will cause some rare monsters to be possessed by
Possessed?
tormented spirits.
Cool.
Okay.
Where this mod makes Kerak modifiers free to craft.
Useless.
That's useless.
Both of these apply to all subsequent maps in the thread. The final map in each thread is a true challenge, with all the altar mods applying to it and guarded by a powerful boss.
Okay.
Each of these bosses are familiar, but dreamlike, drawn from Zana's memories
shit.
and warped by the Atlas into something very different and terrifying. In this map, you will fight the
Neglected
pinnacle boss,
flame.
Cirrus. Fueled by
Oh.
Zana's affectionate memories of him, his enhanced abilities can prove to be a unique challenge.
Oh. Cyrus
If you
too.
manage to defeat
Fucking meteors
Cirrus,
at you.
or one of the other warped memory bosses, they will drop a map fragment, which Egan can use to delve deeper into the memory tears.
Delve mention.
With these, you can access a set of 3 new pinnacle bosses.
Okay. 3.
In this arena, the moment of reverence, Zana is reliving a memory of her father, Valdo, giving a passionate speech in Oriath. The Atlas distorts this memory of her father as a powerful, influential man and manifests those emotions into a twisted nightmare, the incarnation of dread.
Oh shit. Bullet hell. Run. Ah.
Another memory created is the incarnation of neglect and the incarnation of fear. Good luck, exiles.
Good luck.
Of
Okay.
course, if you are brave and strong enough to defeat them, each of these new pinnacle bosses have new unique items befitting them.
Oh.
If you slay the
Star
incarnation
Caller.
of fear, you might be lucky
Starball.
enough to find the Star Caller unique abyssal axe. We're gonna show this one because it's straight up badass.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Star Caller axe is a weapon that can harness the power
Oh,
of the stars
damn.
themselves to deal immense damage.
Okay,
What
that
makes
looks
it shine,
good.
however, is that on melee crit, it casts Starfall, a
Yes.
new skill. With the right
Log
build,
in.
you can carpet entire areas and wipe out screens of enemies as you rain down the elements upon them.
Okay, that's a good
Another
item.
item you may find, and this one is my favorite, is the Wine of the Prophet unique flask. It consumes a lot of
What?
charges, but every time you use it, you draw a random divination card. This card
What?
appears above you and correlates to a powerful buff. If you draw the Escape card, you'll gain increased movement speed.
Oh.
Or maybe you'll draw the Doctor, which will cause you to gain the modifiers of slain
Doctor.
rares you kill.
What?
Effectively, you can think of this unique as being many other uniques all in one. There are
That is
many, many
weird.
cards to draw, each with varying degrees of power to grant.
The
Okay,
feast.
but let's
Okay.
get back to the Atlas.
Uh-oh.
After defeating all 3 new pinnacle bosses,
Okay.
you'll be able to find new memory-influenced Tier 16 maps.
Okay.
These maps come with the previously mentioned special abilities and monsters infused with memory pedals, but can also roll the same modifiers typically found on Tier 17
Oh my
maps, making them far more rewarding.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, we love T17 mods.
With all these new memory maps comes a new item mechanic. Items in these maps can drop with memory strands and will have a
Okay.
random amount up to 100.
98.
This does a few things. When you identify the item, it will increase the tiers of modifiers your item has.
Oh,
Generally
double
speaking,
T1.
the more memory strands, the better the item will be.
6 items in POE1.
On top of this,
Okay.
whenever you're crafting that item using currency orbs to replace or add modifiers, such as alterations, chaos,
You're
and so
using up
forth,
some.
it will consume some memory strands to make the crafted mods more powerful.
Okay.
The new pinnacle bosses
Forging
also
potential.
drop new crafting currencies,
New
which can be
orbs?
used to manipulate the amount of memory strands on an item.
Oh.
The Orb of Remembrance will let you add memory strands to any normal equipment. So if you
Okay,
have
how
your perfect
much?
base to craft on, and it doesn't
63.
already have memory strands,
Yo.
you can add some before crafting it.
That's gonna be expensive.
The Orb of
That's gonna be
Unraveling will
so
consume all
expensive.
remaining memory strands on an item to randomly upgrade its mod tiers.
Oh, what?
This orb's effectiveness is based on the number of memory strands it consumes.
Holy shit.
The Orb of Intention can be used on memory influence maps to reduce item drops, but improve the chance to find items with memory strands. In the process of adding these new currency items, we realized something was missing.
Nah, I mean,
The
there's a use
Shaper
for it.
and the Elder did not have their own Exalted Orbs.
Okay, they're gonna drop it.
This has
I
now
knew
been
it.
rectified.
Oh, really? It
Both
took you
bosses
12
now
years
have
to realize
Exalted
it?
Orbs, which can add their influence to an item.
There it is.
Zana was there from the
Shaper
beginning,
Exalt.
when the Shaper Pinnacle fight was first added. She helped defeat the Elder, and she was a critical part of the Conqueror's storyline. Now, with all 6 influence types having their own Exalted Orbs,
Okay.
the cycle is complete.
Good crafting.
It's almost as if we could now do some sort of new, epic, unique item to interact with them.
Uh-oh.
In other news,
Uh-oh.
there of course has to be Atlas passive tree support for this
Of
new in-game
course.
content. Let's take a look at a few things we're adding. The Grasp the Past notable passive skill increases the chance for the amount of memory strands on items dropped in your memory influence maps to be lucky. This means it will roll the number of memory strands twice, keeping the highest value. By allocating traumatic experience, remembered kindness, or educated upbringing, you'll decrease the chance of finding memory threads that lead to specific bosses, meaning you'll have better chances at finding the memory threads you would like to run. This is especially useful if you want to target farm a specific boss because of its unique item drops. In sum, the secrets of the Atlas will have you questioning what is real as you attempt to free Zana from warped memories scattered throughout the Atlas. You'll fight new Guardian and Pinnacle bosses tormenting her, find crazy new Pinnacle uniques, combine and unleash memory petal-empowered skills, juice maps to
CDPS.
new heights, and craft powerful new items. While we were showing all the juicy rewards from the new in-game system, you might have noticed that a lot of gold was dropping. Let's talk about that.
Okay.
Gold was introduced
King's
during the
March?
Settlers of Calgar expansion. It funded the development and operations of King's March, along with various new features such as the currency exchange,
Big.
the black market,
Less big, but okay.
and the passive respec system with Faustus.
Combinators are
Okay.
Those features offered by Faustus will be here to stay,
Okay.
along with some of the other services King's March has to
Oh
offer.
no. Oh no.
We'll get more into that later,
King's March
but don't worry. King's March has already been completed.
Oh, hell yeah.
There will
Okay.
be no more town building.
Oh, hell yeah.
Like
Oh.
before, gold will be
yes.
used for town services, but we're also adding a new way to use it in the upcoming league.
Oh shit,
It's
that's
time to
good.
talk
That's
about
the best of
mercenaries
both
of
worlds.
No,
In
I
this
have to
league,
build my
you will meet
mercenaries
veterans
instead.
who have traveled all the way from the lawless cities of Trathis. They're ready to offer their sinister services, but not for free.
Okay, for gold.
You will encounter these mercenaries as you journey through Rayclast, one in each area.
That's me.
They have their own
That's me.
personalities
Seven.
and come with different builds, skills, and items already equipped.
Okay.
After meeting them, as per the Trathan code, they will challenge you to a duel,
Rogue
a test
Exile.
of strength and conviction. Before beginning the duel, you will be offered an overview of the mercenary you've encountered.
Wait, he's got money.
Here,
take their
you can
item?
see the gear they have equipped,
Take their money.
the skills they employ, and any support effects augmenting those skills. You must now make a
Give me those
choice.
2 chaos.
You can hire their services,
For gold.
take one of their items, or exile
Oh, you
them.
can take their money.
Exile them is like
If you
he drops
choose to hire
everything?
them, for a gold cost,
Okay.
they will accompany you as a skilled combatant to assist you in fighting monsters throughout Rayclast.
Okay.
Once you've decided, you can begin the duel. This is a great opportunity to test them, as you don't want to be out of pocket with a useless rookie. However, they're testing you too.
Uh-oh.
They also don't want to be working for an amateur. So,
Okay, so what if you
what
win?
items might they be using?
Headhunter.
Generally speaking, mercenary gear is more powerful than what you'd normally find
Oh my
from defeating
God.
monsters,
That's a
as
good
they've
ring
been
early
crafting
on.
their items too.
Oh, they have
Triple res live.
They can also come
Black
equipped with
lightning.
unique items.
Yeah.
Those that
Okay.
would make sense for the skills they are using.
already.
Headhunt
There are
on
even
them.
some new unique items that can only be obtained from defeating them. One such unique is Scorn Flux.
Oh.
These boots combine agility with the mastery of the Arcane. While equipped, increases to cast speed from Arcane Surge also apply to movement speed, which is worth noting is now 20% inherently from Arcane Surge, up from 10.
Yeah.
They also grant Arcane Surge when you use a movement skill. This allows for some speedy spellcasters. Sometimes you may meet particularly infamous Trathan mercenaries, bearing the name of their house. These mercenaries descend from the 4 major death trade families in Trathis. They are less common, but have far better items. And they are also the sole source of items with new, infamous modifiers, unseen before in Rayclast.
What?
Such as these gloves, which convert all of your minions' fire damage to chaos damage.
That does that.
Or this helmet, which causes nearby enemies to take more physical damage as you gain more fortification.
That's insane.
Wait,
if you're not swayed by any of
that's
their equipped
insane.
gear, however, you can
Yeah.
always challenge them for
Yeah.
the contents of their pockets. If you lose the duel, don't worry. You don't need to give them an item. You aren't bound to Trathan tradition like they are.
Okay.
However, you
one
are bound to
Venom Gyre
Rayclass
item.
tradition. So, you'll just die.
Almost had me.
Of course.
Not really.
They poured out. Bye.
While playing in a party, each player can decide whether or not they want to participate in combat against the mercenary. For
Okay.
each player that opts
Mercenary
in,
fights.
the mercenary gets more difficult. But if they're defeated,
Six-man mercenary?
each player has a 50% chance to get a random
Six-man
reward,
mercenaries.
which is usually currency items from the mercenary's pouch.
Holy shit.
Okay. Okay, so it somewhat
These guys are gonna be
scales.
fucking juiced.
Yeah.
Alternatively,
But not
party
like
members that
5x or
opt out
6x.
of the fight can spectate and cheer you on.
Spectate.
Or they might wish for your demise, so they can pick up their
breakdancing.
allocated divine waiting off screen.
Good. Good.
My device.
Polar lightning.
Let's say you won the duel, like their items, and have decided to hire them. What
Okay.
combat skills do they bring to the table?
Yeah.
Each
Are they actually
mercenary has
strong?
an archetype. Here, this mercenary is an eruptor,
Eruptor.
which perfectly couples with my slower, more aura-focused scion.
Wow.
Okay.
This mercenary is highly aggressive, and will get a lot of benefit from the auras and buffs I
hell
provide.
yeah.
Wait.
Party play buff.
When I'm playing a
Damn.
more aggressive character myself,
I don't need
though,
friends to
I
party
want a
play
mercenary
anymore.
with a bit more resilience and utility.
How many?
Infamous
How many?
Just run into a
NPCs
striker
you can hire?
who can spawn with vigilant
Oh
strike.
hell yeah.
And if you're lucky, a very rare golden support that causes the fortify granted by his vigilant strike to apply to me as well.
Do I take that
He will
item?
also frequently
12-man
use
mapping.
Enduring
Is he
Cry,
just always there?
taunting enemies off of me, and operating as a
play as an
tanky
Orbot.
front line while I blitz off damage
Just
from the
hire
base.
an Aurabot for gold.
Or is he?
Sometimes
I
when
think
you
it's
fight a
just one
mercenary,
map.
you may
To me,
notice
it
the
seems like
skills
it's
they're
one
using
more
are
map.
different from normal.
It's in the
For
area.
example,
Yeah.
this sniper is using a Trathan version of Siege Ballista.
Oh shit.
If you're lucky, you will be able to select it as your reward when challenging them. Then defeat them,
Special
and they'll drop the
skill gems.
Trathan gem as promised.
New gem.
Wow.
Siege Ballista of
You can
Very good.
only
Gotta
have
go
one
far
mercenary
right.
accompanying you at a
Fucking skill
time,
gem for
but up to
BRB.
3 total in your service.
No, you can have a. You know,
The
it's-
other
it's
two
like
will wait
permanent.
patiently in town.
Permanent. Yeah, and you bring.
Having varied options is useful, as there may be situations where you need specific backup,
You can have
like a
3 in
difficult boss
reserve
fight.
and 1 permanently with you.
Any of your mercenaries you
Damn.
have active, or in your reserves,
Where you
can
can
have their
gear them?
equipment
You have to
replaced
find
with
one
items
the
of your
Kingmaker
choosing.
equipped.
What?
They don't level up,
No,
so you will
he's
want to be
changing
looking
equipment.
out for more skilled and more powerful mercenaries as you
What
advance through the campaign
fuck?
and
We're gonna make like a
endgame.
fucking giga
Oh
turret.
god.
If your mercenary falls in
Are we all gonna
combat,
be support
you will need to
characters,
return
like,
to town and
6
spend
of
some
these
gold on
guys?
healing
You're gonna drive them
supplies to
for
get them
gold?
back on their
Okay.
feet.
Sick.
Then
That
perhaps
is a
consider
big
giving them
axe.
some
That's
upgrades,
interesting.
if you think it's deserved.
McCown's, yeah.
Give him an
I
upgrade.
just wanted to
Yeah.
clarify, mercenaries do not lose their equipment when defeated.
Okay, that's
Wait,
good.
we're making like the most expensive.
If your
exile.
merc buddy consistently fails you,
Craziest
you can
mobs
just
on
dismiss
Earth.
them
Yeah.
and find a new, more resilient ally.
Holy shit.
Actually up to 6.
You
Okay,
can
that's
rank his
kinda
gear,
sick.
bye.
Bye, fired.
Your path, I'll walk
I don't think you can take his gear that he
It's
like.
just portals out.
No, it's locked.
Earlier, I mentioned you could exile mercenaries.
Okay.
If you keep running into a mercenary archetype and you think, man, this guy stinks, the gear is trash and they have no auras,
True.
you can then choose to exile them. If you win the duel,
That
they'll
volcanic
be
fissure was
forced to
so
leave
small.
with their tail between
It's
their
here for
legs,
sure.
and you won't encounter that archetype again for a while.
Okay. For 9 encounters.
Now, alongside these new Trathan arrivals, we shouldn't forget about the recent Kalguran ones too. As we mentioned earlier, the Settlers update introduced gold-based respeccing of passive points.
Yep.
You can now do so by talking to a number of NPCs throughout Rayclast, starting with Bestil and Lionized Watch.
4 gold for respect.
Black market item gambling, previously just available in Kingsmarch, is now
Okay, so
available
gambling
in each
is
town
back.
at the same NPC.
I said this would be a thing.
This lets you buy randomly generated item bases for gold.
That's good.
Very useful if you're stuck for upgrades or searching for a specific unique.
This is big.
The currency exchange will be returning too.
Good.
Starting from Lionized
Big
Watch in
good.
Act 6, you'll be able to find Faustus, who can help
yeah.
facilitate these trades.
Okay.
Now, after
about the
almost a
rest?
year of
Recon
building,
machine spotted.
Johan is finally satisfied with the upgrades made
No
to
more
the town.
building.
And now its services can be used to their full effect.
Hell yeah.
Kingsmarch is going core, but there will be no more town building.
I mean, the encounters.
As you start running maps in the endgame, you'll
Okay,
start to
there's
find
Bismuth.
different ore veins,
Okay.
which Kalguran workers can mine for you. The shipping mechanic invites you to send these ores and crops to Karui and Kalguran ports,
Okay.
and they'll return rewards in kind.
Sure.
By sending shipments, you'll receive different items. But by sending to Karui ports, you will also receive tattoos,
Okay.
which can be
tattoos
used
are
on your
still
passive
here.
tree to change what stats they grant.
So boats are still here.
The
Yeah.
Kalguran ports will be sending back rune grafts,
Yeah,
which is a new passive tree mechanic that replaces the runesmithing
Oh.
service previously offered by the town.
Another graphs.
These are similar to tattoos, but instead of replacing stat nodes, they replace a passive tree mastery node.
Oh,
For
interesting.
example, Runegraft of the Bound reduces bonuses gained from boots, but increases bonuses gained from gloves.
Damn.
Runegraft of the River has a chance to recover your life to full if you reach low life.
That's useless, maybe.
And the Runegraft of Time, which has a chance for your cooldown skills to instantly recover from their cooldown.
Okay, that's pretty
Which I will
strong.
note includes cooldowns on your triggers, just in case you wanted to trigger even more spells.
Okay.
There are many other Runegrafts which cover a wide range of different builds and stats. Some are more common and others rarer.
Warcry speed.
You can only use one of a given type at a time, but you can use them on any mastery on your passive tree.
Nice.
Which can be particularly useful for off-class
Global
investment.
defense one is kind of
Limited to
nuts.
one.
Isla has continued to make modifications to the Recombinator.
Uh-oh.
She has developed a new method of recombination that you may recognize from Path of Exile 2.
Uh-oh.
For those unfamiliar, this method allows you to decide which modifiers on the 2 input items you want to try merge together, and it has a
Chance
success
for
chance you can
success.
see.
8%.
This method can result in the items being destroyed. However, it is a good option to use when trying to create items with fewer mods to use as crafting projects.
Okay.
Given the existing recombinating mechanic was very powerful for top-end crafting, we didn't want to remove it. We have kept it, and you can now choose to use it the old way or the new way.
What?
By
Oh.
letting fate decide, it will combine the 2 items randomly. There is no risk of destroying either item, but it will be less predictable.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Weird.
As Settlers is now a
Weird,
core
good.
mechanic, we've also added Atlas passive tree support.
Oh.
For example, if you wanted to gather more Verisium ore, you could take this
I love
notable.
Verisium ore. Oh.
Each ore has a similar node.
Okay.
Amber ore is my second
Well,
favorite.
fine. Whatever. Target crafting. Good for us and stuff.
Refiner's Bargain converts items dropped by possessed monsters into thaumaturgic dust, sulfite into random ores, and life force into random crops.
Okay.
We've also
maybe
added a
good
set of
for-
Kalguran scarabs,
Those look like the
so you can add
expedition
more ore
scarabs.
deposits, increase the rarity of monsters that guard ore deposits to at least magic,
Okay.
or gather smelted bars from ore you mark instead of ores.
Okay.
I'm a
To sum it
shipper,
all
mate.
up, Kingsmarch is now a thriving town where you can employ a swath of workers to collect resources, refine ores, craft items, and run maps for you.
Okay, so
Send
mappers are
shipments of
staying.
resources in exchange for tattoos and rune grafts, using those to modify your passive tree to an extent never seen before.
Why does it limit at 1, or is it one of each type?
Following on from that,
One of each
we've
type.
also
Yeah.
made a substantial
Oh.
rework to another important mechanic,
Trail rework.
Betrayal.
Uh-oh.
It's actually sick.
As a refresher,
Okay.
and to explain to new players, let's briefly explain what Betrayal is. Betrayal is a mechanic introduced in Act 9
Betrayal
and
is
tells
what
the story of Jun
POE
Ortoy and her investigation of the Immortal Syndicate.
Rework.
This is a mysterious group of exiles who can
It'll be good this
seemingly
time,
come back
trust
from
me.
You
death.
reworked it like 5 times.
You must
seriously.
help Jun to uncover their leader, the Syndicate
The last
Mastermind.
one just made it awful.
The Immortal Syndicate is organized into 4 divisions: transportation, fortification, research, and intervention.
Didn't change the board or anything? Okay.
As you encounter the Immortal Syndicate members, you'll gain intelligence for each of these divisions to discover the location of their leaders, tracking them to their safe houses.
Okay, it's all the same.
Defeating the division leaders at their safe houses will reward you with intelligence on the Syndicate Mastermind.
Okay.
In your journey to track down the Syndicate leader, you'll manipulate the members of the Immortal Syndicate to change divisions, form friendships and rivalries, and even banish them from the Syndicate for a time.
This last we're still taking
This is exactly the same.
Historically, after encountering and defeating the Syndicate Mastermind, the state of the Immortal Syndicate would reset, requiring you to start from the beginning of the investigation again.
Just keeping it the
Said
same now.
would.
This
Maybe
has
you have
always
an
been a
option
difficult
to
decision for
keep it?
players and can often feel bad. Do you fight the Mastermind for a chance at the
Just
special
letting you
loot,
keep running the same
or
thing.
keep farming the safe houses that you've spent so long setting up? Well, in the Secrets of the Atlas
the
expansion,
option.
we've split out the Mastermind to be completely separate from the core mechanic.
Oh.
The boss is now accessible
You can
through a
just
new
run it?
fragment that has a chance to drop from the safe house leaders at high levels.
Oh, shit.
The Mastermind no longer resets the state of the Immortal Syndicate.
Okay.
You can now
Damn.
build your betrayal board to
Is
your
that a
liking,
rework?
optimize it,
No.
do Mastermind fights, and reap the rewards
said
without having to
betrayal
lose all your
rework.
progress every time.
There better be more, is all I'm saying.
What does the intelligence
The boss
do?
fight itself has also been improved,
Safe house.
now with significantly fewer immunity phases and
It
new
will
rewards.
Oh, that's good.
Only
It
drop
had
the
so
boss
many
during
By the
new
way,
phases.
if you're a new player to Path of Exile 1, don't worry about all this detail. This content is optional, and you can discover and engage with it at your
That
own
is not a
pace.
rework.
Okay.
They just made it so that
They reworked the
The
boss.
Mastermind still has a
reworked the
chance
boss
to
and
drop
added
a
some
Veiled
shit to
Orb,
it.
now
Okay.
renamed to
Yeah,
Veiled
I agree.
Exalted Orb.
Oh, and
Not a rework.
Veiled
Yeah.
Chaos
Not a
Orbs are
rework,
being
yeah, I agree.
re-added to other safe house leaders. In addition, the Mastermind now
Okay, what
drops
is
the
that?
new All Flame Embers.
What?
All Flame Embers are map fragments that replace monster
Delete
packs
that
and in-game
shit,
maps with
Mark.
different types of special
No.
monsters. These packs have unusual properties,
Uh-oh.
compositions, or rewards. For example, you might use the All Flame
Kulamac.
Ember of Kulamac,
Why?
which replaces packs with Syndicate monsters and their leaders,
Oh
who
my
revive
God.
after the
Is
map
this
boss
a
has been
scarab
slain.
slot or
This might
separate?
at first sound annoying due to
Separate.
backtracking, but these
But
monsters
good
when
luck buying
revived
that
are
shit,
far
bro.
more
Holy
intense
fuck.
and
Oh
rewarding.
my god.
Hey, he's a unique mob. Oh my god.
It is
That
our
is-
intention with All Flames to
Wait.
provide many different types that
It is a
combine with
scarab
other
slot.
mechanics,
Oh, it is a scarab.
multiplying
Okay.
with your existing modifiers
Okay.
in new and interesting ways. Another good example of this is the
Interesting.
All Flame Ember
Oh.
of Propagation. When slain, special rare monsters added by this All Flame here will spread their modifiers to other rare monsters in the
Oh
map.
my god.
This can be useful when trying to create
Limit
singular,
Dude,
very
pulling
powerful,
everything together
and very rewarding
looks
monsters.
better and better every
Something akin to meat sacks, which are making a reinvented comeback with this update too.
Oh shit, meat sacks are
rare
back.
mob. Look at that.
Oh shit.
Another is the All Flame Ember of Resplendence, which
This
adds
could be
monsters that drop
crazy
no
or
items. But when you slay them,
laggy.
you get buff stacks of increased quantity and rarity to enhance the drops of all other
Skunked
monsters.
Oh yeah.
All Flame Embers can be placed in your map device like
They
scarabs,
take a scarab
and used in
slot?
conjunction with scarabs to further customize your maps.
Nah, that's just...
We're looking forward to seeing which combinations players find to enhance their maps.
Bro.
Perhaps you'll use all scarabs, all
I don't
all
want it.
flames, or maybe mix and match.
I don't know.
It's up to you.
We'll see.
The Mastermind's unique items have also been
Better be on
improved.
the fucking auction
The
house.
veiled modifiers generated on these items are now from a custom pool
There
exclusive
is another
to
map
those
slot.
uniques.
Yeah, he just hasn't
not on the
unlocked it.
auction
Bitter
house,
Bind
good luck.
Point, for example, can now have various Spectre-specific outcomes, such as +1 additional Spectre.
That's pretty strong. Yeah.
Aside from improved rewards from the Mastermind,
shit.
all
Oh.
the safe house rewards have also been rebalanced.
Yo, there's a
We've
divine
done a pass
teardrop
on the
in there.
crafting sprees at the
Bro.
end of many safe houses. For those who aren't
90
aware how these
seconds.
crafting sprees work, well,
Yeah.
it's simple.
Wait, it's actually
There's a crafting bench with an item in it and a bunch of currency.
Okay.
There's a limited amount of time,
Oh.
and your only objective is to craft the best item possible before the time ends.
really
One of the problems that the crafting sprees have is that they often require you to have specific items on hand in
Yeah.
order to best maximize your result. But how are you supposed to know that beforehand? In order to solve this, most of the crafting sprees now
Craft
offer
a map?
pre-generated items.
Okay.
This has also allowed us to add much more powerful
Harbinger
crafting
orb.
options in each spree. Let's take a look at a few
Yoink.
examples.
Oh, that's crazy. What the fuck?
In this
Holy
spree,
shit.
a randomly generated amulet or
yellow
ring will wait
mist.
for you.
Yo.
Test your crafting skill or luck with this reflecting mist crafting spree.
Okay.
And see if you can create something
Dude.
worthy of Kalandra's praise.
I missed it. Missed it. Let's go.
really cool.
Boom.
It's useless.
It's
And in
bad.
this spree, you will find a pre-generated unique item and a new kind of orb that resembles a
A
Varlord,
what
but
orb?
not quite the same. Normally, you can only corrupt an item once, but uniques
No
in this
way.
spree can be corrupted and re-corrupted as many times as there are
Spammable
orbs.
Varlord?
This
What?
orb also allows you to get 2 corrupted implicits and has a much lower chance to brick the item.
What?
It can be a very
Can you
useful
farm
tool for
this
seeking
orb?
specific
Or is
corrupted
it
implicit
only
items.
here?
Of course, if you push your luck, you can still ruin the item.
Oh, bricked. Goodbye.
There are also crafting sprees where you still need to provide an item, but those items are generally more accessible and it occurs less
that's
frequently.
Pog. Look at that.
This one
Okay,
allows you to
divine
bring
card
your own
reroll.
normal rarity item. Then just go ballistic with a whole ton of scouring
Yeah,
orbs
make
and
me
orbs of
fucking
chance,
click, you
hoping to get your
dumbass.
ideal unique.
Sorry.
For most sprees, the rank of the syndicate member increases the amount of currency provided, the quality of the pre-generated items, and the time allowed to craft your item.
60 seconds. Can you reroll
Aside
that?
from the crafting sprees, there are other new options too.
Oh, lens. There was a lens
If you love
there.
gambling for currency, how about you try opening Varici's Emperor's Luck chests?
Okay.
These work just like the
Chromes.
Emperor's Luck divination card and provide
Please drop
full
20
stacks
mil
of
on that
currency.
one, please.
Oh,
If you're
20
lucky
div.
enough, unlike me, you could end up with a whole lot of divines.
Unlucky.
They can't even show off a good reward.
Betrayal is a good source of veiled
preview, man.
items. Veiled items have some important
Transmutes.
quality of life improvements in this expansion too. All of the crafting bench
saw
options
this.
normally granted by
Nice.
unveiling items are instead now moved to the core game. So
Hell
you don't
yeah.
need to run Betrayal to unlock them.
Oh,
They are
a
instead
good
found at
change.
the entrances to boss rooms and in-game maps. On top of that, you no longer need to speak to Jun to unveil items.
just
You
click
can just
it.
right-click
This one's a
them,
big joke.
This is
or the
true. Yeah,
equivalent on
that's awesome.
gamepad,
Pog.
and select which veiled modifier you want to unveil.
Hell yeah.
Overall, Betrayal is now much more streamlined and more rewarding.
Change.
Happy interrogations.
I mean,
It's not a
still
full
not a
rework, but it's a lot of quality of life and reward changes. Yeah.
Rework is
Now,
like when they
before we get
reworked
into our
Beyond
quality
and
of life
deleted it.
additions, let's quickly talk about some character balance.
Uh-oh.
I'm happy
We
they
will
did
be doing
rework
our
it.
regular character balance
Rework
changes, where we
Beyond,
are
by the
bringing
way.
outliers in line to help evolve the meta, but we are also focusing our attention on buffing some specific things.
Okay.
This includes spellcasting support that
Channeling.
specifically enhance self-casting builds, channeled spells,
Winter
adding
orb.
new
Uh-oh.
options to the Guardian, Berserker, Elementalist, Saboteur, and Champion
Gain a
Ascendancy
random
classes,
shrine buffs.
which includes some
the color's
favorites
gonna
from
be
some of the
white.
alternate classes from Legacy of Frisia, and buffing a whole bunch of transfigured gems that never
Blade
really had a
Blast.
buff.
Guardian.
Unloading.
Combined
they
with the
nerf
new
my
in-game
build?
crafting, improved Betrayal crafting options, rune graphs for your passive tree, new Pinnacle unique items, new modifiers and Trathan gems
That's
from the
not the Radiant
mercenaries,
Faith note, it's a
and of
different
course
one,
the
guys.
mercenaries
That's the link
themselves
note,
to
I
Give
act
it
as
to
an
me,
extension
Mark.
to your character. It's safe to say there's a lot of new character
That was the link-
options
that was
and
the
builds
link
to think
node.
about.
Hell yeah.
Instead of delving into all of these in more detail, we figured we'd just let you absorb them through the patch notes so you can do it at your own pace.
Yes.
In the Secrets of the Atlas expansion, we've also added
Here we
a lot
go.
of the quality of life features
Quality
that we know
of
you've all
life.
been asking for.
Here we go.
A lot of these have already been posted,
Yeah.
but let's take a look now in case you missed any.
Okay.
You can now pause the game at any time by pressing escape to
Big.
open the
Look
menu.
at that. Watch
or
out,
by
DD
opening
box.
any full screen interface, like the passive tree. You'll also be paused if any lag is detected or if you disconnect.
That's awesome.
It's worth noting that in certain Pinnacle
Lag
arenas,
detected.
a debuff will be applied
Uh-oh.
to you that prevents you from pausing.
Not in the bosses, guys. Do not pause.
We're also making a change to how you use currency items on strongboxes and monsters imprisoned in essences.
This is very nice too.
Based on the
I
currency
can't
in your
wait for
inventory
someone to
and the
misclick
state
the
of the
fucking
strongbox, these buttons will
Lord.
appear. Valuable currency like divine orbs have been excluded from this as it would often be wasteful to use in this context. The same applies to essences with the remnant of corruption currency.
Big.
Orbs of Horizon have been updated. They can now re-roll your Elder and Conqueror Guardian maps. Doing so will re-roll the base map and the Guardian of that map.
It's
That's
actually
nice.
Just by conk
The map device now
Any
has a
conk
small
map.
additional inventory,
An extra
This is
pocket
particularly useful if
for
you're
your
rolling
maps.
many maps to run in sequence.
No, it's not.
Or if you want to use varying amounts of scarabs or other map fragments. During breach
Why is it all the way
encounters,
up there?
all the splinters will be automatically collected and dropped at the end of the breach.
Yes.
On gamepads, we have separated the targeting of monsters and non-monsters, so you are able to target them.
It's not useful to roll them there, but it's
This
useful once
removes
they
a
are
bunch of
completely
frustration
ready
when
to
you are
go.
trying to interact with objects in
And
the world. and
maybe
monsters
scarab
are
reload.
nearby.
Yeah.
You no longer have to kill all of them first. Vendor windows will now remember your last search.
Okay, this is kind of whatever.
This is remembered until you log out and is remembered on a per NPC basis.
Holy shit.
The amount of characters you can type in the search field has also been increased.
That is big.
When using currency items, after right-clicking them, it will highlight all other items which that currency can be used
This is
on.
nice, coming from POE 2.
There are many other quality of life improvements, so keep an eye on the patch notes after this live stream concludes.
Okay, there's more in the patch notes.
Alongside the launch of
Nice.
Secrets of the Atlas, we are hosting
Oh.
a competitive event where players will race to be the first to kill the new pinnacle bosses.
Ooh.
The event
Hardcore
will take
SSF.
place in the hardcore, solo self-found Mercenaries of Trathis League.
Nice.
We
Okay.
have some interesting prizes in store for the winners.
That's cool.
Keep an eye on the news in the lead up to launch for more details about how the event will work and what its prizes are.
Hell yeah.
Congrats for the win, Ben.
Next up, we're going to be talking about our new League supporter packs.
Ooh.
Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs. The Frisian Magistrate and Crypt Keeper packs.
Frisian?
Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions.
Hell yeah.
As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way.
Based.
The Frisian Magistrate series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
Armor set is so ugly.
The Frisian Magistrate character effect will bind your character in thorny vines and roses.
I want that.
You can select which parts of the character you want to have
I'll
covered.
play a druid.
None
Either
of
your
it.
entire body, your lower body, or your upper body.
None.
As you approach waypoints, it will emit leaves and golden petals towards it.
Cool.
When activating the waypoint, it will create a burst around you. Envelop
Okay.
your weapon in thorny vines and
nothing
golden
but running out
flora
of
with the
ideas.
Frisian Magistrate weapon effect. Your weapon will also create a trail to match as you swing, and even comes with its own hit effect when slaying
Holy
enemies.
shit.
I promise you,
You are
towns
the
are
law
crashing on
while
launch.
wearing the armor of the powerful Frisian Grand
A lot of
Magistrate.
particles.
Okay, that looks a bit better.
The Spider Blossom pet activates its defense mechanism, disguising it as an elegant
Bandit
flower
is so
when near
ugly.
rare or unique
Holy
enemies.
shit.
Can we have 12 of these, please?
The Frisian
Yes,
Imperial
flowers.
Magistrate back attachment comes in 2 forms.
Oh, okay.
Equip either the Tombstone variant, which will leave tombstones in your honor when you meet your demise,
Rip.
or equip the Cape variant to cause the corpses of slain enemies to become enveloped in rose thorn vines and blossom with golden flowers.
Totally not gonna crash my game.
Okay.
Keep
my
track of
game.
how
I need
well
to buy them.
or poorly your ultimatums with the Trial Master have gone with the Trials of Chaos hideout decoration.
Okay.
It will keep track of the total
Data.
number of waves completed, the total number of ultimatums succeeded,
Any
or
ultimatum
even
players?
failed.
No
On top
fails.
of that, it will track the total number
Well
of
played.
times you've defeated the Trial Master himself. The Crypt Keeper Pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
This one looks cooler.
With the
Yeah.
Crypt Keeper finisher effect, death itself will tear through into the realm of
finisher.
the living and steal the soul of slain unique enemies.
Okay, that's pretty visible.
The Crypt Keeper portal effect creates a gateway for lost souls to pass
Holy
through.
shit.
Okay, that's a cool portal. Damn.
It just feels like
Become
that's
the
going to be
true
hard
master
to
of the
click on.
undead by wearing the hallowed Crypt Keeper
Rad's
armor
portal.
set.
Easy to click on.
It comes with a more armored helmet variant and a creepy mask with a spectral
Nice.
hood.
Okay, that looks creepy.
Looking to have some fun during idle time in your hideout? The Burrowing Bramble Bash hideout decoration will test your reaction speed as you try to whack as many Devourer heads as possible in the
Whack-a-mole.
shortest time. It also
Just
comes
spark.
with a scoreboard,
Can you
so you
please
can try to
spark?
set new
We
records
love the
to show
whole
off to your
arena.
friends or just visitors coming to
Kinetic
trade.
blast in this.
Equip yourself with the Ghostly Dead as you ride the line between the living and the
Oh my
dead
God,
with
that
the
looks
Sacred
creepy.
Crypt Keeper back attachment. The Sacred Archives map device resembles a
Hideout
magical
Gumba.
library with the works of scholars that come to life when you open a map.
Okay, that's a cool
This map device
device.
tracks how many of each core league you've completed in in-game maps.
Okay.
Can I walk in there and
These
get
packs
crushed?
are now available for purchase on both PC and console, and will remain so during Path of Exile Mercenaries of Trathus.
Okay.
Additionally, any microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 2. Meanwhile, the
Finishers in
Paladin
the
and
$30
Penance
pack.
packs leave the store forever at the launch of the Mercenaries of Trathus League.
Goodbye.
So now's your last chance to purchase them. Additionally, the Dawn of the Hunt mystery box will be made available for Path of Exile 1.
Okay.
If you have already unlocked any microtransactions from this box in Path of Exile 2, you will of course immediately have access to them in Path of Exile 1.
Cool.
Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards,
Here
we'll
we
post the
go.
full patch notes for Path of Exile, Secrets of the Atlas.
Oh my god, full
With
patch
release
notes
at the end of next
today.
My stream froze.
Oh no.
week,
Uh-oh.
It's
our
gone.
community team will be posting
back.
crucial information you'll need for
Nice,
the
congrats,
release.
Stifle.
Keep
I'm
an eye on the
pulling
news.
up website before it crashes.
Surely.
Thanks for
There's something
joining us
on,
today and checking out our latest
website.
developments. We're looking
That's
forward
crazy.
to dueling mercenaries,
Yeah.
fighting new pinnacle bosses in the endgame, and
I didn't realize it until now, but this is not an Atlas rework either.
exploring the
Yeah.
new crafting systems and character builds next week. We'll begin the Q&A shortly,
sorry, I
so
baited
please
you.
get your questions ready.
No Atlas rework yet again.
No Atlas.
That is crazy.
The
What?
ring.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
90,
yeah, imagine if
90 pen.
Okay. I'm not in Hungary, Horvath.
That is kind of funny.
I'm in Sweden.
Oh, welcome back, Exiles, to
CDD.
another.
Yo.
Guys, the stream's imploding.
this
overcapped?
this
No,
frame.
it's-
This frame is beautiful.
It's not. This is not.
I
uncapped.
expect
It's
very
not
large
uncapped,
Q&A
it's overcapped.
covering
So it's 90
all that we have to
pen.
cover for Secrets of the Atlas. I am, of course, joined by Jonathan and Mark. Welcome back.
Half a frame per
Chatting with us
second.
once again.
Always great to have you over.
Yeah,
cheers. Thanks for being here as well.
Pause for technical
That's it.
difficulties, guys.
There was a lot of
Okay, that was a lot, guys. We'll watch those Q&A now, but obviously we're not gonna put that up on YouTube. That's gonna be on Ziggy's
I
channel.
think pressure
Guys,
on this one for you guys.
there is
like,
some.
It's been a long time since we've had a big.
Dude,
Path
I
of
can't
Exile
close this.
expansion.
F11, get it.
How did you guys feel?
Okay, there's a lot of cool stuff coming. We'll learn all about it in the patch notes. Excited for next league. 1 week left. See you then. Bye. Okay. Sorry,
Because
that was just for
obviously
YouTube.
PO2 disrupted things a bit, but the main thing is we're kind of back in action
Dude,
now.
any
You know,
frames?
like we've worked out the model for how the studio can function doing the stuff, and ultimately what it requires.
Is it giga lagging for you guys too?
Yes, it's unwatchable.
Okay, maybe
It's
go
kind of like merging the teams that
720p
will work on both games, not necessarily simultaneously.
and refresh.
Person, but effectively, you know, we need
Effectively.
you know,
Jonathan says effectively. Did I have that?
our best people to be able to
No.
work on both games in order to really make sure that they're good.
Okay, new
And so,
T0
you know,
scarab
that effectively means that
changes. Did we have scarab changes?
I guess we're just gonna miss the whole interview. That's unlucky.
Didn't do
It's
ExileCon.
definitely way better. And so now we've kind of got that, and like
No
you know, now that
Sanctum
we're back to
yet.
sort of fixing deadlines again and everything like that, I think it will just like go a lot smoother and like, you know, I'm pretty happy.
I don't.
With
I don't think we new pinnacle boss.
that we
Yeah.
kinda got our
Oh, then what is this sound? Oh, it's the technical difficulty.
He threw it up.
Okay. New bases. Yes. Actually, they're not new bases. Kind of. They are kind of new bases actually. Trade QOL. King's March core but boatless. That's actually wrong. That's wrong. I don't understand what the expansion / league means. So generally, whenever they release new content, it's in a form of a league. It's a fresh economy restart. Everyone starts from scratch, from level 1 on the beach. Nothing in your stash, no characters, and you go and do the whole game. Rarity got mentioned, did it? Okay, I don't think we cleared any. We didn't clear this bingo. GG. Okay. However, sometimes they do expansions, which usually comes with more content. It could be It could be more like Pinnacle bosses or Atlas rework or many like old league mechanics getting reworked. It's basically there's a bigger league or a bigger pile of content, I guess. Generally, leagues are every 4 months up until the last one. The last 2 were pretty long, but and then expansions are every like other year or something. Okay, there's a lot of technical difficulties.
The technical difficulty screen is having technical difficulties.
If you put on 2 of those rings, do you have negative or do you have 0 fire res?
It's 0. 100% reduces 0. But I mean, I'm assuming it rolls because it's 55%. It's like a weird number to have it be.
Yeah.
Dude, the internet at the office is fucked. I can barely watch your stream, Lamau. Okay.
Yeah, it's probably
it might
some
be rolling,
New Zealand
like literally the
provider.
entire stream, even Discord. I can
It's
barely
no,
even hear.
It's their office internet or something.
Yeah.
My shit's been yuck.
Oh.
That ring is not that ring is not balanced. It's an uber unique, right? Pinnacle boss.
Enmity? Is that one of the...
Which one?
And yeah, it is. It's under the Pinnacle boss section, so yeah, it's a uber unique.
Okay, let's see. News. Wait, it's still Settlers of Calgar. Come on. Secrets of the Atlas teasers.
The weapon's also an uber drop. I mean, there'll probably be some cool build. We just need to know the numbers of the spell, right? To see like the damage effectiveness and yada yada. Spell, right? To see like the damage effect.
What the fuck?
No, this ring is not balanced. It is more OP than Sap. Quote me on. This is literally way more OP than the uncapped Sap. I'm pretty sure. Because there's no ramp and no setup on it. I don't think you guys understand how much...
There is so much res you can get.
How
like,
much like, we're not getting it because it's not efficient in the party. Like, we get it because it's percent armor on Untouched Soul.
Yeah.
But if this gives you pen, it is now like one of the most efficient stats to get. You
That
can
is
get well over like
unhinged.
probably 1,500, maybe 2,000 res in the party if you actually went for it.
You can even tattoo, like, if there's fire res tattoos and everything. There's
Like,
so many sources.
Your
like,
supports are gonna wear ashes now. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure ashes is a meta support amulet now, and you just equip the ring.
That ring is unhinged. What the fuck?
Like what?
Take fire damage when you use.
Oh,
a
dude,
skill.
it's gonna be quality memes. It's quality fucking meme. Oh,
Quality
oh
league.
my god, no! It's so dumb.
Oh my god.
Why does it?
Dude,
this
these
needs
orbs
they
are
need
cool.
to nerf this. This is like a Mark.
Okay, is there a stream yet?
Jesus.
Interviews back.
Oh shit.
Is it?
Yep.
In the intro.
All right,
The you know, so we've sort of changed our approach. We've like we've merged the development teams back together. We've kind of got everyone on one floor, and now we're kind of making it so that, you know, we're effectively moving people, you know, backwards and forwards from POE 1 and 2, sort of like as needed. And that's definitely a much better structure for us, because it just means that we get, you know, like all our best people can work on, you know, whatever game needs it right now. And you know, we've always worked well with like kind of the fixed in the past, sort of with the fixed deadline model, where it's like, you know, we have a fixed deadline, but if we and what's in the patch depends on what's ready by the time we get there, and I think that's just going to result in a much better experience for players. And so now that we've kind of got that, I mean, this really represents, you know, what we can deliver sustainably, what we can deliver in 4 months, you know, and so we'd expect to see this kind of, you know, like amount of content every 4 months, you know, as we go forward, and for POE 1 and 2 as well. So, you know, now that things are back, I would say, like, you know, we're kind of back in our stride again. Things should go a lot smoother from now.
Okay, we'll see. We are back.
Yeah,
thank goodness we're back.
I did feel like that. I feel like the reception's been very positive so far, and I've been having a bit of a chance to play around with mercenaries, which are exceeding my expectations in terms of like how fun and powerful they are. I feel like you guys have made them really powerful too. So
we've honestly been talking about making a mercenary for like probably 5 to 10 years. Like, it's been one of those things that
you've been
keeps
telling me
coming
about
back
it for
up.
years.
Yeah, exactly.
It came up with the POE 2 Rogue Exiles, came up during Settlers League. I mean, that's just the recent. I mean, a year ago, within the last year stuff.
You guys baited me pretty hard because last league you put out this system where you have these exiles that you send out on maps, and I'm like, oh, we're gonna gear them and all this stuff, and it's like, oh, I can't wait. That's what I've always wanted. And then it wasn't that, and I'm like, oh, now you're never gonna do that because you did this instead. And then literally next league, you do the mercenaries finally.
That's so fucking funny, man.
Was it like waiting on something? Was there something that needed to happen?
That is not.
I guess it was more just a question of having a good design for how it could work, and there was a couple of things. One thing that wasn't really mentioned in the video very much is that the mercenaries do count as half a player for the purposes of drops and monster difficulty. And so that's going to kind of change the calculus a little bit. You're effectively getting 9-player difficulty and loot, which there is some differences to the way that works now. But that's kind of one of those things that
for difficulty scaling.
If we just added mercenaries without doing something like that, then it would mean that the game would be too easy.
And it sounds like each
that's why
gets a
we've
mercenary.
got that situation going on.
It's 9
It means
player
like
difficulty
you
now.
know, at best, if you're a more bad build, bad character, new player, whatever you want to call that. They're going to carry you probably, or could carry you. And at worst, if you're, the power of 10,000 gods and have infinite everything and screen coverage and DPS, then they're just boosting your loot. Right, so there's a flaw there on either side that is just going to be beneficial.
They
to
count
every
as a
single
player for loot?
Sounds like absolute beautiful. Exile,
player clause.
Our initial design had it that you could have up to 6 players, or 1 player, and I guess 3 players and 3 mercenaries. It was like a mercenary takes a player slot is what we initially had.
That was the initial way to think about it, but I think it wouldn't have been nearly as good because you want the mercenary to be part of your build to kind of feel like it's actually. It comes with like auras and things like that. Like if it becomes part of your build, so it's kind of important that you don't have to sacrifice that when you're playing in a party with other people.
Didn't want to have the thing of like, okay, you join your 3 friends, and then whose mercenary gets used.
Dude, cooks are gone. We have our own aura bots now.
Whose mercenary gets used? Do I not get to have my guy now? And I don't get, So it's we ended up getting, but it's fun.
Mercenaries. And I mean, you can also have an anime guardian. And you did tell me that there's changes for that as well.
Yes, of course you can have. In fact, I expect a lot of people to now have. You have your 6-player party with your 6 mercenaries and everyone with the animate guardian, because, I mean, how can you add mercenaries and then have a point to say that they don't drop loot when they die, and also not make the same change to animate guardian? However, if they do die in the instance, you can't bring them back. So at least there is still that penalty to having them be weak. So if they just die at the start, they're gone.
9-player party.
It's going to result in a lot more people using animate guardian in their build. But now you have to gear up your character, 1 animate guardian and 1 mercenary. So we'll have multiple mercenaries technically. So we'll see how the itemization and trade economy goes in that regard. And
I mean, that's kind of cool though, is like having all that extra demand for gear, and that's I was certainly like thinking about how I want to keep.
You're going to keep
some
them
of this
alive
gear
with
aside for like the potential mercenary I was trying to find and things like that. But that adds a lot to that. But
big life pool.
I did want to, before we get stuck into some of the new content, just kind of like help ease people who maybe are a little bit worried about the future of Path of Exile just a little bit more. So this is what you hope to be able to deliver every 4 months, and you've got a much more strict kind of like approach to that now, where you were saying to me like, well, if this thing that you're talking about is not ready, then it's not going in there.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas before you would push the date, I felt.
Exactly, 100%. So we've been in the kind of push the date mindset, I would say, for like a couple of years now.
Yeah.
And in the past, we were never like that. We were way more strict with it, and I think it was definitely beneficial to do that. The issue was it was so hard to develop POE 2 at the same time when we had all that stuff. So now that we're kind of like in the mode where we can support both with the release frequently, it means we can kind of go back to that model. And as I said, I think it'll just be way better.
I just want to make sure we are always going to be that whole like plus or minus 1 week flexibility, because you have
sure there might be like
conventions, clashes with things and all that. So obviously you get that just before we get held to the strict to the day 4-month thing. But yes, it is the goal. 100% you go back to that. I think there is it is very, very important that you have, as a player and a long-term player of a game, of which many of our players are, you have that consistency and you know what to expect, and you can be like, yes, I've played for my month, I've played for my 2 months, I know I can just stop for 2 or swap to the other game, do that, and then I can know it's going to be coming again in 2 months instead of that just like
there for me again when I need it.
that like unknown is very sad, honestly, as a developer and as a player, and I certainly don't want to do that ever again.
I imagine it has a toll on the team in terms of them like knowing, because it's hard to make content, I imagine, and just not have it get shipped. Like, because it's the date's being pushed out.
It depends on the person. Some people kind of like actually prefer that more. Some people do really like the deadlines. It's honestly a variety.
Yeah, okay, good mixture. And you mentioned blending the teams together. That's like a big change. Whereas before you were explicitly trying to separate them, and there was the question of like, well, there's problems with that, right?
Yeah. Well, so I mean, we had problems when they were blended originally, like years ago, where POE 2 wasn't getting like it kind of wasn't working because that deadline was so far out that it kind of works. We had to split the team to get POE 2 shipped at that point. But now that we're back and like releasing frequently, it just makes more sense to bring everyone back together again. And it keeps the expertise up and makes sure that like the games are. There's just technical things like making sure that the engine is like in sync for both games and that kind of stuff. Like there's just so many elements that sort of make it better to have everyone merged together, I think.
I imagine it helps with the cross-pollination between games. We just got pausing, which is
for sure.
one of my most wanted quality of life improvements. That's a phenomenal announcement, but I certainly see people asking about things like WASD and stuff like that, and this support for the future is...
Unfortunately, WASD just can't really happen because, well, okay, I say that, but there's the thing, right? So effectively, in order for WASD to happen, we would need to be able to change the rigs over to the POE2 character rigs.
Yeah, it's the rig
In order for that
issue.
to happen, we need to get all the micros ported over, and then we need to port all of the armors from POE1 over to those rigs as well. So it would be a really long-term thing. There might be a world one day where that can happen, but it's certainly a long process to get that to happen.
That's what I was kind of wondering is like, do you envision a situation where Path of Exile 1 is like warrants that sort of massive effort in a year or two or something like that?
Once we've got all the microtransactions ported, which we're doing anyway, then it wouldn't be like so bad. I mean, it would be a lot, but not like not like completely unreasonable. So it's a thing that could happen, but it's a lot of effort to get that feature. So the main reason to do it isn't even for WSD. It's because we have been pretty unable to make new combat animations for POE1.
You respawn mobs.
The problems with the rigs. So if the main reason to do it would be that we can make like new actual melee skills properly again. That would be the reason. I mean, hopefully we can get to that. It'll take a while though.
A lot of the skills you notice, and if people have been playing POE1 for years, any of the new skills we add often just reuse the same animations.
Exactly.
And they're not exactly the most modern things in the world.
Not so much you can do with it now.
You don't get to do the cool custom flurries with like your swords and combos and all that kind of stuff, and
Yeah.
I mean, you still obviously have Cyclone, where you just spin in a circle, and if you remove all the effects from that, you're literally just on a pivot doing this. It looks a little bit silly, but
I mean, I am keen to do it though. Like it's just it'll take a while.
Yeah. It's I feel like I notice the kind of an increasing disparity between like the bosses in POE1 kind of like pushing further ahead because you have a bit more freedom, I guess, to use more modern.
Well, the bosses are new, like new content, right? So they get to just and the engine's the same, so you get to use all the modern tech for completely new content.
So they're looking like better and better and better, but the players are kind of staying a bit behind.
Yeah.
So
don't need to rig anything to the bosses. They don't need to equip 10,000 microtransactions, thankfully.
So that's a unique challenge for you, but it seems like you've got a plan of kind of like how to approach it potentially.
Sure.
Yeah, all right. So while we're on this kind of like frank discussion, is like something that people often have been mentioning is this idea that like maybe they love Path of Exile 1, but they're not that interested in Path of Exile 2. And they maybe feel like their money when they buy a supporter pack for Path of Exile 1 is going to a company that's developing both games, and one of those being something that they're maybe not that interested in.
Right. Well, I mean, like ultimately,
that's a rough question.
Like now that we're kind of in the shared model, like it's kind of. It doesn't really. It's sort of hard for us to say, like that, like money goes to one particular team or another. Like it doesn't really work like that because we're all merged. The main thing is just to understand is that when we're in POE1 development mode, then POE1 takes precedence, and like any resource that it needs, like there's not going to be we can't do this because POE2 needs it. And when we're in POE2 development mode, it's like it's the opposite of that, right? Where like we've got that sort of going on. So there's always going to be people working on each game
to look at
all the time. But it's like if one's going to come out soon, that one is getting all the attention, and so like every resource that POE1 could possibly need for this expansion was moved to it, to make that happen.
Yeah, I got to see that firsthand walking around. It was like 95% of people working on POE1 right now.
Right, in this moment, because it's in the last week. But but it's kind of variable. Like, I mean, if you look at things like I mean, you've probably got a better idea of the breakdown. But it's like how much of the VFX team was working on POE1 versus 2 in like the last,
Yeah, the whole, all but 1 is currently on POE, all but 2. I guess that doesn't really make sense. They don't know how many. So 80% of the team is on POE1 right now.
But it's kind of variable through the months.
But like, you know, the dynamic thing is because obviously we had like 021 for POE 2 that we're working on, and like yesterday I moved some people onto that, quickly got some stuff across the line, literally 2 hours later moved them back, and like it's like pretty hyperactive,
right?
Like, but honestly, that's kind of how our leadership style is. We kind of just we're a little bit crazy.
But I also think that developing 0 to 1 at the same time is kind of proof that it's possible. You know, like to make sure that we can actually support both games at the same time.
I mean,
with the level of support we need. I mean, you know, there's those videos even that were made by the, you know, like we're getting more people. It's like we can kind of manage it. So you know,
I do feel like this is a positive upswing in that regard. Like it was definitely a bit of wavering there for a while, but I went from a 1-game studio to a 2-game studio.
One thing to note, and this is you say about the bosses going up and the characters, you know, saying so, like that is also because we are, you know, it is very, very, very useful in the same sense that certain game features get taken from one game to another. Like we see a lot of the quality of life stuff come to POE 1. Those bosses are, you know, animated or rigs from POE 2 that we have like fully remodeled and reskinned. So you get to reuse that entire animation set. Sure, you got to tweak some stuff, but then like you can have one animation be 8 different skills if you know, put your mind to it and actually design the different outcomes.
Awesome.
So you end up with this thing where, you know, we're actually harvesting a lot of materials back from POE 2 to 1. And this is how we're going to be able to get even more bosses, even more monsters, even more of that content just all the time. So
it's in ways where players can't tell though. Like it's really quite invisible.
You wouldn't. Some people might be able to see. Like, wait, I feel like I've seen that before, maybe. But you'd have to look real close and be real into it.
Yeah.
And so obviously, I know me saying it removes the allure of it, but like it is like ultra beneficial to be able to harvest all that art. And so you could look at it as like, oh, that POE 2 art is going on POE 2. It's not like. All of that, I'm just constantly going, I'm going to take that, you know.
And the tech as well, of course, right? Like any new renderer features we're making, like all that stuff, like, you get to use it all.
So hopefully it's more of a positive thing. But I think to wrap it up,
What
I think
the fuck?
what it all
You
really
were
comes down to is
younger in
people
the
just wanna know that
past.
they can feel confident that Path of Exile 1 has a future where you
Why
guys
is that so
love it
funny?
and giving it the attention that it deserves.
The next year is going to be the year of Path of Exile, 100%, right? I mean, we're talking, what, every 4 months, both games? It's every 2 months, 6 releases.
6 releases a year.
Wild.
6 releases
What are
a
we
year.
talking
That's going
about?
to be
If you guys can pull that off for a year, that's going to be wild. I'm looking forward to it. But I mean, and to allay people's concerns, I guess, in that regard, is you were telling me that this expansion is like this is part of a multi-season story arc that you're saying.
100%. Like with obviously you there's a whole bunch I can rant about here, but effectively, yeah. Obviously, you see Zana coming back. I know, spoiler, sorry, but it kind of was important.
Yep.
You know, you got Zana coming back, and you've got you know, it's an additive storyline for now, and that was kind of on purpose because I wanted the end game to be still familiar. I wanted people after coming back after almost a year to still have the core of the end game be familiar, but have this additive layer on top that's cool and new and they can explore. And I didn't want to like completely rework all the mechanics and they come
so
people
Atlas
with people, I want POE 1, finally a POE 1 expansion. They come back and they're like, the hell is this end game? This isn't what I remember. This isn't what I was familiar with. So it was really important with this update to have a layer of familiarity across the board, and then like improved and reworked things and removing, you know, obviously with Betrayal, we've removed a lot of the constraints and annoyance and all of that, but it's still mostly just additive stuff on top. Same with the end game. The League is obviously additive, the Mercenaries. So having that there, so there's that core Path of Exile 1 familiarity. Was important for this one, but yes, it is like part 1 of a new arc of the end game storyline. Zana's back. We've got a whole new thing to explore. I'm not going to spoil too much of what exactly happens, but there's some cool shit in there. But
Yes,
effectively,
the
it's like
give
a way
quants.
to think about it is we're now kind of we're gonna over obviously a relatively long time have the era of the primordials kind of phase out and have the era of this new endgame phase in. And so, yeah, it's kind of set up for right now it's an additive one. Maybe the next endgame one would be a bit more transformative, and then we'll go from there and just explore through this new storyline. So that'd be fun.
I can tell you're excited for like the future of POE 1, which is this is a good shift, I think. And you were saying you've even got like a good idea that for 326 that you really want to.
327, yes.
Oh, sorry, yeah,
the
next one. Next one.
I do, yes. So, like, another thing with like this expansion, right, is like it's quite content heavy. When you do an in-game expansion in a league, it's a lot of content.
Yep.
So, like, you know, you have some things have to take priority, other things have to take less priority, and so like the character stuff where we've done, you know, a decent chunk of character balance and the new systems interact with all of that. you know, there's clearly ones like I know Settlers had like just the Giga melee rebalance and rework, and it changed like 1,000 systems in drastic ways and all of that. But again, I wanted this time more familiarity, and then 327 we're going to go just ballistic on the characters and do as much as we possibly can to like, you know, amp that up, and I don't know, maybe fully revamp wand builds and create a whole new thing there. And now we have to because I said that, but you know. That kind of stuff. So yeah, obviously you have ones that are more content-centric, ones that are more character balance-centric, and different focuses like that. So this one, content, in-game. We wanted our core players who have been playing for 10 years, the ones that are really looking for PoE, who are like mostly playing in the end-game, to really have that like expansion and new boss fights. And
that was a discussion we had yesterday, actually, was this idea that you
yes,
don't necessarily
it is
have
very
to worry
hype.
about new player
There's some
onboarding
crazy
as much
stuff
for
coming.
1 now, but that's more the focus for PoE 2.
I would definitely say
looking
that,
at the items.
for PoE 1, it's like it can easily, it's now very easy to just say, you know what, like if this isn't new player friendly, it's okay. Like we're making a game for the experienced PoE 1 players, so like we can just go ham with all that stuff.
Damn, okay.
Like if you're a new player, then PoE 2 is obviously going to be more appealing. You know, like
new player.
I imagine they're more likely to want to go there. But of course, PoE 1 still, you know, like it's still a, like, we don't want to throw that away completely, but it's like certainly in terms of the focus of the content, like a lot more sort of in-game stuff. You know,
will be the
like this is stuff that appeals to someone who actually is able to get to that content. So
it's down to content creators now.
Of course, you've still got the leagues. You know, the mercenaries. I think you were initially when we first told you about it, you seemed a little bit like, oh yeah, I don't know how big that's going to be. But then when you actually played it, it's like, you know, it's quite a thing.
Yes, it was beyond what I expected playing it.
Right.
Because I brought up a concern after watching the reveals that I felt like there was a bit of a gap, some disparity in kind of what you revealed once I got the sense of like what was secrets about Atlas versus Mercenaries of Trathis. I had some concerns. I was like, okay, so the Mercenaries thing seems like really awesome, and that kind of is like, by the time you get to end game, you've kind of started to explore a lot of that. And you know, there's still more progression beyond that, but that's like, it's not necessarily like a ton of new content for that mechanic beyond that. And then you've got this new Secrets of the Atlas system, which starts at tier 14. It's very endgame pinnacle content focus. So I'm like, it feels like there's kind of a gap there between tier 1 and 14. But you mentioned yesterday after that discussion that maybe you've changed it.
I initially was like, you know, people are coming back after a long time. They're going to come back, and yeah, some people have been playing, but like the majority of people haven't, and they're going to come back, get to that end game, and be like, all right, let's get my footing back, refigure things out. Obviously, Settlers is there, but I understand a lot of people have experienced that in the last year, so that's not going to feel too new, but there's a little bit going on there. You've obviously got Betrayal, and then yes, we have our whole like certain scarabs up, certain scarabs down kind of balance, which I will note, by the way, only a portion of which will be in the initial set of patch notes. We'll have more scarab changes coming soon.
Patch note expansions to be announced.
People who, ideally our PoE 1 players know by now, we get a little bit feral and we just go to the end. We go till Friday of the release date for our balance changes, so not everything is there, but a lot of it is. You know, there's all those changes, and I thought, yeah, it's all good. What we'll do is aim for the people who really want new Pinnacle fights. Like, when we added the tier 17s, they were a bridge between Pinnacle and Uber Pinnacles. So they weren't even the kind of highest tier of difficulty in the game.
They're harder than Pinnacles.
You could argue these aren't either, because they're Pinnacles, but they are a step above the existing Pinnacles. They are a bit harder. That being said, of course, just to clarify, there is a quest version of them, where it is you get to tier 14s, and you will find them deterministically and get through all three of them. Just for the narrative, you get to explore all that. They're easier balance. And then you get into farm mode, where you get the true rewards and the true, you know, difficulty test. But yeah, as you pointed out, I thought that'd be alright, and then you did raise your like, but what about between tier 1 and 14? It's not going to feel very new, and it was like,
yeah, where's the content?
Yeah, fair enough. So yeah, we made some changes, of course, and as much as now in the live stream it says we're introducing it at high tier maps, that is where the story is introduced, so to speak. But we're now adding a bunch of trickled stuff beforehand, all the way from like tier 3 maps, where you're now you're finding those memory influence maps, or the influenced by the originator, as it said. You're getting the memory strand items, which are actually very useful for actually finding good item drops and crafting as you're going through the in-game. And so you're getting that all the way through. And then, once you get to the higher tier maps is when you get into the actual Pinnacle storyline with the new 3 Pinnacle bosses. So yeah, I mean, look, straight up, it was just like you know, what we thought was good oversight, but like this is always what happens. I think even Jonathan mentioned earlier is like often, you know, when we have these podcasts and interviews, it's just like half the time we end up discussing stuff that we're then going to go and change the day after or the day of, and that's exactly what
I feel
we
like
end
something
up
always
doing.
comes out of the Q&A. You usually do some sort of live development during these, which I love.
mean, there's so much that like to not and happening so rapidly, and coming together very much, you know, all together at the end. It's impossible to really have your eye on everything and not miss like some things. And you know, even we always often miss things, and then it goes live, and then we address it then as well, and stuff like that, right? It's just like very crazy, but again, that's I kind of think that's the magic to it, and what allows us to do so much in so little time. But it is also the thing as well that's going to result in, you know, the 6 expansions coming in the next year for the combined games. So
so now like the state of it looks like veteran players are going to be exploring the mercenaries as they're leveling up. They're going to be going into the end game and kitting out, trying to find their ideal mercenaries, gearing them up, swapping them around, starting to interact with memory packs of enemies that drop memory influenced maps, that drop memory influenced items that they can craft, which I'm excited about that as like a progression, that crafting system with the boosted craft. And that was, you mentioned like a way of kind of getting the tiering system into Path of Exile 1.
The initial idea there was like, how can we get the tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5 item drops from PoE 2 system into PoE 1? And it was like, well, you know, why don't we just do it in the new endgame system? And then we're like, well, we can have more granularity. It can go all the way from 1 to 100. There's not really much point not. And so you're finding better items. Like every time you pick up these items, it could have a set of full tier 1 modifiers. So that was the initial goal. And then, you know, it was like, well, may as well. Like the crafting orbs can just consume it as well. Now it's worth getting into that specifically. The basic crafting orbs all consume it. And right now, like, we don't have fossils and harvest and stuff do it, but it is our intention to implement that. But it's a bit scary. There's some OP there for sure, but I really like all those systems interacting and interweaving.
Please.
Now, what we're finding right now is that you actually do that crafting first, then you consume the memory strands for like the final exalts and final applications. And that is something that is happening internally, and you're getting some pretty insane outcomes there to guarantee like a T1 mod on your final exalts and stuff like that. But yeah, if we were to do it the other way around, you'd probably end up having it be very much using all those systems. So before we turn that on, obviously we're going to review every single thing and make sure we're definitely happy with everything, because it is a very complicated web of craziness.
Actually, that was the question I was wanting to ask. Was like, how do you even make new crafting systems for PoE 1 at this point? Like with all the various intricate, do you just kind of like make it and
you just
cross
have
your
to,
fingers?
You just have to effectively just take the chance and just come up with what you can do, because you know if you worried about literally everything, you'd never make anything. You know, so you have to on some level.
But it's the same with uniques. It's the same with new character systems. There's so many variables that you kind of just like. Here's a thing.
Let's see what happens.
Luck.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes, exactly.
That's kind of broken. Great.
It's fun though. It's just fun.
So you've got this progression system now, which sounds phenomenal. That sounds like a really nice improvement to just to like, while we're exploring the various changes you've done to things like the massive overhaul to Betrayal, for example, and like the new Scarabs, those new systems, the integration of like the previous content that's gone core. And then you get to tier 14, and then it's like new story kicks in with the Secrets of the Atlas, the memory system, and that uses the kind of like the idea of those memory threads.
Yeah, we had what was memories before.
Yeah.
So that was like, there was Alva's memory and all of that, and they had kind of different things. You couldn't juice them, but some of them gave pretty specific rewards, and a bunch of them were worth absolutely nothing.
The lack of juicing kind of meant that they didn't really have a good place in the end game, though.
Yeah, there was only a couple that were worthwhile.
We were like, we didn't really give that system justice, so like let's kind of use that as the baseline for the new memory threads, except we 100% allow full juicing.
Yep.
And make them more unique, have the ultra mods at the end of each run, and then have the new influence mechanic. And then what we did is we took all those memories, and we were like, I think it was Octavian actually who suggested it, was like,
good job.
Put all those on Kirak. And so all the Kirak missions that can now be offered, since Kirak also couldn't be juiced, Kirak missions now can give you all of the things that appeared on those memories before, which gives him a unique thing that he didn't have before as well, and it can be more valued farming that. So 2 birds, 1 stone. Good suggestion.
Thanks, Octavian.
And,
Thanks, Octavian.
But yeah, effectively those, and then we're like, those memory strands, we don't want it to just be, I'm doing normal mapping, then you find the memory We've already tripped up now. It's this thing we were talking about yesterday with all the terminology.
Memory threads versus memory strands.
The memory threads. Again, once you're playing, it's a bit more clear. But yeah, we've got a bit of synonym thesaurus issues going on. You're doing the memory threads, and it's like, well, we want to be able to do that experience without just having to go, okay, I don't want to have to run a bunch of maps, get a thread, have some fun, and then, I'm back to just, regular things. So we're like, well, once you've finished the storyline, I won't explain exactly how that concludes, because it's a big one. What those maps that you can find on that thread now will start dropping. But it's T16s, and more frequency, and then but they will be rolling with Tier 17 mod pool, and we're kind of calling those T16.5s, because they are very close to T17s, and it's kind of honestly, I would say in some cases, if you get the right memory skills, better than T17s, which I know has been a huge concern, and I agree with that, and I am finally, hopefully, we can not have just the age of T17s that can't self-sustain, and you have to trade for, and a lot of frustration there. That's the hope. If it doesn't fully solve it, obviously it's still the intention to. So
well, let's talk about the problem with Tier 17s then. So obviously there's a few issues going on there. It seems like that you had this very varied endgame, tons of different maps and everything, and then kind of narrow that down to 4 maps instead. And obviously it was presenting problems for build diversity as well.
It was also a clash, because it was like those were meant to be the bossing way to get to the Ubers, and it ended up being the juicing, and so then you have the people, you have a kind of economy clash between people who want to farm bosses and people who want to juice, and it was like, okay, well, they were intended to be the boss way, whoops, but they were still kind of fun for both axes, in some regard, minus a few little bits and pieces. Like obviously we had to do some changes to the mods, how they generated, like we certainly had some hiccups with that one the first time around. It was then all of a sudden now T16s are dead, So the hope here, bring them back. You can farm the map you want as with the originator influence on it, I believe is what the text said, or what I call memory influence or Zana influence, all of these things, whatever, they're influenced with a bunch of red and blue stuff. You get the pedals, you get the skills, but you get the div card you want, you get to farm the layout you want, you get to do the boss you want, and you don't have to deal with,
Can you say somewhat definitively if juicing is going to be happening at Tier 16s again, or is it still going to be Tier 17s a bit? Not sure.
Currently, as far as I can tell, it should be in the 16s, but I didn't want to make it that the 17s are just garbage.
Yeah.
I think especially with the right memory influence skills appearing, which you do have to take a bit of a gamble for, and sometimes you get really good ones and sometimes you get okay ones. That's part of the fun when you get in, you're like, oh yes, I got the epic one that revives monsters and I get all the loot twice. And then when you get that kind of thing, it's going to be like, okay, this is just 100% better, like how was it not? And then of course multiply that with all the all flames, and there's going to be some madness occurring. Not Necropolis tier madness, but there will be madness. We have learnt from that a bit. Don't you worry about that. That was out of control on a level unprecedented. Still new tiers of madness.
There's a question from chat about Atlas passive skill tree, and with it expanding, with all these new things being added to it. Is that something you consider as to how many points you end up getting and those decisions between things?
I like the amount of points you get and the amount you can invest in a given tree loadout. I think that is correct.
Still feels right.
We do remove a little bit of nodes, and we have added some, but I wouldn't we've added new ways to juice via the influence. We've added new ways to add more things to the all flames and stuff like that, and there's new multiplicative things going on there. I wouldn't also then want to just be like, here's another plus 20% on the tree as well. I think that choice matters. I like that choice matters, and I think you should have to give up something to get something of the new thing, or have one of your loadouts focus on that and two of the others focus on something else.
So app alerts up for this.
Help is you mentioned to me this idea that you might be getting more access to the content from the investment nodes that you're taking anyway via Scarabs, right? Scarab drops.
Yeah, true. I mean, it was more of a SSF feature, but it will work for everyone. But both the map device where you apply Breach League and a bunch of the nodes on the Atlas tree that are chance to have breaches in your maps, both also now increase the chance of you getting Scarabs of that league's type, which is kind of how PoE 2 did it as well with their leagues, where
Play the content to get the
you
content.
get expedition to get more expeditions.
Great.
It's the same thing here. We just wanted to push that a bit more, give a little bit more agency, and influence the scarabs you're getting. That way, you're getting more of what you want, because there are a lot of scarabs, of course, and you can block a decent chunk of them, and you can invest in some others. And we're just like more agency is better here, like straight up. So may as well, and it just simply adds more value to the map device craft. So why not?
All right. I know we're jumping around topics a lot here, but it's just kind of in the flow of things. But on the mercenary topic, so you've designed these guys to be so good that everyone's going to want to use one, right? And that's like the right way to design it objectively. But it does raise the question as to you need to make sure that they're not abrasive to use, that they're fun to use, that there's not necessarily problems where you feel like, oh, I have to use them. So how do you go about making sure that that's the case for these guys?
I mean, obviously them increasing the difficulty, is a thing that says maybe you don't want to necessarily, maybe they're not pulling their weight on a boss fight, and stuff like that, making it actually harder because of the life.
If you don't have the right mercenary,
or if you don't have the right mercenary, you don't have the right gear on them. These are factors. However, generally they should be fun to have with you. You should want to engage with it. That is the league. If you're not playing in the league, or you don't want to engage with the league as much, you still got the end game, you still got betrayal, you still got the settlers, all that stuff is all still there. The character balance changes, everything's still there.
Yep, it's
just
OP.
Ideally you'd want to engage with the mercenaries. They are generally more beneficial than not. You would have to really over level them and not be upgrading them for them to start being kind of useless.
But the item and combat mechanic with them by itself is also even if you're not hiring a mercenary, there's still there's a source of items there. There's new things like mechanics that they've got going on with that. So even that part is a thing in itself.
Well, something I didn't realize from watching it and then even playing for a while was that, and I think the UI is getting improved by launch for this, but when they have the currency pocket, when you don't actually pick a currency from that, they give you all the currency from that window.
Okay.
Yeah, it's so. It was a bit juicier than I thought it was, actually. It kind of caught me by surprise.
Yeah. Why not? But it was interesting creating a, there's not many leagues where you get one reward.
No dimension, though.
And obviously not the currency pouch, but you
pick a item,
picking a single piece of gear.
Yep.
And so we had to really think okay, I mean you can see it, so you already get a pick from all the different slots. But it was how do we make sure that their gear is comparable to what a player would have, which is kind of you're identifying many and picking the best, and you're crafting a thing, and so it's always better than average. And so we had to really think about what their gear should and what their items should look like, to be comparable to something you would actually want or have. So yeah, it's rare to have a league where you actually only just get one item. Even Ultimatum, sure you get one and many rounds in a row, so you still get up to 10, whereas this is just actually one.
So you have to make sure it's good, right?
Yeah, and that was actually kind of complicated to do, but there's some pretty powerful stuff you can get from that. I mean, obviously the uniques are relatively easy to put in, but they do affect the mercenaries in some pretty crazy ways. But the rare items and stuff like that, it was a little bit complicated to actually get that to feel good, such that you feel like, I actually want to take that as opposed to just always taking the currency. But if you want to do that, go ahead as well.
Was there any kind of, just out of curiosity, was there any kind of thought on as to what sort of items or what sort of mods they roll on their items then? Since they're they are kind of specific builds.
Yeah, kind of. It is relative to the build more so, yes.
Yeah.
There are 30-something different archetypes. So we talked about the Striker and I can't remember the names of Eruptor and stuff, but there are 30-something of them. And, there's a Chaos Mage and there's ones with curses and ones with auras and ones with... I'm obviously listing all the utility stuff because I know that it's the aura bots of Trathus really is probably how a lot of people are going to see it.
No aura, exiled.
But actually, there's a lot of custom skills in there. They're not entirely player skills.
Yeah,
I know we touched on the Trathus skills, but we only showed this. I feel there's maybe around 16 of them. Some of them
and
are
you
cool.
Can get those, right?
Wow.
They can just be in their little pouch. And you can
just take one.
You can pick them, and if you defeat them, they drop it, and you get it. And that's a new. So it's kind of like a transfigured gem in a way, but it's a Trathan gem, and it's just so that's a way of delivering a bunch of new skills. And you have, I know you have Blood Storm Call, which is physical that creates a blood dot. So you maybe want to add, so there might be some builds that want to do that. There's like new spectral shield throws and a whole bunch of different things. We saw the siege ballista in the live stream, but there's certainly a whole bunch of them. I know there's a kind of incinerate based blast ray. Blast rain was it? Yeah, like arrow comes out, comes down, does a wave of almost like an incinerate wave out of it and stuff like that. So like,
some fun with that.
You know, spoiling a bunch of them, but it's only 4 or so. But yeah, there's heaps of different skills there, which is pretty cool. But then they also just have like kind of high cooldown and different passive skills and stuff like that as well. So like, there's a lot of stuff.
Should have
to
put
consider.
more of those in the video, honestly.
Yeah, possibly. Probably. Yeah. And there's probably some surprise and cool stuff for people to find. You know, it was a 42-minute presentation. You know, like it's all right. Give a taste. Let people find a lot of cool stuff on live. So
hell yeah.
In terms of making them fun to like manage and hire and things like that, if you'd asked me before playing it, I would have said like, oh yeah, you want to be able to like spend some sort of passives on them or something like that. But then actually after playing it, I was like, oh, it's kind of good that you didn't go to that level.
Yeah, I don't want to build them that much.
You can change between them easily.
Would have been a bit annoying. I think.
Yeah, and a bit too much tedious upkeep.
Low micromanagement on this. So like doing the gear, but you won't have to do that too often.
No.
Don't level up. They don't have like they have a passive tree behind the scenes. You just don't get to see it or engage with it.
I wasn't actually sure. Was that when it's actually
What
allocating
the
individual
fuck?
nodes?
No, they have a Trath and passive tree.
Okay.
Secret proprietary.
Yeah. I mean, they gain stats as they level up, and it's kind of relative to the archetype, and there's some stuff going on. But you don't need to care about that. It's just
AI
as far as you know, they're higher level. They've made somewhat intelligent decisions about their passive points and whatnot, and they're pretty good.
Intelligent.
Of course, you know,
points.
some are better than others. Some will be good for your build. Much like you will have, here's the meta ascendancies for a league. Probably those, each meta ascendancy then has the meta mercenary for the league, and so on
Mercenary
and so forth.
versus Uber Boss.
It's going to be pretty
And
crazy, I
Project.
suspect, in the end. There's like, you know, as much as it's pretty simple to just arrange them, there's going to be a lot of little minor complexities. So.
That's poor path of building, guys.
I was going to say, like, are they going to have to implement some interesting...
It's definitely going to be a part of your build, so it's got to go in there. Yeah.
100%.
They can give you auras and various other buffing skills. I had a Templar that had like an aura, and he had the smite with the lightning aura.
Your meta build, then for that you need your 3 meta mercenaries, and then your meta animate guardian, and then you've got, you know, like, oh my god, too many. I mean, at least a lot more items will be getting put to use, so that's good.
I'll be curious to see how the Animate Guardian feels, because, I don't know, like, that one has obviously the skill gem cost as well, potentially, like, supports and things like that.
Yeah, of course.
But, so that's obviously a bit more of a tax, whereas these guys are just a free add-on on top. You don't
What are we
cost you anything
vacuuming?
except
gold.
gold. Yeah, gold.
The whole map.
Which was, you intentionally didn't go for an upkeep cost for them, which I noted.
Yeah, I mean, you already earned there. You still got to pay them a little bit, but you defeated them. You don't need to pay them by the hour anymore.
There's a gold cost if they die, which I found I had a couple die early on, but then they were mostly, especially if I picked good ones, they were staying alive. Like I had one guy that was ridiculously tanky, and then some of them had like 4k life, and this guy had like vitality and enduring cry and kind of like a fizz aura and immortal call and things like that. I'm like, oh yeah, these guys are kind of better than me.
It's true. Often you might find yourself aspiring to become more like your mercenaries.
This is going to be
but look, these are trained fighters from a ruthless place in Trathus, and they've come here and they're like, what are all you weaklings doing? And so, you know.
It was quite confronting when I was like doing my usual running through mud flats with my ranger in a Hessian sackcloth clothing. And then I run into literally the ranger one, and they're like wearing Giga MTXs, and they got like all these different supported skills, and they're like comboing them together. And I'm like, what?
It's giving you something to aspire to. This is what I can become. I
felt really good when I fired them later.
Yeah, look, remember they came here of their own choice. They haven't been exiled here as a criminal and left to rot on a beach.
I have to say, they kind of feel like suckers. So they've got this honor code system, right, that says that if a challenger comes and challenges them, they have to wager literally one of the pieces of clothing they're wearing of the challenger's choosing, and the challenger doesn't have to put up anything. Like, you don't have to wager anything of yourself. Like, I feel like in a previous Path of Exile, we might have you're like, oh yeah, you have to gamble your item.
But if you remove the game mechanic from the equation and you go, okay, let's say you and I have a duel and I get to take your shoes, and my sacrifice is I have to die. I don't think that's a fair trade. Now,
yeah, but this is in a world where you can revive.
Yeah, but they don't know that.
Okay, fair
you
enough.
know,
Good
and
point.
like honestly, if I have to go like your shoes versus my 15% experience, like I don't know if I'm gonna.
Nice, pretty nice boots. Sort of.
Yeah, sure, but like like
Death,
that's
yeah.
part of my level I just lost. So like, I don't know if I'll take that trade.
Yeah, well, you got me there. That's a good point. We'll get some more questions about the mercenaries there. Do mercenaries count as minions? Has been asked.
Oh, I said 15%, and I realized that is not correct.
You can literally have your mercenary as your enemy guardian.
I know that's the
Yeah,
wrong
run him and the gear gets
obviously,
saved.
like we're gonna have 6 Leocasts.
Yeah,
I just quickly glanced at chat, and I'm like, oh, jeez, I said I just made something up on the spot in the heat of the moment. Don't worry about me.
The question was, do mercenaries count as minions for the purpose of various minion-based things? Like
they don't count as a semantic minion for like minion damage and all of that. But I know, for example, all the how there's bosses and they have certain skills because they're less avoidable. They deal less damage to your minions. They also count as
Okay, that's good.
They also get that damage reduction from those things because like they're
minions.
not like going, there's an AOE here, I'm getting out of it, and they're gonna jump back in like you are. They're just going to soak the damage, and so we've made it so obviously they don't take as much damage from.
Okay, that's fair.
Those unavoidable attacks, so to speak, and much like how your minions do and whatnot. But again, they are pretty tanky. So on top of that,
on that same spirit of like live improvements happening as we're talking about it. It's like yesterday I was asking kind of can you heal them with like the minion flasks or something like that to like heal them in between combats, and later I got a message saying that you guys have changed it so that they heal out of combat now.
Yeah, it was taken from the it's something I actually really like that the minions do in POE 2, where when there's some downtime they kind of regenerate back to full life. So that change was made yesterday actually, and so now the mercenary, you don't have that thing where you have to give it some life regen, and like explored a few different options, but it was just like what. Just like if there's a little bit of downtime, or if it's more if they haven't lost life in the last some amount of time, they just back to full life. So
that's
cool.
just good quality of life. Yeah,
you don't just have them sitting at 10% life, and you're like, what am I supposed to do here?
So they can be brought into pinnacle content is one of the other questions I'm saying.
Anywhere, everywhere in the game.
No restrictions.
Are
on
we
that?
still running potion?
And people seemingly from the question, based on the questions, don't believe that you can have like a 6-person party and have 6 mercenaries. That you wouldn't allow that. That's too crazy. I mean, it is too crazy, but you do allow that, right?
We do.
Yeah, we do.
That's the thing. Okay.
I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot of auras. But I'm very much looking forward to playing my
9-player party.
My support characters, and you'd expect you're a support character, so you can get a DPS merc now and not have to play with your friends. But I'm thinking, well, hold on, I can be a support character and have a support mercenary and support my friends even more. So like it's all
hell yeah, log in.
Hell yeah. Perfect. I mean, one level I certainly felt like the DPS ones were viable if I was playing more of a supported role, or if I was like struggling in that regard. They did seem like they were actually able to kill things. Is that something that can happen in endgame though? Like that seems hard to believe.
11 at the end of the day, you can give them Headhunter, you can give them all of that stuff, and they take the damage, they scale it. Like the only thing they don't have is your skill, which could be bad, and thus they could be better than you, or you could be very good, and in which case, I'm just saying, like they are still a computer. Right, they are still at the end of the day doing that, so they might not make the smartest decisions that you agree with.
There's like custom AI for each skill, right?
There is 100%, and
so they're a bit above.
They're like exiles.
They might be. I'd say around 55% percentile average. Computers can be good. So, but at the end of the day, when you're like, giga zooming and obliterating everything before it can even appear on your screen entirely. There's a question of how much use can they really be, and that's where I come in and say, look, the floor is still, they're half a party member worth of loot increase, and they are, whatever auras and all of that. So you might pivot from more. You definitely want like DPS ones are real good all the way through, but once you again become the power of 1,000 gods, like
there's a certain point where
there's only so much you can do. Now that being said, if you do want to play a more passive character and you want them to just go wild, like, they're pretty strong. There is, of course, the thing where if you miscalculate that, you go into your pinnacle, relying on them to kill it, and you miss the mark and they die. It's not like you're bringing them back in that area.
They only have one
so
portal.
now you're like, oh, damn it. not sure what to do now, and you've got to do it the hard way. So,
like an Animate Guardian.
But yes, much like the new change to Animate Guardian, if they die,
mask,
they don't come back into that area.
and or
Sounds
garb.
like a good way of
Only
doing it.
sequential
Yeah.
instances.
Demon helmet.
Much
Yeah.
better than the losing
Cast
gear
for
and all
damage.
that,
Yeah,
all that drama.
we went through all that. I even had the like, maybe in Ruthless they should lose an item, or maybe I was like, is that a thing? I was like, oh, no, look, it's either right or wrong. Let's just go with what we know is right, what people will like, and what is not going to just cause a bunch of unnecessary. Oh my god, now I gotta do this again, and something unpredictable happens, or some monster skill is like particularly imbalanced, and it's like, oh my god, it just lost so much currency, and like, so
It's gonna be fucking hilarious.
all good.
Sounds great. Awesome. Settlers Town went
Didn't he
core. We
just
didn't have
say
to
they
rebuild
can't
it.
be healed by
Phenomenal. Thank you. Gold goes core, which obviously as an experiment feels like a success then. Jonathan, I think you feel like you can speak to that.
I mean, sure.
Gold was a core feature of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely happy with where God, with how God improves things. I mean, we originally did it as a way to reduce the number of things that monsters can drop while still having it so that they feel like they drop things.
Yeah, like culling the.
Yeah. But I mean, I honestly, I think it's been a straight up improvement, and obviously it's really good to be able to work with the the new the trade, the currency market and stuff like that. Like, I think that stuff, I don't know that there'd be another way to do that as successfully as the way that works. So I think that's worked well. And it's funny because on the surface, you're like, oh, every game's got gold. But the funny thing about it is that in most games, gold is a lot of games have like bound items, and then gold is the only thing you can trade. In our game, you've got unbound items, and gold is the only thing you can't trade, and that's why it sort of works as that kind of trading kind of thing. So I think the way we've done it, it works well. I definitely want to keep it. Like, it's got a different.
It's just
place
exciting POE 2.
We may be able to
It's
expand its use
triple
as
the
well.
radius. It's 20 versus
Like right now, it's
60.
not
It's
used
triple.
for like shops or anything
don't
like
know
that.
And
Like,
the
it's used for
total
gambling.
area,
Yeah.
Talking behind, you can see the Discord overlay on screen. We are on Discord with all my friends a couple of them that we're gonna probably group play with at the league start, like we usually do. If you want to listen to the stream, then you should listen to the stream.
That's one that I see is like mixed opinions on. Some people love it. It's
we are
passive
sometimes
income.
talking over stuff.
And but it's also like an obligation. It's a thing you got to check in on. It's busy work to an extent.
We did some changes here, so we did slow down. We made them take longer, and proportionally, in some cases, increase the rewards. The intention there being, of course, that way you have to deal with it less.
It's not the focus of the league anymore.
It's
we
not
don't want to be
so-
overtaking what you're doing all the time.
Yeah. I expect these things to be a bit divisive, 100%. Some people love it, some people don't.
Wait till
and that's
campaign
great.
is over,
That's everything
most
in PoE,
likely.
and that's everything we add. And you can choose to
Mechanics
do
are a
it, you
little
can choose
annoying
not
when
to
you're
do
not
it.
powerful.
Maybe you choose to just do the crops and do the shipments and not worry about all the other stuff to do with it. Maybe you just use the map runners and put all of your gold investment into that. There will be other ways to spend gold in the future. Maybe because you don't want to deal with them, you build up an excess, and then all of a sudden we add the gambling strongbox from PoE 2 or something like that to sink the rest. Who knows? Yeah, we'll see.
Dude, it's so good.
It's a fun strongbox, but that will come to PoE 1. I promise you.
100%.
So. There'll be ways to do it, but we'll feel it out and see how much gold people are getting relative to losing as well a bit, and then see. But the intention here is that if it's feeling annoying and how much you have to deal with it, then we've missed the mark, and we'll probably even, adjust things a bit further as well.
Okay, yeah.
But again, like everything, it's up to you, your agency, your choice.
You touched on an interesting point, because I feel like before it wasn't optional because it was there and it was free stuff. So why wouldn't you do it? But now you're actually, both in terms of gold, but also your passive application, like, are you actually even investing in having those ores appear versus something else? So it's not necessarily just like a free thing on top that you're obligated to do. It's now a more conscious decision.
I could see it feeling mandatory, and if it does feel mandatory, then we've missed the mark a little bit for sure.
You want to avoid that.
I don't want it to feel so mandatory, but that being said, I also wouldn't want it to feel so terrible that you never want to engage with it. So there's always a fine line to hit. And
but there's stuff you can only get from there, so there's always going to be that.
Yeah, for sure. If you want to get the tattoos and rune grafts, and some of those rune grafts, a lot of them are like pretty crazy off-build stuff, and there's a good set of like chase ones in there, and there's some pretty crazy stuff in there to get, but
Lyric
I think
Fest
it's a
doesn't do
better
anything
system. I like the
Rasmus.
idea that now Settlers is giving 2 different passive tree mechanics that can
Really?
coexist as
Tattoos,
the
runes, yeah.
rewards,
What's
aside from
300% on
combinating and map running and stuff. But
28,000?
as opposed to like just
Oh, is it the
fucking
race
insane
shit?
enchants that you were getting on your weapons
So
before.
the enchants are gone then. This replaces
where
that.
do you
Yeah.
get the
Which
28,000
I think
from?
most
They
people
were,
expect.
they were a little bit much on the power creep
funny
axis.
sword.
It was kind of just a bit crazy,
Oh,
but
right, the sword.
you know, I wouldn't say that we won't see
it's
some sort
actually
of weapon enchant system
32,000%
back in the
increase
future.
Yeah.
You know,
Played
and
with
a
the
bit
idea
more
before.
regulated and stuff like that. But you know, because there's room for
It's
that.
less
There's
than
design space for
0.1%
that,
damage.
but we never know what form. But I like that Settlers is
Yeah,
where
but
you
that-
go
that- that's
to
not
get
really
your
what-
alternate passive tree
What I was
stuff.
alluding to here, I said we should buy out
for
the
changing
market
masteries
and
and
fucking
changing
short
nodes.
the
I
stock,
like
so
that
it's
as
super expensive
the, you know,
for
the
the
reward
by
from it.
cost.
It's a pretty
Their
funny
cast is too
reveal
common.
of the live reveal. Of
Yeah,
the
it's also not gonna get
coordination
deleted when they
changes,
die, so it's
No,
like
you did it. You got rid of
Yeah,
it.
it's not something you need to restock.
But then
I know,
obviously
well,
the old one's still there.
we're here
Life
seeing all of
preservation
the
helmet
elves,
does not
and then I'm like,
stack.
don't
You're
worry,
most
they'll
likely
come
gonna-
back,
you're
they'll
most
come
likely
back.
gonna put
It's
the
alright,
Delph
it's
helmet
alright.
with the
Entertaining
flat
from our
lightning or
perspective.
whatever, flat fire on it. Most likely.
That's alright. And then it also says L's,
If they're not dying-
saved. I love it.
If they need
I
help, you
I
just put Mask
very
of
thoroughly
Destruction
enjoy
down.
watching
Otherwise,
that.
you need the Delph helmet with the fire
So
socket.
you kept
for
the old
fire
version of
damage.
recombination. Is that
I mean,
changed
aren't
or
we
working
just
anywhere? Or is that just as it
Juggling
was?
them full?
The old
I don't know what their
way,
EHP
you know, I can't speak
pool
to that with an
matters more than
absolute
their
certainty,
recovery.
and I would have to talk
Yeah.
to,
Don't
you
know
know,
what their EHP is. No
designers
idea.
dealing with that. But I did say like we should pretty much keep it the same.
Yep.
And if there is a change, it needs to be like very much justified. It's not like, you know.
Yeah.
People like it for a reason. Like keeping it alongside the other one and then gutting it is obviously not not the play. You may as well have not kept it at that point. So yeah, it was certainly the intention that we keep it.
Patch notes is after
still a
Q&A, yeah.
favorite. Like if anything, I would be okay with making things more expensive. So it's a little bit harder to use at the top end when you're doing like, you know, the very I think that is maybe the thing we concluded. When you're interacting with a lot of the really special modifiers that you normally can't get on items, we're making it a bit more expensive. But I don't think that was a huge constraint anyway,
Not a
unless you
barrier
were
for the people doing
unless
it
you were going
usually.
a bit- yeah, sure. So you know, I would prefer to do something like that instead of nerfing the power of it at this
Yeah,
point.
it probably is a mistake.
And I'm like 99% sure we didn't nerf the actual functionality of it. But
Yep.
I'll verify, and if that is the case, I will let the community know afterwards.
Okay. On the topic of gold, an ongoing thing has been that gold is, you know, very present from that core Atlas mechanics and certain things, but other things just literally don't drop it. You do Blight or whatever, and you just don't get gold, or you know, Sanctum just doesn't get gold.
Shit.
That's obviously a separate topic, but is
Oh.
this something that has been normalized across the game?
Makes
Do you
Sanctum
want players
gold.
to be in a
We are
position where they
making-
can't use it?
We are making some adjustments. So, like when we did that, obviously we went through the entire game, of which there is a lot, and specifically we're like,
You
you
get
know,
to do one
do this, do
Sanctum
this,
per-
do this. Too much
per
gold, lower,
playthrough.
lower, and we had
Well, you get
penalties
the
and
quest Sanctum.
increases all over the place, and yeah, a bunch of stuff was too low. Some stuff is, and I wouldn't say it's too high. It was actually probably relatively nice mostly. There was just a bunch of stuff that's just dead. And it is our intention for that to not be the case. So yeah, we do want to increase those. I don't know how much they'll necessarily increase by, but it is something that is on our radar 100%. So
Yeah, okay, great. Because
Heist is a good example.
Yeah, I think the most compelling argument I heard
with,
in favor
gold.
of like making sure that those had access to gold was for the player who wanted to focus on just that. They just wanted to heist. They
100%.
can't currency exchange, right? That's the biggest problem.
100%. It isn't. It is just like let's say it is already a relatively divisive league, and then also the gold sucks. It's easy to perceive that as dead. So
Yeah.
It look, there are some things where we maybe make an intentional decision because they are like
Just
too
delete
rewarding
Sanctum, remove
to be
Sanctum.
like it's not a place you're going to get a lot of gold, Sanctum, and then you know when we're like okay, which
is he gonna fire off the
we make some
Sanctum?
changes.
Sanctum, yeah.
But
That guy's
then you
high.
have the you know things like heist where I would say it doesn't really isn't that
it
regard, and it's just like why is the gold bad here, and it's like look, we just missed the mark. So
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, well, I guess since we brought it up, the Anti-Sanctum Alliance has been constantly messaging me, asking about, you know, whether Sanctum's going to see any changes in terms of just kind of how much raw currency it prints early league for like a low investment for like really knowledgeable players, giving them such a massive advantage over. Obviously, that's always the case, but it seems to a severe magnitude.
I don't have the exact changes because they're literally we're like going to do them
Ongoing.
today or Monday.
They did them today
but,
after
like,
I DM'd them.
Which I know seems crazy. So they're not like massive grand
Yeah,
rework,
they
but
were
at least for
gonna
now
fucking
we're
nerf
certainly
it, and I
going to
was
give
like,
it
what the
less of the
fuck?
edge it has. I don't exactly know what form, but it's not going to it's not just going to be untouched. In terms of like a grander future. Like I would like to shift away from it just being pure regular currency and move into something where it has its own item and own reward mechanic that has some sort of interaction with something.
Hell yeah.
Like almost every league has something special. And that one is just like, obviously it's got a relic meta system, but it's just like, here's some uniques, here's a different style of gameplay, but just like, here's all the currency.
Yeah.
So yeah, then it becomes
Here's
very
200
quantifiably
device.
better or worse than just like core game. And
That's gonna help
very
new
early,
players so
very
much if it's less divines.
Maybe juicing catches
Shit's
up,
not gonna
but
be,
then, well, it obviously gets a little bit crazy in different axes. You get a lot more uniques, a lot more different things, but it's still. Yeah, it's just that there's a very easily quantifiable thing where it's like a very good strategy if you know what you're doing, especially very early on, as you're saying. But it needs its own thing. It 100% needs its own thing. So, but at least for now, it doesn't have to be as good as it is for how easy it is to do so. So we'll make some changes. I just don't know the exact specifics.
Some Sanctum
and
changes,
as a result,
Typhon.
they won't be in the patch notes today. It will be in another coming soon section.
Okay.
Because it is
expansions.
yes.
ASA.
Again, I'm not. Why would we not stop? Why would we stop
That's the
developing
story.
now?
I asked if they were going to nerf Sanctum, and they were like, nope. And I was like, what the fuck?
Exactly. Sounds
you
good.
You guys need to reconsider.
And,
nice.
With the
fuck?
like big changes to Betrayal, which look phenomenal. That's obviously like a big overhaul for that, and something that was really long awaited. It does kind of make me want to ask, like, do you have like another one that you're really looking forward to giving a similar treatment? I hear a lot of feedback about like quality of life around Bestiary, for example, being not where people want it.
That is on our radar. There's, I know for like itemizing beasts and improving the quality of life there is a little bit annoying. Maybe more than a little bit. But like talking about like the Sanctum reward as an example. There's some others, like I'd love to give, Blight a bit of an overhaul. I'd love to, do something with Delve. It's just all those, like, there's probably more that everyone's actually look at the full list. I'll be like, here's some
old
obvious
neglected
ones,
children.
Fall out of popularity, they fall out of favor, they get outdated, they become old, like
legacy of a decade.
It's what happens, but the good thing is, much like with Betrayal, we circle back and give it a whole fresh coat of paint. New rewards, new systems, new interactions, or step forward the storyline and evolve it into a mini sequel sometimes as an option. There's all these kinds of things that are completely things we could do. So like, purely hypothetical. Maybe you're now later on you're just delving and oh my god, there were the 3 cities and now there's a 4th city with a 4th boss and you have what is this thing I'm finding?
100% confirmed.
Again, now because hypotheticals have to become realities.
100% confirmed. Also, just like the Blight overhaul coming next week, and in my mind, you didn't even say it, but like temples are getting reworked. So I was like, you didn't even say it, but I said that in my mind, and now it's true. So. I'll hold you to that.
Cannot confirm nor deny.
Phenomenal. Some rapid fire quality of life things to kind of follow on from the Bestiary mention. We have like the ID all things in your inventory from PoE 2. Love it. Would love to see it in Path of Exile 1. Any reason why it couldn't be a thing or wouldn't be a thing? What? Do you hate it?
What did you say?
I can't remember what.
Control click at an NPC and
it's on my list. It's
ID,
still on my
yeah.
list. It's I had my here's all the quality of life stuff. It was like there was a section where it's like to discuss later again, and I put it in that, and I actually genuinely cannot remember why it wasn't just immediately and obviously doable.
Yeah, it seems like the thing if you want to do, you'd be like, yes, do it. So I assumed some hiccup.
There was one thing that was like blocking me from just being like, 100% just do it. I just can't remember what it was, but it's a thing we can get around and make happen for sure. But like, yes, the being able to go to town and ID all was very useful, and hideout as well was an extreme upgrade that I liked. So,
well, tell me who whatever dev is working on that, I'll go make them lunch or something so they can focus.
I'll take you to them afterwards. But you have to now, because if I'm going to be held to things I'm saying, you're going to now buy them lunch. So
okay, I'll see what I can do. Some of the older bosses with phases, Chimera is the one that stands out to me. Is like
immunity phases.
Yeah, just like really long immunity phases. In Chimera. They feel quite dated at this point.
Katarina got the same treatment. Where it's just like, Oh, okay. Like, you know, maybe
Like
like
move
40
tattoos or
immunity
some shit
phases
to
is just a
sync
bit
them.
much. It's not. I don't know what the number was. It wasn't there, but like it was.
Norex,
just
thank you
a
so
bit
much.
much.
Holy,
But yeah,
97.
a lot of those are
I
going to
have
need a bit of
alerts
overhaul
post
as
for
well.
the
It's hard to
reveal
justify
stuff.
going back and
I'll
spending a
resume
lot
them
of
after
time on that, but
Q&A.
there's sometimes a very
Let
easy
them
things
play
we
out.
can do.
And then
because
patch
instead
note
of doing
time.
that, we could just be making a brand new boss that's like way more epic, way more fun, and fits into a more modern and core thing. Whereas like some of those are just like very high end game, get some fragments. It's one boss of 4 that then gets to a pinnacle, and like you know, you want your pinnacles to be good. You certainly want your end of line bosses like Katarina to be good, and that having as many immunity phases as it was just doesn't hold up now. Like I would say it didn't even really hold up then either. It just again it takes you to really back out of the new stuff and go back and look at the thing to go, what is actually wrong with this, and look through everything and go, yeah, there's actually more bad here than I thought. And then you go through and fix it all and change it all and revamp it all and do it again X years later.
Patch notes, and they're not even gonna have everything
it's been
in
a while
there.
Since we talked about this, but with a discussion about gold and the currency exchange, I feel like it's worth revisiting. Just like, how do you feel the old trade manifesto holds up from way back in the day? Like now, in light of
I would say that the currency exchange, like, kind of definitely
Urkels on a Merc
shows that there's a. I mean, it's not like we didn't know there wasn't demand for instant trade, right? But the currency exchange definitely helped things a lot. And I know that we still want to do more stuff. Like I've kind of talked a little bit before about how there's other things we want to do, and I still think we want to do it. The main thing is that like the gold allows us to make it so that there can be a cost that isn't the cost of having to do the actual trade with like individual other people. And so I do think there is a world where we can go to like where we can have a different system. We'll probably prototype that in POE 2 first, I reckon, where we still don't have a permanent standard economy that. I mean, okay, in POE 2 we've got an economy that will exist forever, but that's not going to be standard, right? Because that'll be the early access economy that will stick around. So we've still got an opportunity here to completely damage the economy without while being able to recover from it.
I know from my perspective, when the currency exchange came out, I was like, after we played, and it was such a relief of friction that I was like,
you were like, this is all we ever need.
Maybe this is enough. And then now after, and obviously then it started coming back a little bit. Then playing O2O on POE 2. And then going and trying to trade for more items. I was like, I'm reminded of all the frustrations. I'm like, we definitely need more than just the currency exchange. So, I would say we scoped it out. We wanted to see if it was better enough. And then I was just like getting beyond angry, trying to trade. And I'm like, why is the whole server AFK?
I think it might have been worse than POE 2.
Doesn't know anything was
going on.
Players.
Like
what I found in POE 2, a fun little trade thing, is when I first started.
More focused on
didn't
POE
2. Go to you invite them, they come to your hideout.
Here's more of a team lead and managing and directing than like designing a boss or designing a mechanic or like.
I'm like, okay, I get it. No one knows that you just go to your hideout. That's a new thing to have to learn.
Oh, and it's shifted as well. Like weird new kind of like things of like culture things have grown out of that. Just like. Kind of independently from different like new people versus pre-existing POE players, and it's become a strange little.
It's
thing.
real fun to watch, eh?
It's an interesting little social experiment thing going on.
He sure is.
But I think like I think what you've touched on there is that it does just kind of raise the question of like, where should the friction be? The friction being in gold feels really good. I think
that is exactly the thing that we would prefer, right?
Yeah.
The thing that's going to be the question is that if gold is the only friction, there still needs to be. It still needs to be that the cost of it is enough. So the thing that the trade manifesto talks about basically is you get this issue with you don't get it with currency. So doing it for currency is actually fine because. Currency, it acts as a sink. It is currency, so it's okay to have like fluid trade for that. When you start getting into items, then you start to have that issue where the stuff at the top is worth like astronomical amounts, and the stuff at the bottom is worth nothing. And like any trade will cause that, but the easier trade is, the more you get that. So you've kind of got this like if trade it was very hard, you get like a flat line. You turns into more of an exponential growth curve as you as trade becomes easier and easier. So effectively, we just have to make sure that we're hitting the right point. And what I worry about, and this is one of the things as well, if we first do something like this, we're probably going to have to price the gold cost pretty high as a starting point, and then kind of maybe back it off as we see like what the effect is, because if gold is the only barrier, then you're going to see that kind of issue.
Well, gold's like a direct kind of translation of your like play time / play quality, your efficiency to that trade capacity.
So the fact that it works that way, where it's effectively character, like bound to you, effectively means that we can use it this way, and that's kind of the difference between us and other games. So I think that I think it will work, but it's like we're just going to have to be very careful. 100%.
Because I 100% get like the concern about it, because this is about like what you're actually putting on your character and circumventing whether you actually do any gameplay for that. But this makes it so that you are doing gameplay.
Yeah, gold is a really good fiction tool.
And so we have to be careful, especially in the early game, where if you can just get something that some high-level player just doesn't care about anymore, so they sell it for nothing. And then, but it costs you, but it effectively costs, it sort of needs to cost you something. So we just have to make sure we're getting that right. So when we do it, it'll, we're gonna have to be very careful around that stuff for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, even if it was just kind of like you can only really like realistically do a couple items a day, then it's not your bulk trading kind of method.
Can be,
it exists alongside the existing one or something like that. That could be a prototype for it. So it seems like it feels possible now, whereas before it was like a no way never. That's crazy.
It is possible now for sure. It is possible.
Which is it's just I'm excited to see what you do to experiment with that. Mark seems keen.
Won't be too far away, I think. But
people.
I'm pretty sure we're gonna prototype it in POE 2 first.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Where we've got a bit more leeway there.
Like you said, I mean that shows a bit of like a love and sanctity to Path of Exile 1 there for the people maybe concerned that you don't care about it.
Right. I guess so. Yeah.
And just one more note: and all you people who are listing items,
here he goes, rant time.
And then you're not even AFK. You're in a map, and you're just not replying.
Don't list it for that price if you don't want to sell it.
Please,
brother, we don't want to leave a map for a 1C trade.
Well,
what do you want?
No, you're going to keep
don't
going
list
now,
it then. Don't have 1C trades. Or turn the tab off while you're mapping. Turn it back on when you're trading.
There is that.
If they message me,
don't have a 1C dump tab. Like, what the fuck is that?
It's not 1C, but like if people message me in a dump tab, that's when I know it's worth something.
And that is the note that we'll wrap up the Q&A on today. Thank you very much, folks, for hanging out with us, and thank you, Jonathan and Mark, for answering our questions.
Exactly.
If you want it,
3 seconds, I'm in my hideout.
Yeah.
Everyone has fun, and we're back.
We're so back. We're so back. So back. See you later, guys.
See you later.
See ya. Nice. Okay, that was a fun Q&A actually.
We'll drop 600,000 uniques in a map.
Dump tab players are the big offenders. I mean, yes, but there's a reason for that, right? It's the easiest way to be efficient.
Yep. Other people do the price checking for you, basically.
Exactly.
Outsource it. Oh my god, the music.
Until there's an instant buyout option on pieces of gear, it's gonna stay that way.
Yep.
They're gonna have to make the All Flames fucking OP to compete with current Scarabs.
Yeah.
Scarabs are fucking insane right now. Like each Scarab is like an insane multiplier of power on top of each one. So like they just need to do some like really crazy bullshit to like compete with current Scarabs, to be honest. Like
Can someone TLDR me out of therapy when the stream was on?
On what?
The whole thing?
The whole thing?
Rewatch it. Go watch the announcement.
It's like 40 minutes. Like
don't want
There's a POE content update. There's your TLDR.
Thank you.
Some mechanics are reworked, and there's some old mechanics slightly coming back. And
I
there's
really
a new
hope,
mechanic.
Honestly, if this patch makes T16s like the
juicing place,
the juicing,
the
like, it's honestly a W.
That's a big win, yeah.
That's like a big win if it's like actually just better.
And it
than
still
T17.
brings the ass mods from T17s or whatever, but you can work around them, and it's not gonna be every single mod on your map, and you get to like pick layouts and stuff like that, and cards, like all the T17 layouts are so like mid, like they're not the worst, but they are not good either.
They're not great.
You know, farm apothecary again, like
yeah, it's gonna be insane. They did say the new maps have all of the T17 mods on them, though, right? Like they can.
They can, like,
yeah.
But it's probably gonna be like 1 or 2 lines out of the, you know, instead of like every single line.
Yeah.
It's a memory, so you can only find the map you want 1 time out of 4. Yeah, that's true. It's like
yeah, but it's like
Atlas
finding
memories.
the best like lines or whatever. Like there's gonna be a couple of spots where you wanna click them because if they function like the same as the memory, how it goes always goes upwards. So like it can go like up left or up right, and then from that one it can go up left or up right. And there's gonna be like some like more efficient lines than others, and it's gonna be like finding those on the Atlas.
Does this mean that you're gonna want multiple scries? Like you're gonna want like a line of scries that's like a circle, and so like you'll always have a map that in that like line that's scried.
Yeah, probably like cover all your options.
But that's like a lot of scries.
You're limited to 1.
It's 1 to 1. And you can scry as many maps as you want. No,
I don't.
Yeah. Yes, you can. In Gauntlet, there was a reward for the longest scry chain. You absolutely can have multiple.
Why is Rex
you can't
speaking?
have one go to
From where?
different maps. It's 1 to 1. You can't do like 1 to 5 or 5 to 1.
Yeah, okay. I get you.
They have to be unique map 1 to 1. But like you can do apothecary on one, doctor on another, whatever. Like
nurse on the next,
brother stash, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you just kind of like are hoping that you're hoping that like when you put down the memory, it's like a chain that like goes
the right
down
way,
all of them.
The best line.
Patch notes should be soon.
Yeah,
Just
any
probably
second
waiting a
now.
few minutes.
I'm already up.
He clicked it on the map though. He didn't get a choice where the memory went, right? It was random.
Correct. It's like current memories. They're in the game right now. Memories.
Yeah,
are.
you can
see how
test
they
them.
work.
Yeah.
Yeah, but can't you select where it starts?
Yeah, you
select where
can.
it starts.
You can.
Yes.
And then it goes
but
always
he
up.
didn't.
It never goes down.
No,
That's how it works right now, at least.
It starts in the map you're currently in, I think. No? Or did it choose
No, you
down?
click
I
it.
don't know. I
You
don't know.
click
Place it
it.
down.
Yeah, you place it on your atlas. Like you right click it and then you left click a map on your atlas. And then from that map, that's gonna be your first map, and then it goes
Did they
upwards.
show them doing that?
No, that's what I'm
Yes,
saying. That's how
yes.
memories
Hang
work
on.
now.
He clicks it.
Yeah.
It opened up his atlas. He didn't click it himself.
Yeah, it
He
just
clicked the thing in his atlas or in the map, and
clicked
it
the thing
opened
in
his
the
atlas.
map.
Okay.
And it opened the atlas and it applied to 4 maps. I don't know if
Passionate
that's the
up.
map that he's in though.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering too.
Does that? We don't know map icons. Fuck.
Mhm.
Oh wait, can you see the map icon? Because the little inside icon always never changes, right? It's just the outside design that changes between leagues.
You know what's really fucking annoying about this mechanic though is you can't pre-roll maps.
Patch notes out.
That's what's out. Okay.
Yep. You can't pre-roll maps if you're doing this memory shit, which is actually giga annoying.
And you're also
thing.
highly incentivized to have a solo player farm the chain up and then have the party come in later.
Lightning strike surge. XD.
Is there actually lightning strike?
Oh my god.
50% less damage.
Brutal.
What the hell? It's
fucking
not a big enough, not a big enough nerf, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, there it
is.
is.
The effectiveness of the
There it is. Oh, we took it off actually. We took off lightning strike nerf.
Bro, the one that
Okay.
so
No spoil. Okay,
Yeah,
no
that's
more
actually so
spoilers.
funny.
No more spoilers. Fuck.
No spoilers.
The one thing.
Sorry.
No.
All right.
I mean, we all kind of knew that was coming. Just funny to see the
Yes.
number.
I wanted to see how much, yeah.
Yeah.
Skipping secrets, skipping the mercenaries. We saw those in the reveal.
Reading.
New content, new support gem, focus channeling, Shaper Orb, Elder Orb, Order Remembrance, which randomizes the number of memory strands. Unraveling consumes the strands. Intention modifies a memory influence map, causing them to have more strands but fewer items. Okay. 20 new uniques, 5 new div cards. You can now pause the game. Rogue Harbor can be accessed without a coin.
Yeah.
Maximum number of single players in an instance in the Rogue Harbor has been halved. Oh my god. Message is now output to chat whenever the name of Sierra reflecting miss spawns randomly in a map, so you can't miss these anymore. Guild officers may now cancel unaccepted invitations to their guild. Improve art sound effects, blah blah blah. Players can either gain or lose XP in what? Is this Simulacrum, or is these all the Uber bosses?
Uber shit, yeah.
Okay. Atlas memories have been removed. Wait, just the old memories are removed?
Appears so.
Existing items will be deleted upon logging in.
Holy
Jesus.
shit.
Bye.
The old memories are just removed, and they are now Kirak missions.
Goodbye, Einhorn.
Introduce some new red tier Kirak missions that might recognize from previous Atlas memory. Okay, so they're just missions. So like the Strongbox one, for instance, or like the
Einhorn,
like the
Good Essence, or the Beast, the Vivid Vulture farm.
Yeah.
Those were the good ones.
But that means you can't target farm them or sell them. Doesn't that mean like fucking beast farmers are in Giga Shambles?
Yeah, wait. This just turned like vultures up like 10 times in price.
Yeah, this is gonna
They're gonna be like fucking
vulture price.
40 mirrors to finish a Fizzbo.
Yeah.
That's actually a huge nerf to top end crafting, no? Or is this like a gigantic nerf to top end crafting?
Yeah, and you still can't make a mirror until it's like ready.
Fix that you're gonna love.
No. We're going down the notes, man.
Or scouting reports go up in price because that's how you farm the missions now, or the.
Oh wait, that actually might make scouting reports expensive.
Maybe they're worth looting now, past like day 2.
Yeah, that's kind of cool actually.
Scouting reports for
paper.
Vivid Vultures.
Jesus.
Each splinter's now dropping a stack. Poggers. Commonly
Interesting.
found
That's
scarabs now
interesting.
drop at higher stack sizes and higher tier maps, but are found less often, similar to how basic currency stacks. Cool. Using Orbital Horizons changes it to a different one on Elder and Conch maps. Non-unique map at a lower tier than is lower naturally found no longer grants map bonus completion objective. Okay.
That's kind of a nerf to like doing cheesing completion with like light missions.
Kirak.
It's pretty bad. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I do a lot of that actually.
Following maps have been added back to the Atlas. Acid Caverns, Arid Lake, Arsenal, Bazaarkin. I actually don't remember all the cards. I haven't like looked at where the cards drop after they changed it because div cards were like dead content. So I just haven't even any good, really good layouts they added back, like layout wise, not even card wise.
Chamber's gone.
Canyon.
Canyon, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. Wasteful for the blind farmers. Not really relevant for us.
Towers. A shit layout.
That's dog shit. Yeah, you do not want to run that.
Primordial.
Removed burial chambers, port.
Is Mesa gone as well?
Graveyard.
No, port's gone. Okay, it's fine.
Archers have been shuffled. Map bosses required if you upgrade your pantheons have changed. Crafting recipes have been shuffled.
Yeah, Canyon's poggers.
Atlas passive tree changes. Atlas passive skills that provide
Check
additional
Rockash
chance for your
reveal
maps
when
to
we get
contain
there.
a master extra content that can be turned off through Atlas passives now also cause scarabs in your maps to have an increased chance to be scarabs of that type of extra content.
Cool. Yeah.
Intelligence gathering notable Atlas passive been replaced with the new lethal extraction notable, which causes executing Immortal Syndicate members in your maps to grant intelligence to their current division equal to 2 times their rank. Any betrayalers? How does this impact betrayal?
The way I read that is you get even more intelligence if they're higher starred. That's it. Right?
Okay.
Yeah, you want to like build up and then sack the bad guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
Calgar and Scarabs for new what is this? Calgar block, Settlers, mechanic block. 2 new Atlas memory clusters of the passive tree, including the notable passive skills thematic experience. 50% reduced chance for memory threads to lead towards the incarnate. So it's like blocking the different bosses for the other bosses.
Yeah.
50% chance to be lucky. Memory strands node. This is all TBD. Settlers, we saw this. Any interesting highlights here to the core? Folding of Settlers.
Tattoo.
Move the lamp post. Very important.
No.
20% chance to contain ore deposits. This is just the Atlas points that are here, basically.
Lost shipments.
Wait, they don't mention gold for the currency exchange in that line there.
I mean, I'm assuming you need gold to trade still.
Yeah.
Well, it specifically says gold has like a bunch of purposes, and none of them say
There's
I mean,
the whole point.
Yeah,
the whole point of gold
just
is to avoid
spent like
bots.
10 minutes talking about it, gold being the friction for trading for the currency exchange during the Q&A. So surely
Like that's the whole reason gold
yeah.
exists, is to prevent people flipping and botting on the auction house. It's like, but yeah. Betrayal reward.
Deposits have a 30% chance to add an additional modifier to monsters. I mean, that's something.
Isn't it so rare though? It's probably gonna be just as rare. We saw the betrayal rework in the reveal. We're gonna skip over that.
Yo.
Intensity, player balance. Intensity stacks are now lost every 0.5 seconds while moving. Previously every 0.25 seconds. Arcane Surge buff now provides 20% cast speed. Holy shit, casters are baroque, guys. We're so
We're
back.
so
Good.
back.
Because there's arcane buff effect that exists, so that's actually quite a bit.
I mean, true.
Inquisitor or not Inquisitor. Hierophant. My
Hyro
Hierophant.
buff, yeah.
Yeah, guys.
Hierophant is erect. Holy shit. AGs now retain items when they die. However, if your AG dies when you cannot
That's
summon
big.
an animate guardian again in that area unless the area is a hideout. Yo, this is
Pog?
such...
That's cool.
I actually think
That's
so good.
awesome.
Soul Taker's gonna be so expensive now, though.
Yeah, yeah.
It's gonna cause the AG items to actually be expensive because more and more people are gonna be like, can now be fucked to like.
Every single person wants to. You just put a Kingmaker on. Free crit multi.
Yeah.
Free DR.
Yeah.
The Betrayal
That's crazy.
Scarab of all... Oh, we skipped the Scarab. The Betrayal Scarab of Intelligence has been renamed to the Betrayal Scarab of the All Flame. Now provides 75% increased number of monster packs substituted by All Flame embers in the area. Oops.
Man.
What the fuck did you do to
I
Duck
did not. I misclicked. Sorry. Alright. Bane of Condemnation. Now has a base cast time of 0.8 seconds. Higher mana cost. Now deals more damage. Poggers.
Okay.
Blade Blast. 5% more damage per Blade Vortex. At all levels.
Blade blow.
Holy shit.
Oh, should I resume alerts now, chat? Is this a good time to play everything that played during this?
60% as much out of damage at all gem levels. Previously
During the
50.
skills? Maybe that's the
Cool.
best time.
Blade Flurry of
No.
Incision. Now has 180%
May?
base
Okay, I'll
attack
just not unpause
speed,
them.
111
Okay.
effectiveness. Added gem levels 1 to 20. Now is 40% more critical strike chance for each stage. Previously
Thank you, Nectar
35.
Swift. Splitting
Now,
steel. We're not quite
now
there
provides
yet.
0
No
to 40%
spoilers.
crit multi. Previously base crit per stage. Holy shit. Going Blade Flurry, guys.
We're logging in Blade Flurry.
Blade Trap of Great Swords is now buffed. 220 effectiveness versus 180, and now has a cooldown of 6 instead of 8. Blade Trap of Laceration can also be used with one-handed axes. No longer has 40 to 59% more damage with bleeding. Now has bleeding inflicted, deals damage 50% faster. Now has 260% effectiveness from 180. Quality now provides bleeding inflicted by this skill to deal 10% faster instead of 20% more damage with bleeding. Okay.
Someone tell me if Jungrun's pogging or dogging over those changes.
What, Blade Trap of Laceration?
Yeah.
A lot of these changes you should keep in mind quality scaling shenanigans that's possible.
There's so many T-gems, man, like...
Yeah.
Atrophy.
Looks like a DPS buff, but nerf you don't have full uptime.
Thank you, Ubishuman.
Blade Flurry now has 125 effectiveness instead of 111. Now has 25% more damage with hits instead of 20 per stage. Now has 20% more damage at max stages versus 5% with quality. Oh, so quality is like way better on this shit.
Whoa. Wait, no. How many stages can you have?
Yeah, it's a big buff. Actually.
Before it was 5% per stage, and now it's just a flat 20% at max stages.
Ash's Blade Flurry is cracked. I can't imagine anybody playing that, but maybe.
Blade Flurry was my first
Blade Vortex
strong
of the Scythe
build.
now is a
when I
base
was
cast
8
on
years ago.
1.2. It's higher. They're like increasing cast times, which is weird. Mana cost of 36 instead of 26. 300% effectiveness instead of 200%. Base duration of 0.8 seconds. Now deals 20-30 at gem level 20. That's a huge buff numerically.
And the quality is now more damage instead of base duration.
Body swap. Explosion now deals base fire damage equal to 19 to 29%. Nobody DPS with this skill, did they? It's just like, I don't know why they're buffing stuff like this, but alright. Blight now deals 421 damage instead of 350. Blight of Atrophy is now 421 instead of 350. Blight of Contagion is now 837 instead of 704. Can have up to 6 layers of damage, previously 5.
Can I go like
people using Blight of Contagion a little bit?
Swords?
Probably.
Bro.
The ED Cucks. ED Blight Cucks.
Okay, this will take
Bone Shatter of
9
Carnage.
rolls.
Is this the Bone Shatter people are using? Or they're using the other one? They're using the Bone Shatter of
years
Trauma
ago.
or whatever. Not Carnage.
Look at ascendancy changes. We will when we get there. I'm going
Also,
down the
-20%
list.
increased AoE per 0.1 second of stun duration up to 400%. Previously 15% increased AoE. Quality now provides 20% more damage against stunned enemies.
8 years ago.
It's the Stun Bone Shatter. Holy login.
Holy.
It's actually a lot of AoE. 400% is a shit ton. But
Cute dog.
like how they put a cap on it, too.
I like the comment because this
Burning
button
Arrow Vigor now
didn't
has
exist 8
75%
years
attack speed
ago.
of base, previously 70, and a mana cost of 13, gem level 20. Deals fire damage equal to 32% of maximum life at gem level 20.
Any gameplay?
Okay. Carrying Golem of Scavenging, Golem's Leap, Empowered Cascade, and Multi-Strike skills now deal 25% more damage. Quality provides 3% life per second instead of 2. Crackling Lance of Branching now has 330 effectiveness,
8.5
previously
years ago,
260. Crackling Lance of Disintegration is now 360% effectiveness instead of
Sorry.
300. Cold Snap is now 390% effectiveness versus old 320.
And a lot of flat.
Now deals 2575 flat at gem level 20, previously 2160.
That's a huge
And the cold dot went from 1895 to 2259. Kind of a big buff, actually. Contagion's now 281 flat chaos damage a second from 235. Contagion of Subsiding is now 1531 chaos damage per second, previously 1279. That's a good buff.
Thanks for reading.
Contagion of Transference,
Thanks, Snap.
821. Base chaos damage from 686. A lot of chaos dots getting buffed.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. It's a lot of cold snap damage? Yeah.
Yeah.
Cyclone, 125% effectiveness versus 111. Now has 30 to 20% less movement speed. Previously 30% at all gem levels. So you get 10% more movement speed.
That's nice.
Hell yeah.
15% increase area of effect per 0.1 meter additional melee strike range. Previously 10% increase. So AoE's bigger. It's a big Cyclone buff.
Yeah.
Cyclone now provides increased AoE per 0.1 meter additional strike range, previously movement speed. That's a huge buff.
Holy.
Wait, you're gonna be able
so
to make
wait, so
Cyclone
it's same
fucking
movement speed as
massive.
before, but way bigger AoE.
No,
Holy.
it's less movement speed.
Yeah, but it was more
on the
before.
penalty.
It was 10% more before with quality. So it goes back to the
It's
same.
not, that's not, but
I mean,
that's, no, it's not. That's not how the multiplication works. But you know, it'll be close.
It's pretty
Are-
close.
are
'Cause you
less
don't
and
have
more not
much
additive?
more movement
No,
speed anywhere
they're
else.
not. If it was 30% more, you do 1.3, and if it was 10% less, you do times 0.9. It's not the same as if they were additive. It's not how it works. It does not make 20% less. They're not additive stats. Not how it works. But it's going to be close to what it was before. But the quality scaling here is going to let you make a way bigger Cyclone than before, honestly. Cyclone of Tumult. This is like the slow-ass Cyclone where you like slow down as a turtle. 180% attack speed of base. 125 effectiveness. Mana cost of 5 at gem level 20. Maximum of 5 stages. 25% more attack speed per
Yeah, I
stage.
think
it
so
rams way
too.
quicker.
Okay. I don't care to argue this. It's close enough, even if
see.
it's
Or you
not.
need less
But yeah,
stages to be
it's
at max rank.
effectively the
That's a big
same,
change for
except
this skill.
huge AOE. That's awesome. Or bigger
Death
AOE.
Aura
That's good.
is now 1250. They just keep
Maybe we
buffing this
remake the
item.
AOE project
I'm
for
pretty sure,
Cyclone.
Wasn't this like 500, and then it was like 750, and then it was 1,000, and now it's 1250. Like, can they just like triple it or something, and like be done with it?
Maybe it's
What,
just
what does
like
okay? What does RF do? Like baseline? RF.
3K or some shit.
Okay,
They deleted the RF baseline. It's all percentage now, right?
Yeah, it's percentage. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, they nuked the flat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, it used to deal 2,500 baseline. Can we just double it and make it that?
Yeah.
Detonate data chain reaction now deals 6 to 8 fire damage at level 1. That's a nerf. That's a big nerf at level 1. Scaling up to 431 at gem level 20. Oh, that's a huge nerf. The flat.
The CWS.
It now has 65% effectiveness, previously 100. But do you still use
Wasn't
this?
wasn't it already shit?
No.
No, but people use it on like the cost and damage taken stuff.
People are using this to people are using Lancing of Spraying with this, and it's like pretty good. Or
I thought they killed that a couple leagues ago. I didn't know it was still.
No, it was still playable.
It's like good
It just wasn't
progression
great.
build, no?
Okay.
But now
thought people
everyone
used
uses
it
it
like
for
early
like
map.
the ultimatum farmers. Like this is like the main damaging skill on a lot of the ultimate.
Yeah, at the Starfall as well.
the
Take
Miracle
Starfall,
Stun shit or
new
what?
Starfall unique.
Yeah. Then just got taken out back.
Is that on this page?
It's like half the damage or less.
Anti-Miracles patch note, I think. Major nerf to
Yeah,
poison,
this.
cast one stun. Yeah. Discharge of Misery now has 210 effectiveness of added damage at all levels, previously 180. 20% more AoE
You could
per
make some
charge
crazy
removed,
on crit,
previously
like
15.
proc build. It's just like
That
procs a bunch of
deals, what,
skill effects.
701
Could be
at
fun.
level 20 versus 584. So it's like, what, a 25% buff or something? Like that. Okay. Pog, discharge. Divine Ire now has 50% effectiveness of added damage at all gem levels. Damage went to 380 at gem level 20 from 305. It's like another 25% damage buff. Beam does 250 damage per stage instead of 240. And 105 more with ailments per stage after the first, previously 100.
Okay, slight buff.
Meh. Divine Ire of Holy Lightning. 5% damage effectiveness buff. And then at level 20, the damage is 529. Previously 406. Beam deals 140 more damage instead of 120 per stage after the first. And 90% more damage with ailments instead of 80.
Yep, 70% chance to ignore cooldown.
Essence Strain. Oh, ED. 1389 at level 20. It's a buff to ED.
Yeah.
And deals
big buff on the top end too.
2170. That's a big top end buff. ED, okay.
Yeah.
Ziz, ED, Contagion Guide, please.
Another one. And
Another one.
Another one.
ED of Desperation got similar buffs. It's like the same. It looks like it's a 330 effectiveness instead of 310 for wickedness. Base duration of 1 second, previously 1.9, so it's a lower base duration. Now has regenerate 1% of debuff damage.
Some
as
of those
life.
runes are limited. I'm pretty
Previously
sure something
0.5%.
like the 20%
Now
cooldown would be
deals
limited to one.
2,409 at gem level 20, previously 2133.
So yeah.
Now deals 1274 base chaos damage, previously 1129.
Every rune is? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why there's so many decimals.
You can use different ones.
What is going on there? What was it? 91.14276.1 chaos? What is going?
What?
IP address damage.
Yeah.
Now deals 91.14276.1 base chaos damage.
But if it was 0.1 higher, it would break the game, I think. I don't know.
91.1 and then right it's up to 4,200. Yeah.
I see. They forgot a dash. There's a dash.
Oh,
there.
it's a dash.
Exsanguinate, 1334 damage at level 20 from 1121. Exsanguinate of transmission is 1494.7.
Are we logging in? Hell yeah, we're logging in.
Buff. Eye of Winter of Finality. Now has 80% effectiveness of added damage at all levels, previously 70. Base cast time of 0.9 seconds, previously 0.8. Mana cost of 30. The mana cost went up. Now fires 16 shards instead of 12. And at level 20, the damage is 541 instead of 473. Quality now provides projectiles continuously gain damage, up to 0 to 20% more damage by the time they dissipate. Previously +2 shard projectiles in a spiral when the projectile ends.
Fire trap.
Okay.
We're about to go up to
I went to transients, 120 effectiveness, previously 100, base cast time of 0.7, previously 0.8, mana cost of 23, previously 26. Fire trap now deals 2566 base fire damage. Was a nerf to RF. They're nerfing RF, guys.
It's
big.
Oof. It's big.
Flame Blast of Celerity. They nerf Fire Trap, yeah. Flare Blast of Celerity now is a base. Oh, they're nerfing Flame Blast just like PoE 2, right? Surely. Base cast time of 0.3. They nerfed it. Mana cost of 20. They nerfed it again. The higher mana cost. 0.7 meters radius per stage.
Quality's too crazy though.
220 more spell damage for each stage. Quality now provides 40% more spell damage for each stage. But that's actually a giant multiplier now.
Yeah, it's fucking massive.
That's a lot of damage, actually.
I mean, this is what?
Okay, Flame
How many
Dash.
stages are on it?
I think it's 10, no?
It's like 15%. Like, if you were blasting with it, it's
3.
That seems still playable, but like...
It's the small one.
It's
Celerity.
not dead or anything, right? Like...
Oh, also the Arcane Surge buff.
If it
is
was
a
really
buff
good
to
before,
Storm
it's like
plus unique.
probably fine
Increased
now.
cast speed from Arcane Surge also applies to movement speed.
Holy shit. Huggers. Flame Dasher Return now has 340% effectiveness, maximum travel distance, 19% increased maximum travel distance at gem levels 1 to 20. Now deals some amount of damage, who cares? Fucking Flame Dash.
Yeah, and there's nothing about blasting.
Flame Surge of Combusting. 310 effectiveness of added damage at all levels, previously 280. Burning Ground now deals 50% of fire damage per second of inflicted ignite. Previously 35%. Now deals 2,062 at gem level 20, previously 1874. Now provides Burning Ground, deals 15% of fire damage per second of inflicted ignite. Previously 10. Firestorm of Meteors, 410 effectiveness from 370, and it now has at level 20, 2735 fire damage versus 2487.
Firestorm buff.
Firestorm of Meteors. Weren't people using this? The Firestorm of Meteors? I remember seeing some people using this like leveling and shit. Or it was like
Thanks,
pretty good.
Stajus. Yep. Have a good...
Frostblades projectiles now deal 30% less damage with hits and ailments. Wow.
Jesus.
That's just the normal Frostblades?
Ow. Fuck.
Holy shit.
Fuck.
I'm surprised they're not just hitting like the top.
That's what I'm
Why
wondering.
just hitting the top end or whatever,
Jesus.
like or like the early game even, just like change the scaling.
Jesus.
Frostblades at Catabasis now has 86% effectiveness at gem level 1, previously 143, scaling to 240 at 4. Holy shit!
Bro, it's all the builds that are like maxed on PoE Ninja at the end of the league are getting fucking gutted.
Oh my
Yeah, but this is not even like that good.
Yeah, Frostblades wasn't that good. Like what? 30%?
It's like
What?
acceptable.
It scales really good, doesn't it?
No, it was like decent.
I mean, it's just the
I mean, I guess
projectile.
compared to
For the
Lightning
base,
Strike,
for
I
the
guess.
base, Frostblades is just the projectiles, I guess. But like, still, Jesus.
Frost Bomb
Like, the
of
hit is fine.
Forthcoming. Or sorry, Forbidden Rite of Soul Sacrifice now deals
Coming.
20% of your max ES as base chaos damage, previously 15%, and has take 50% of max ES as chaos damage, previously 40%. Does this help you proc Vengeful better or no? No,
sure.
because it was the fixed 15% that you were.
No, you played normal
Only
Forbidden,
does
right? You still
this
need to hit a savage hit.
This only does
Yeah.
ES damage apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can't get savage
You
hit.
can't get savage hit.
I see.
Fuck.
Let's see.
Frost
Bomb of Forthcoming, 370 effectiveness instead of 310. Now deals 2,502 damage at level 20 versus 2086. Galvanic Field of Intensity, 350% effectiveness of added damage instead of 320. scaling up to 3858 at gem level 20 versus previously 3350. Fires a beam every 0.2 seconds, previously 0.3. Target each enemy only once every 0.7 seconds. Okay. Hog. Glacial Cascade of Fissures, base crit of 6 instead of 5. 160 effectiveness instead of 130. Hexblast of Havoc, base radius of 2.5. It's going down from 2.8. 3070
Damage
effectiveness,
goes
previously
up.
310. So the damage went up,
Okay.
the radius went down.
Where's
Holy Flame
coverage?
Totem can target enemies 33% further away to match spell totems. Holy Flame Totem of Ire can now target enemies 33% further away. Okay, to match spell totems, 128% more projectile speed at gen levels 1 through 20. Quality now provides 40% increased consecrated ground area.
LS is coming up. Yeah.
Ice Crash of Cadence now has 100% attack
Don't
speed
look.
at base. And a mana cost of 7 to 10 at level 1 through 20. So the mana cost went down.
I mean, it was
Quality now
obvious.
provides gain 0 to 20% of physical damage as extra cold damage, previously 0 to 15. Ice Nova of Deep Freeze now has a base radius of 2.8 to 3.2 meters at gem levels 1 through 20. Now freezes enemies as though dealing 490% more damage. Okay, cool. Ice Nova Frost Bolts can now expand from up to 2 Frostbolt projectiles, previously 4. No longer has 25% less area of effect when cast on Frostbolt. Now has a base radius of 1.8 to 2.2. That's a nerf, no? Like a big
That
nerf.
is a mega nerf, yeah.
There's like a nerf.
Yeah, there's
to-
abysmal dog shit now.
It's like just worse, right?
Isn't that 50% damage loss on this?
Yeah, half the damage.
No, way more, because you get the AoE overlapping.
I mean, it's still no. The AoE's buffed, but it's less projectiles.
No, it's because
The
there's
AoE's
less
also
Well,
projectiles.
the AoE's well, no longer has the less AoE penalty, but the base. I'm pretty sure AoE is going to be. Pretty sure AoE is going to be bigger.
There's less
after.
AoEs to be overlapped.
Correct. Yes.
That's the point.
Yes, it's a 50%.
Yes.
Yes, you're going from 2 to 4 or 4 to
I
2.
think. I think this is a 50% nerf. No, not a 75.
Yeah,
Why
it
is
looks,
this?
looks like 50%. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you're gonna because like
Went
you're
from
temp.
4 overlaps to 2 overlaps.
If you're Archmage and you're going like Templar with this shit, like you're gonna have access to AoE and Templar. Like I'm sure it's gonna be fine. But
It's
yeah,
the
this is
project.
like shit because it's
Yeah, it's
literally
nuclear
50%
sounds.
less damage. It's
Yeah,
50% less
nuclear is,
damage.
like,
It's just ass.
questionable.
Incinerate of Expanse now is base cast time of 0.25, mana cost of 5. Quality now causes final wave to deal 150% more damage. Cool. Incinerate of Venting, 55% effectiveness, now deals more damage, and now gives you 1 more stage. Infernal Cry has increased mana cost. Pog.
Okay.
Double. Sick.
Lightning Conduit of the Heavens now shocks enemies as though dealing 39% more damage. Lightning Strike now deals 50% less damage with hits and ailments. Lightning Strike of Arcing also now deals 50% less damage with hits and ailments. Lightning Tendrils of it. That's just not enough.
I don't think it's enough. I think we're just unlocking Lightning Strike Slayer, guys.
It might be enough damage. Like, I think stuff like Vigilant Strike and stuff might actually start popping in, unless that's also nerfed. We'll see.
Yeah.
The new Vigilant Strike support.
But they still have Vol
Golden
skills, right? Like
Vigilance.
even
Not enough.
like VLS still exists.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
if
can
VLS
still
is
down
snapshot
fucking
tinctures and
3 of
everything.
them.
Like,
Yeah.
it's still.
It's playable. It's
If the
not
VLS
like
spam build
overall
exists, doesn't
Giga best better than everything now, maybe.
Yeah, okay.
Like,
Oh, instead of doing triple the damage of every other skill, it still does
Yeah.
like 50% more damage than every other skill.
I think Vigilant Strike might be better in Armor Stacker's setups. Reality, I'll be honest. When I was counting
Fair.
it was only
But
like
the-
30% worse. And if this is a 50% nerf, then Vigilant Strike's going to do more damage.
yeah.
I mean, I can still see
Believe
like
that.
Vigilant Strike with like for so like just Vigilant Strike with the Rallycash boots or whatever is still working.
Oh,
for
there's
solos.
ball skill changes still. Okay, we're not quite done.
Lightning Tendrils.
Okay.
Whatever. Molten Strike projectiles now deal 60% less damage. That's just base Molten Strike? But they got a 60% nerf? Zenith now deals
No,
60%
it was
less.
No,
previously
it was
50
50
no,
before.
It got 10% nerf.
Oh, I thought they just tacked on a new
No,
fucking.
no.
Oh. Zenith now has 60% less hits with ailments instead of 50. Every 5th attack projectile now deals 600% more damage with hits and ailments, previously 800.
That seems still
That's
kind of fine.
I was gonna
Like,
say, isn't
It's only
isn't
half the
Zenith
damage.
version so
Yeah.
good?
It's only half damage, basically.
Isn't that still
It's
really
still,
good, though?
yes, it's still completely
still insane.
busted.
Golden Strike of Zenith is crazy good.
Yeah.
I'm playing Strength Stack, to be honest.
Connor's build is safe, guys.
No, that I mean, there's other stuff that his build can get hit with. To be honest.
Yeah, but
Like-
the skill itself is still busted. I don't think the
Perforate
skill dealt
of-
like 7 times more damage than anything else.
that wasn't armor stacking.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're not armor stacking, it was like by far the best.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a
skill.
league starter. Like, you don't start
Afraid of
with
bloodshed.
that ability. You
now
like
creates 6 spikes.
race back into it.
Poggers. Perforated Duality now creates 5 spikes. Does more damage in Blood Stance.
Yeah.
Holy shit. This is crazy changes. Power Siphon. 105 effectiveness at gem level 20. It's going down. Now has way higher attack speed.
Yeah.
Attack speed got buffed. Power Siphon of Archmage now has 60% effectiveness. It's at 100. Now has attack speed. So is it more attack speed?
Poggers.
Okay.
Wait, what?
They nuked mines. Uh-oh. Yo, spoilers.
Oh, it's faster.
Purifying Flame of Revelations now has 0.2 meters to radius. 1.1 radius of consecrated ground at levels 1 through 20. Shockwave now deals 110% more damage. Previously 90. Quality now causes Shockwave to deal 30 to 30% more damage.
Good one.
Hoggers.
The system works stuff.
Raise Spectre of Transience now
Chat
has a base cast
GPT.
of 0.6. Mana cost of
TLDR
20?
me the patch notes.
Minions now have Giga Crits. Like, okay. I feel like this change does nothing, but alright.
Yeah, it does nothing.
Yeah.
Reap now deals 1741 damage at level 20 versus previously 1463.
Grok, is this skill
Righteous
still
Fire of
good?
Arcane Devotion 20 now grants 25% more cast
Oh my God, the
speed
Grok memes.
at gem levels 1 through 20. Is that global?
Isn't that sick?
At Perplexity, can you fact check Grok?
That sounds cool.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of cast speed.
Oh, dude, I saw something on
that global
Hinged.
cast
Oh
speed?
my God, where is this?
I think so.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
AI universe.
Cast speed
Yes.
of RF would be hilarious.
Bro.
Wait, I was gonna say, what version of Righteous Fire is that? I don't remember seeing that.
Guy on the subway.
Can't you get it's the one that drains your mana. So can't you like go blood magic and turn this on, or does it not let you turn it on if you're blood magic?
Reading.
Maybe I'm dumb. What does cast speed do for Righteous Fire?
It's global.
It's global.
Oh, okay.
You know how RF normally says grants you more spell damage while it's active?
Yeah, I got you. Okay.
It
Just a
still
matter.
does.
This is just chat
life damage
GPT,
to
right?
you,
Like
it's
there's
just
companies
based
that
off of
go
your
way
mana.
harder into this like
doesn't
AI
drain your
girlfriend
life.
shit. And
It's
this
just
guy's
based
just
off
like
your
on the
mana. If you don't
subway,
have
like
mana, it just doesn't do
many
anything.
people can read it. Like
It's just
we
free.
are
You don't have a life
cooked.
drain.
We
That's
are
what Duck
so
is saying.
Sounds right. Yeah, that's exactly how this reads.
Scorching Ray, additional debuff stages now add 80% of damage, previously 60. Quality now provides fire
30% less
exposure,
damage.
0.5%.
Thanks. Okay, yeah, that is completely fine.
Scorching Ray of Immolation now deals 2343 base fire damage per second, previously 1893. Scourge Arrow now has 65% effectiveness of base at level 20, previously 52. Thorn Arrows now deal 50% less damage at level 20, previously 50%. Okay, so it just scales up now with level.
It's a Death Soak buff.
Yep. Showed Crush of the Chieftain. Now has base attack time of 0.9 and a mana cost of 12 at 20. Now deals, let's see, 24,
Spellslinger buff.
16 to
Poggers.
24 fire damage per 15 armor on shield. Okay. Would be sick. I don't know. Siphoning Trap deals 908 base cold damage,
good.
previously 760. Soul Rend now deals 3149 base chaos from 2642. That's a pretty big nerf, or buff, I mean. Soaring to the Spiral, same buff. Spellslinger now has a base mana reservation of 20% at all gem levels, previously 30 to 25%. Spellslinger
big.
buff,
That's kinda
yo.
nice.
Holy shit, I'm spell slinging.
Splitting
Splitting
Steel.
steel.
Back, log in.
Splitting steel projectiles can no longer return.
Ouch.
Interesting.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit. Yep.
They just dissipate.
They're just gone. Well, that's that. Dude, ever since they added the return
Is that
proj.
just for the base gem? Or in general?
Next one, fast footing, steal of ammunition. Projectiles can no longer return.
Okay, it's everything.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a third one that gets away, but...
Flag return equals false. Now it's 380% effectiveness instead of 330. Now it's a base radius of 1.2 instead of 1. That's hog. Or dog. Stormburst, base cast time of 0.2, previously 0.25. Mana cost of 2 to 4. Previously 2 to 5.
Oh
shit. 1 mana cost.
Don't go too crazy.
Summon Chaos Golem now grants 70% to chaos damage resistance at all gem levels, replacing the PDR. Holy shit. Golems now also grant 10 to 16% to damage over time multiplier. So you got Chaos dot multi for Chaos Golem. Golem of the Maelstrom now inflicts significantly more wither stacks to enemies within the area. Quality now causes minions to have 20% increased effect of withered.
Chaos skills kind of popping off the splash notes.
It's a big chaos buff. Flame Golem now grants 20 to 29% increased damage at gem levels 1 to 20, previously 15 to 20, and golems now also grant 20% area of effect at all gem levels.
Oh,
it's pretty. That AOE is actually kind of nice.
That's good.
The Cyclone AOE project is coming back bigly.
Is that per golem?
We got Cyclone AOE buff and the new Golem AOE buff.
100 AOE with 5 golems.
I mean, Ink AOE,
no,
20%.
Historically,
Omega
you only
level,
got
but
one buff
still,
per
it's something.
type of golem that you summoned.
Okay.
But
Meteor
you
Even
do
if
get
you
golem
can
buff
summon like
effect,
20
right?
of them.
Golem of the Meteor skills now deal 30% more damage. Flame Ice Golem now grants 40% crit instead of 30. Now also grants accuracy. Replace its flat accuracy, replacing the percent accuracy they got. Okay. Lightning Golem is now 10% attack and cast speed from 9. Golems now grant mana regen. SRS of Enormity is 78
That's a lot of mana regen, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite a lot.
18 flat?
18 flat is actually a shit ton. That could help you with Tincture Sustain, honestly.
Yeah. That's generally that's a big number.
This could actually be insane for tinctures, I'll be real. That's a shit ton.
16 mana regen, yeah. 18 or 18
Minions,
flat. Jesus.
SRS of Enormity. Minions now has 78% to crit multi at gem level 1 to 20. Quality now provides more minion movement speed. Okay. Cool. Summon Reaper of Eviscerating. Quality now causes minions to have 20% chance to aggravate bleeding on targets they hit with attacks. Summon Reaper of Revenants. Now 3 to 4 maximum summon Reapers.
6 mercenaries,
Summon
6
skeletons
golems,
of
6
mages. 20%
animated
chance
guardians.
to inflict their respective elemental ailments. Summon Stone Golem now also grants 20% increased defenses. Yo.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
That's crazy.
That's insane. What the fuck?
Wait, that's insane.
These golems are definitely worth the sockets.
I mean,
Yeah,
you don't want
people
to use them
kind of
in
stopped using golems, but this is crazy.
You don't want to use them in
like,
party because they're gonna like punch stuff and kill.
Yeah.
You don't really need it.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's kind of nice.
You're
Like they used to be
Kingmaker,
like, oh,
it's probably
10%
fine.
damage, like la la la,
Culling,
7%
so
attack
they can do
speed,
no
whatever. But
damage.
like
Saying
now,
if there's 6 golems jumping around, the likelihood that something gets cold is pretty high.
Shit also chains off of them, so.
ooh, the training
You
off of
realize
them.
we
how
got
hard it
the
is for the
Panther.
Kohler? The Kohler's gonna have such a hard time functioning when there's fucking like 6 more mercenaries fucking casting bullshit and like
6 players, 6 mercenaries, 6 AGs, 6 golems.
Mercenaries. No.
Put southbounds on the mercenaries. That was the thing.
Okay.
Can prevent
What if
the
they like
AGs
freeze
Put
something?
the
and they'll die, but we don't have any cold damage.
don't
It'll freeze.
southbound extend to your golems too, like your minions?
No.
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 Fuck.
Oh, there's the helmet. That's
Yeah, it's just the helmet for minions.
Yeah.
Your golem buffs can be so big if you're elementalist though. Like that's a lot of stats.
Yeah.
All right, Void Sphere of Rending, base radius
Okay.
2.4, previously 2.2, pulse every 0.25 instead of 0.3. Quality now provides base
shit.
duration instead of base
Here we go
radius.
again.
Vortex, 210 effectiveness instead of 170. Now deals 1399 at gem level 20, previously 1169. And the cold
Exclamation mark,
dot
MP's
went
drink.
from 2316 to
water.
2772. And it's the exact same changes for Vortex and Projection. Winter Orb now has 80% damage effectiveness instead of 60.
Oh, yeah, Winter Orb is like remade.
Now deals 450 cold damage at level 20, previously 337. Max of 8 stages, previously 10. With 30% increased duration per stage, previously 25%. And also has 125% more projectile frequency while channeling, previously 150. And 20% increased projectile frequency per stage.
I feel like this is not a buff.
They kind of have a hard-on for channeled skills and self-cast.
They added a new support, Evan. I didn't know what it does. I thought they teased it.
Focus channeling. Yeah.
That one.
They also added a Winter Orb special gem or whatever. They like showed it on screen for a second, right? There's a new. It's not a transfigure gem, but it's like the new type of gem that comes from the mercenaries or something.
Yeah.
There's probably a bunch of those. So now we get T gems and like whatever the what are these F gems or M gems. M gems. Like what the fuck are?
Yeah, apparently there's 16 of them.
Can we equip those gems, or is it just like
ancient gems?
Yes.
They're new skills.
They have some stuff that only they can use, but there is 16 that are new gems basically that everyone can use.
Yeah.
So
they added
Winter
the
Orb is
one
one of them.
This game is cooked.
You drop a ring of ballista totems
game
around
is
you, they all
cooked.
fire.
Bro.
Alt skill changes. Nobody cares about Wintertide brand. Ball Blight.
Volcanic Fissure, untouched.
Okay.
But slams could be changed maybe, and like items
Where?
or I don't know. Like
I don't know. That's a
Okay,
4-gem
Vol
change,
Cyclone still pulls monsters. Okay.
Jesus
Okay.
Christ.
maybe. Point. We're almost to the gem snap.
Wait, Valalas. Let's
Vol
see it.
Blight does more damage. Vol Cold Snap does more damage and more Cold Dot. Vol Cyclone. I don't think the AoE does anything on the pole. I think it's just like a fixed radius.
Yeah, that's shit.
Yeah.
So it's
But
it's whatever.
Bigger AoE for your Fall Cyclone if you're trying to do damage with it.
BLS is now 75 effectiveness instead of 114 at level 1, scaling up to 177. So that's like, what, a 25% nerf to the effectiveness? Or something?
Oh no,
This skill
70
is still
billion
good.
down to 10 billion.
This
I mean, the only other skill that I could see competing is Vigilant Strike, I'll be honest. But I think if you have Nimbus, it's probably still better.
Did anyone hear that?
Ultimate Strike and Zenith is still really good.
or is it just
It's not as good. It's not as good as armor stacking.
Yeah,
It's hard.
They have some stuff that only they can use, but there is 16 that are. What? 16 of them.
Can we equip those gems, or is it just like
Ancient gems?
Yes. Yes.
They're new ancient gems?
gems, or is it just like
Ancient gems?
Yes.
They're
Yes. Yes. Oh my god. Okay.
Okay, support gem, arcane surge, now deals more.
Alright, we
spell
missed
damage.
Vol Reap chat for that clip. That's worth I think.
Archmage. Oh, okay.
You
What they do?
sub alert. Okay.
Arcane added
Yes.
lightning damage equal to
Sure.
10 to 16% of unreserved. Wait, they need to like nerf this more, man. I
3%
swear,
of mana. I mean,
it's not a big enough nerf. I think.
That could be that could be like gifted sub. Like that could be like multi
Like
gifted
painful,
sub
but
like
it's not
3
enough?
plus or 5 plus
Arcmage
or
is
something.
fucking broken, man.
Yeah.
Like really
It's good.
broken.
Saving it.
Like in Spell Echo.
Yes.
You have 15% nerf. Yeah, I mean, who cares? Like in Spell Echo now is cost and reservation multiplier, whatever. Awaken Unleash.
Specifically.
Poison Echo is 10% more
I don't
damage.
know. We'll
It does
figure it
10%
out.
less damage, which is the biggest thing.
Okay, where are we? Arcane Surge.
Awaken Unleash now deals less damage.
Yeah.
Decay support. Now
DK?
inflict decay on hit. Now deal more chaos damage. Greater Spell Echo now is a cost and reservation multiplier 140.
Can we incubate on the items on Merc?
Intensify.
No, I hope
less
not.
mana and more damage.
I hope
Pinpoint
not.
buff.
Please no.
That's actually a
Please
decent,
no.
Like what is like 5% buffs?
No, they
damage.
said they don't want micromanaging. Fuck that.
Now his projectiles from support skills deal
Please,
70 to
no.
66%
Can they level
less
gems?
damage. So that's a nerf
No.
to return.
No.
Proj.
No, because their inventory is separate from their gems. They have a separate like gem panel, and their gear doesn't have socket, or like their sockets are not functional. I don't think you can level gems in them.
Infinite life to cast gain added
I'm gonna
chaos
go
go
with
35
no.
to 54%. It's a buff.
Stop.
Nerf to non-Nimbus players. Yeah. Spell Echo now costs less mana and no longer causes support skills to deal 10% less damage. So trying to buff self
Operation
or was it
Incubate.
hand casting?
Oh shit.
Unleash
Yeah,
now
go
does
again.
5% more damage. Cool. Do they really think that 5% more damage on Unleash is gonna make the difference between self-casting and not self-casting?
I mean, it helps for Blade Vortex. I don't know what else it helps for, but
No, but like they're trying to bring up the archetype of self-casting. Like
I don't know.
Berserker. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Defy Pain. Which one's that? I don't know the names of these.
It's one
this
I
one.
never clicked, so it
This
doesn't
one's
doesn't do
useless.
anything. Yeah, it doesn't do
Now
anything.
it causes you to gain
Yeah.
Defiance for 10 seconds on losing life to an enemy hit no more than once every 0.3 seconds. What does Defiance do?
I'm just guessing it's a Defiance of
That's-
Destiny type mechanic, but
Yeah,
full guess.
It's the rest of the
is
next
just
sentence.
a buff.
Wait, is it
Oh,
giving
no,
you the
it
Defiance effect?
No. Like read the current node.
No,
It
it's
just gives you a fucking buff.
It's its own buff. It's called the
its
buff
own
is called
buff.
Defiance. Yeah.
yeah, but I'm
Buff is
saying this
Defiance.
is giving you. It also causes you to gain 3% of
Yeah.
missing unreserved life before
Also.
being hit. This is giving. So wait, so it ramps up per hit, and then it resets
Yeah.
at 10.
It resets
Oh,
at 10.
It's
I-
ramping Defiance. Yeah.
Inconsistent Defiance. Yay.
Sick.
Maybe
you'll live
if you get lucky and it was on the correct like cycle of the rotating buff XP.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Okay.
Like Blitz is going.
Blitz. Yeah, Blitz. I don't know what the fuck they replaced that with. That's some.
What?
That's a meme. Fucking notable
Oh
now.
no, Gore Dancer.
fuck?
Blitz?
30%
Wait, they just removed Blitz?
Yeah, they just
Yeah.
deleted it.
No.
Why?
I don't know.
There's no more Blitz charges. Like
We needed that.
No.
Berserker
No.
is dead.
They,
And
why
then
the fuck Pooch
they
with
also
DPS?
removed Flawless Savagery.
Jesus. It's just full dead.
Because I really wanted to
why
hit
would you
things
play
where I
this?
was a second ago.
Why the fuck would you play Berserker now?
Jesus.
What? I mean,
Rip
Rite of Roots,
Blitz
like
and
all the
Rip
rage scaling still
Frost
exists. Like
Savagery.
We're
it doesn't
still.
matter.
I mean, we're still playing
You're
Berserker,
still clicking
unfortunately,
Berserker,
guys.
right?
New node, which causes your strike skills to also target the previous location they were used. So it's like fucking Smite when you're trying to like delve does more damage.
What is it?
Your Smite skills repeat, but like you don't have
Isn't
to.
that really-
Yeah,
Isn't that really good though for single target?
yeah, it's like really good for single target.
The guy stands still.
Yeah, if you're like slamming at the same location for
Yeah, which
a
is
while.
currently the content in PoE.
Mhm.
It's
Yeah.
like a funny Fatal Flourish, isn't it?
Yeah,
Kinda.
Wasn't this on Ancestral Commander in Frisia, or am I stupid? I thought this was... No, this was on. I thought this was on like one of the Ascendancies.
Fissures of snaking stonks.
I'm pretty sure you're right, Step.
You need to move in between every hit. Yeah, but can't you
Just
like
stutter step,
Q?
whatever.
Can't you Q your hit and like hold move?
Yeah, stutter step.
It was Ancestral Commander.
It was Ancestral. Yeah, you're correct.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it 100% more damage? You
If
just
you
need to-
orb walk, yeah.
You need
He's
you
got
need to
orb walk.
no, you don't orb walk. You drift, Randall. What do you
You
mean?
drift, yeah,
you
yeah.
hold move while holding down your attack command, and you drift while attacking.
I've
If
been holding the
WASD was a
pog
thing?
face.
Sure. But fuck this.
I mean, it would be good. Wait, why does it not work if you're not moving?
Because it's like have to have
previously, like, yeah, why? What?
I don't
Surely
know,
still
some
works.
bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, if you're standing still, isn't this just double damage, and then your like previous location is just gonna be the same spot all the time?
What item is it on, Rizzo? It's on an item. It's an item effect.
A ring.
It's a ring.
Okay, well, I'd hope that you'd not have to move for an ascendancy point. That would be dumb.
Yeah.
I think that's literally just double damage.
It's the ring with frost blades.
I mean,
you
double
have
damage
to
is
move.
insane for an ascendancy point. So
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, but it limits you to strike skills. So it's not like it's
Warrior's
double damage
Legacy.
with-
Let's see. Is that it?
All right, yeah, yeah, that's it.
Strike
That's
skills
actually-
also target the previous location they were used.
It has
And
to be
for
a
this
minimum
ring, you
distance.
have to move. It says. Or...
What's the minimum distance you have to move?
I'm following the
Flicker strike
link.
can trigger it if the enemy is large enough.
Meaning you can flicker through the boss or whatever it is.
Yeah, if the enemy's big enough, you go from one side, like from the front of the boss to his ass. That might be that's like enough. Is not critical entities effects such as leech and damage reflection affect the player. It cannot create additional more strikes. Unaffected by strike skills target additional enemies. It will not strike in multiple previous locations against multiple targets around the previous location. The strike can repeat. Increasing the number of repeats, e.g. awaken multi-strike support and fatal flourish, can reduce the amount of repositioning required.
Weird. Okay.
Weird.
If they add WASD to the game, this should be really broken.
That's gonna be sick.
If they ever add WASD to PoE, this shit would be so insanely broken.
Oh, great.
Channel while moving, WSD. Channel skills are back.
I'm pretty sure Berserker's still BIS.
I'm pretty sure.
unfortunately.
Jesus.
If
Oh
you're
my
going-
god, the champion change is crazy.
The
Really,
14
really good.
Ascendancy passive skill now causes you to have your maximum. Now causes you to have your maximum fortification. Previously 14 fortification. And nearby allies count as having What?
Damn.
What?
Wait, it doesn't. You're like if your max
okay,
is.
this is
what's
so
your max
fucking
above?
fucking stupid because I spent like 2
Yeah.
weeks. I spent like 2 weeks figuring out how
Cooking
to
the
generate
fortification
fortify on this stupid
support.
fucking character, and then they made it free.
Just have it, bro. What the
You just have it, bro. Yeah, you just get it, man.
Have it. It just gives your
Surprise.
teammates 50% TR.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
What were they
Unstoppable. So they change. It's no longer a
Just spec the
2-pointer.
point.
The fortify node's a 1-pointer, which is here, and the point behind it gives you unstoppable hero, which is no longer causes nearby allies to have the fortification. Now grants 3% more armor and evasion per fortification above 20, and 3% increase attack speed per fortification above 20.
So much damage.
No, I don't think that applies. I think it's just a that's your on you.
It's
if
just
you have,
your personal
Yes.
defense.
Yeah.
If that worked on
Yeah,
the
but I
Berserker,
don't
it's
click
so
that.
fucking busted.
Yeah.
Guys, you don't need to
Yeah.
link me fucking fortify shit because I already have a fucking POB made right
You already
here.
have
that
the
has-
fucking character.
The POB's already made. It's here, okay? It has 50 fortify. It works.
Yeah.
Wait, if we no longer have to do, are we gonna put on the boots and start toggling for 10 fortify because you don't have to do weird shit?
What doesn't drop? You actually might do that, honestly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You actually might need to weapon swap MP.
Yeah.
'Cause,
Yeah, I mean, as long as I'm not vengeful crying plus that, then yeah.
No, it's one or the other.
Yeah.
It's actually even better. It's 15,
What
not
if-
10.
What if I
Jesus.
told you I am playing Volcanic Fissure as my starter, so I think I'm playing the champion?
Oh, I love making Evan press a billion buttons.
we need somebody to play Rage Vortex of Berserking into Berserker. I don't know if you want to do that, Evan, or somebody wants to.
I
go
mean, if
broader.
I could be on Berserker or Marauder. That would be fine as well. I just need to be bottom side.
I don't want to.
What am I playing? Am I still playing color or?
I maybe. I just frogging with the fucking ranger fucking sucks.
Yeah, it does. We'll get to that in a bit. And so we're going through champion. Worthy Foe now has you taunt on hit. Hog. Conquer Ascendancy past the skill has been replaced with a new Worthy Cause is notable that grants. Having a placed banner does not prevent you from gaining Valor. That's just the chess piece mod, right?
Yeah, that's really good.
Banner skills have 50% increased duration. I don't think
requires
you can
inspiration.
This is like so useless in party because like so much shit is stuff is so fucking competitive in the group right now. Like in terms of like power, and the only thing you get from a fucking banner is like movement speed.
You get movement speed and a lot of auras. You get like a good amount of auras. It's not worth.
Well, auras is maybe. We'll see.
The problem is sap still exists. You can get a significant amount of pen from that, and like just having a few hundred pen is gonna be like more. It's gonna be better than having an actual character, which is the Crybot or the Miner, which is providing 6,000 flat, is gonna be more in the long run than getting more pen.
Yeah.
Guardian Harmony of Purpose. Passive skill has been reworked and now causes you to gain a random shrine buff. That's the link node. The link node's gone. Unwavering Faith. Ascendancy passive skill has been reworked. Now grants 50% RME. That's the recovery. Guardian Recovery is gone.
Yeah. But against... I mean, you're gonna get, like,
I don't know
RME
if
on Scion?
I don't know if Scion's changed. We'll see.
Almost certainly.
Sanctuary of Thought on Hierophant is no longer 25% RME or 50% less mana cost of skills. It now provides regen 1% of mana per second. Wait, what?
What?
Is that it?
XD. Goodbye. Oh, down Hierophant.
Wait, is that the whole
What?
ascendancy? Wait, does the whole ascendancy regenerate 1% of mana?
That's all you get.
Am I stupid?
Did it give something else before that they didn't remove?
Oh, it gives AoE.
Okay.
AoE
That would be a
I was like, wait, is this
node.
the only thing that this node does? It's the AoE. Saboteur.
What the fuck?
New Shrapnel Specialist Ascendancy passive skill. Causes projectiles have a 50% chance to return to you, and projectiles can be fired in random directions. Okay. Explosives Expert. Which one's that? Uh-oh.
I just go back to Hierophant. Isn't 50% less mana cost
that's like
just deleting the build completely?
What's up, reality?
The Hyro nerf, like losing 50% less cost, just like eviscerates Mana Man. Your mana
really
cost is like fucking infinite.
I'm pretty sure that entire ascendancy point was the reason why it worked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Goodbye.
unlucky. Saboteur.
Another angle.
Oh, we read that. Sorry.
Explosive.
Calculate the rest of which causes your critical strike chance to be lucky and damage with hits to be unlucky. That seems really bad. But okay. Polymath is now 2% more damage instead of 3% more per mastery.
Yeah, the
That's
ice.
a big nerf.
That's
Frostbolt and this.
Escape Art is also getting nerfed. +4 evasion rating per 1 max CS, previously 5. So 20% nerf to your evasion.
Okay.
And this is 1 per 8. That's a big nerf as well.
Yeah, and you got cast
So
speed.
Trickster's probably still good. Maybe not as dominant as before. Probably still really insane. Trickster was busted. I mean, Trickster probably still is busted, I think. I mean, this is like a slap on the wrist, no?
Yep.
It's like a slap on the wrist. Shaper
Slap
of
ow.
Storms, Elementalist, no longer prevents 25% more effective lightning ailments. It now has shocks from your hits, always increase lightning damage taken. Wow.
That's a lot.
Wow. 25 base shock.
Jesus.
Crazy.
That's actually insane.
Holy shit.
What? Yeah, 25 base shock is crazy. Shaper of Winter no longer has 50% more effective chills. Now it's 15% chill up to a max of 40.
Oh, that's pretty good too.
Instead it that's what it was before. Instead it now causes enemies chill by your hits to lessen their damage dealt by half chill effect. And enemies chilled by your hits have damage taken increased by chill. It's the bone chill. It's just bone chill support.
Yeah. Okay.
Shaper Flames. Instead, it now causes enemies ignited by you to convert 40% of their physical damage to fire. So it's 40% PTA. That's actually pretty good.
That's good.
But they lost them more damage on ignites.
Yeah.
It's kind of bad, but it's like more defensive. I don't know if that's what Elementalist needed. Maybe.
It's not.
I don't know. That's interesting. I mean, they also got a bunch of golem buffs though, so
plus 2 golems instead of plus
Golem
1.
support. And all the golem buffs from earlier.
Immune. Golems are immune to LE damage.
They already had that.
They already had that before.
Elements. Yeah, who plays Elementals? Sorry. Plays this shit? Elements are ascendancy passive skills and replaced with a new notable Bringer of Ruin, which grants 60% increase RME with Heralds and 66% increase Herald skill buff effect.
Oh,
cool.
Okay. Or instead of 14,
passive skill tree changes. Elemental Master that caused hits to have inverted is now 15%, previously 25. Oh my god.
On this PC, I don't.
This just makes the
think
fucking
so.
ring and
I'm not in
tinctures, like,
Hungary
even
right
more
now,
OP
so I'm not
than
on
they
my
were before.
Starforge
Now you don't.
PC.
Leech passive mastery that prevents 10% of Leech's instants, now 5%.
Leech mastery.
Okay. Passive mastery that grant elemental ailments are inflicted on you instead of link targets have been replaced with a new mastery that causes enemies in your link beams to be unable to apply elemental ailments.
Fuck off.
That's the
But
one
who
for
in the link beam? Guys, we gotta triangulate the monster.
Who changed? Who did this at GGG headquarters? Who did this? It went from like fucking useless to like even more fucking useless.
Even more useless.
I want to know how they play with links. I really want to see how they play with links. I
Bro,
want
they
to
made
see
that
them
frigid
do it.
bond
I want to
link.
see them. I want to see them running mobs into the link. I want to see it
Bro,
happen.
it's the fucking hold link where you have to like where it does damage in between, like while they're in the link. You have to fucking
There's
Who
a reason
did
why there's
this?
a link wheel on the POE 2 tree, and there's still no link skills.
It's just one guy.
Oh my god.
This is a buff
This
for
would be,
rune
well, guys, like
grafting.
this would be really cool. Imagine you like link your friends and then you can't apply element. Like, what is this?
What the fuck, man? The wand. Alright, link. The wand passive mastery that grants on nerve enemies on hit with wands has been replaced with a new mastery that provides 25% increased mana, reservation of skills supported by
shit.
spell slinger.
That's good.
Okay.
Wanding is back.
New passive tree changes that didn't make it on the patch. Alright. Unique item. Balance of Terra unique jewels. You were unaffected by freeze if you cast Frostbite in the past 10 seconds. Now correctly grants unaffected by freeze instead of immunity to freeze.
Okay.
Bitterbind point unique shield now has 50 to 100% increased spell critical strike chance per race specter, previously 40 to 50. No longer has 30 to 50% increased spell damage.
Oh.
Buggers. Cane of
Salon.
Kolamak.
Kolamak.
Can now be rarely found with 4 veiled modifiers. Devouring Diadem no longer provides +1 level of socketed gems. Ephemeral Edge. Okay, unique sword now has attacks with this weapon have added max lightning damage equal to 10 to 15%. It rolls a player's maximum energy shield. Previously 20. Okay.
Okay. And they stay legacy.
Ouch. So 25% damage loss?
Okay.
For those builds?
Oh, wait, someone said maybe you can target mercs with links? Oh no, Red's gonna fucking die.
No, our mercs are gonna be immortal. There's the real trick. Yeah, this is the real trickster nerf is the fucking ephemeral.
Wait, but how much? And like, are you gonna be able to sustain 12 links?
Oh yeah.
With
Yeah.
mana?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, okay.
He regens like
that's
fucking
not a problem.
800 mana a second on Mana
yeah.
Guardian. It's
I'm pretty sure it's like 3,000 mana a second. Like unironic,
No,
like not exaggerated.
What the
Steal the
fuck?
new shiny Hierophant node for 1% regen.
What the fuck?
Huge. It's actually pretty big for
Your
red.
mana red. It's I don't even know where the mana recovery is. It's not here.
It's because you have like low clarity on or something.
Yeah, I have to like turn on a skill, whatever. I'll just do it later.
Doesn't matter. It's too easy.
Mercenaries Lot unique gloves no longer part of the core drop pool and can instead be found equipped to certain mercenaries. This unique also has 8% of damage from hits is taken from marked target's life before you.
What?
What?
There's some memes here.
Yeah. What?
What is this? The gloves? Is this the?
It's the mark
Love
spreading
those gloves.
gloves.
They're fucking good.
These gloves are sick.
Okay. Nadir mode unique jewel now causes spells to have 30 to 50% increased critical strike chance per intensity, previously 30. Queen's Hunger, unique body armor. Armor's triggered offering skills are now triggered in a set order rather than random. Unique no longer has 5 to 10% cast speed. Ralakesh. Now have one of either.
Goodbye.
Count as having maximum number of endurance, count as maximum frenzy, or max. It's just one of the three instead of all.
Good change.
They now have movement speed.
Oh
and
shit!
And immune to corrupted
Immune to
blood.
CB?
Oh
Wait.
shit.
This
I
item
feel like
is
those are
still
still quite
so good.
Actually,
they're
very,
pretty
very
fucking sick.
strong item.
Dude, it's
So-
on
Good
Slayer. Just like
change.
you just take endurance charge Slayer, like,
Awesome.
and you still gain frenzies via mark mastery or whatever, right? Like you, so still feels pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
That's nice.
I think it kind of hurts Hex Blast a little bit, but I mean, you still click Power Charge on Hex Blast, and like you just have to gain frenzy charges through Charge Mines. Like,
And
it's
now
not
it's
an
still
issue.
a good item, it's still exciting to find, and now there's an extra layer of idea to always charge to the draw. Like, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Divination Scarab of Plenty now causes an area to contain 3 additional packs of Divination touched magic monsters that have 1000% increased chance to drop Divination cards. Previously 800%. These additional packs now display Divination touched underneath their health bar to distinguish them from other monsters.
Okay.
Titanic Scarab of Legend has a limit of 1, previously 2. The only 1 would have applied. Yeah, this was always bugged. They still haven't fixed it. It always
Okay,
was a
so
limit
it's
of
fine.
1. It never
Nothing.
worked. They're just limiting it to 1 now.
Nice.
Additional changes to Scarabs that we're still finalizing. Check back soon.
Oh, okay. We'll check back.
Great.
Nice.
I love that for us.
They're debating the Titanic changes and can't come up with a solution. That's what that means, guys.
Yep.
Later, we're gonna read what they did with Titanic.
Yeah.
So yeah. The drop chance of Orbs of Regret has been lowered. Chance has been distributed across the other currency items that can drop. Okay.
Orb
Guys,
of
I'm
Regret
more likely
early
to find a mirror
stonks.
now.
How about you nerf the fucking regret drops in Sanctum? Fuck. Sorry. Weapons and armor with multiple attribute requirements now have a lower chance to roll attribute modifiers.
Another early
Okay.
Sanctum buff.
Life and mana leech modifiers on equipment, items, and jewels now roll as suffixes instead of prefixes. Scepters, stabs, rune daggers, and wands now roll attack modifiers less often. Stabs now roll a higher tier of increased mana regen. Crafting bench modifiers for increased mana regen.
Why nerf crafting wands? What?
I don't know, man.
Crafting attack one just has more cringe, and they were already
Crafting-
super cringe.
Yeah.
I don't know. Crafting bench modifiers for increased mana resistance modifiers can no longer roll or be crafted on weapons. No!
Oh, dude,
Why?
I needed that.
I needed that. You can't roll fire res on your weapons now.
No, my white wand with 14 fire as in Act 9.
You just get an
That's a level in there.
Vorax earlier.
Right. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I'm playing attack fields now, so that's actually not really
I
relevant
mean, yeah, it
anymore.
makes
but
like
yeah,
crafting
it's
weapons
fine.
like just reforge X on bench, like.
Yeah. Synthesize implicit resistance modifiers no longer roll on weapons. Redeemer's prefix modifier on
Okay,
the
that's
influence helmets
good,
for physical
actually.
damage taken as cold no
This
longer
is
has higher
big.
than expected values compared to the fire and lightning equivalents on other helmet base types, which also result in the elevated version having lower than expected values. The veiled and crafting bench modifiers that granted AoE and area damage, projectile speed, projectile damage, and melee strike range can now roll on gloves instead of amulets.
That's kind of sad, actually.
Veiled and crafting bench modifiers that grant AoE and level of socketed area gems, projectile pierce, blah blah blah. These roll on gloves. They used to roll on gloves.
And
Can no longer wait. They removed the +1 on gloves.
Dude, he's using that.
Bro,
What the fuck?
Existing items are unaffected.
Hmm.
Hybrid of added elemental damage, veiled and crafting bench modifiers can now roll on amulets. Okay.
Yay.
Okay. Yeah,
Divination
they
card
removed this from
changes. The
amulets.
following divination card has been temporarily disabled. Avian Pursuit. What does that do? Is this some fucking settler shit or what?
I would have guessed it's a sack walls, but like.
The bargain divination card's been re-enabled and now words of flawless breachstone.
It's the Einhar
Einhar's
beast memory. Yeah.
Oh, the Einhar. Bargain drops a flawless breachstone. Mayor divination cards being enabled now awards Light of Meaning.
Okay.
Monochrome divination card now awards a Valdo's Puzzle Box.
Oh.
Sambody's Wisdom now awards a Corrupted Tabula Rasa with 2 implicits.
That monochrome location might be interesting.
Squandered Prosperity is now Corrupted Light of Meaning. Underground Forest is now 10 Grand Eldritch Ichors.
Damn, that's a good card.
That's a good card.
Yeah. Tier 3.
Ruthless. Yeah, let's read all of the Ruthless specific changes, guys.
Thank you.
Finally.
The Syncretism node. Finally, yeah. Monster Balance. As many monsters located in rituals can no longer drop omens.
What?
Why?
Why?
That was just cool.
So they only come from the window now? You have to shop for them?
Yeah, yeah.
Why?
Don't they come from settlers too, or?
No. They have to, you just have to do the actual mechanic. You can't just like randomly drop a fucking Omen of Connections while you're just out and going.
All right,
Okay.
Kirak. Anything interesting here? I thought they have all mods now in Kirak, or they're just changing the cost of everything. They're going down.
Lowered the cost of almost everything. It looks like.
It looks like Anarchy went from
Heist is more.
Anarchy went from 2 to 6 chaos and causes the area to contain 7 exiles instead of 3.
Dude,
Wow.
that's your Rickusing early is gonna go crazy.
It's really good.
It's a lot of chaos though. 6 chaos for 7 exiles. I mean, we're paying like 1-2C for the scarabs before.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're playing 2 for 3.
But like, we're probably gonna end up doing
6 for 7.
Essence, to be honest. Wait, Abyss is now 5C, but it's 3 Abysses instead of 2.
That's good.
Essence is now 4C and causes 3 Essences, previously 4.
27% loot.
Essence is nerfed.
Instead
Harbinger's
of
3.
50.
Harbinger's.
But we're
3
getting
Harbingers
6
instead of
extra
2.
players, so 3
Heist is now
extra
3 caches
players.
instead
What's
of
the
2.
final number then?
Legion is now 2 legions instead of 1.
7 times.
These are some big changes actually. On
The
chaos.
Harbinger Craft got a crazy buff. You pay less and you get more.
Torment is now 8
243.
additional tormented spirits instead
It's almost
of 3.
exactly the same as before.
Wow. Did they nerf Party Quant? Check my link. No, I
Yeah.
think this is... Did they?
I see the link, yeah, but with the mercenaries, it's almost
This is
exactly
a
the
mercenary.
same.
Yeah.
No, this is probably a solo player
With a mercenary,
mercenary.
maybe. Yeah, that's
Yes.
my guess. If it's not,
And-
then it's 27 for everyone. Then it's 243 total, down from 250, with 6 mercenaries. Because 6 mercenaries is 3 extra players, so then it would be with a full party with a full mercenary. It's almost exactly the same as before. It's like
you don't get
7%
party
less,
frames
but-
solo. You might get them if you're like playing with mercs. I don't fucking know what they did.
Yeah.
But I think you might want some clarification on this. Maybe it's just a mercenary, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this would be something in the patch notes if they have the party quant, guys. It'd be like a fucky wucky. We didn't include that in the patch notes.
Yeah, but I'll take them.
Fucky wucky.
I mean, there have been instances before.
There have been fucky wuckies in the past.
Historic loot multiplier that they just didn't mention removing.
I would actually go Guardian and Duo. I think with the RME, it's like Giga free.
So much RME.
That's insane amount of RME. But I think in 6-man, you're still gonna play Scion. To be honest, I think it's still insane, especially if it has the recovery. Does Scion wasn't nerfed, so like, does that mean that Scion is just like de facto the best high-end Orobot, like by a mile now?
I mean, it depends. Sometimes I just like forget to. Sometimes they just forget to mention what changes happens on Scion. No.
It's
Like
not definitely. It still has everything, right? It still has Aura Effect, like Necro and Guardian. Like.
I mean, we don't know if it has Guardian. It could just be they forgot to put it in patch notes that they changed Scion as well.
Yeah, but has the recovery stuff, right? Which is still like.
No, they didn't change Scion Randall.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I mean, if that's the case, then it's 243% in 6-man.
Okay.
With a full mercenary party, down from 250 from before.
Scion sometimes doesn't get text. I'm pretty sure they didn't change it.
7%.
I'm pretty sure there's been leagues where Scion just doesn't get the text in the patch notes, but then it is changed.
Well,
which is not really a 7% less.
Asked,
it's more like
a couple hours ago.
It's more like
they're gonna change Scion whenever they confirm
like
they didn't change it.
3%
Maybe,
less.
But currently there's no plans to like to have changed Scion. Quest reward focus channeling in the campaign. Epic. Your map device now has a small 4x5 rucksack.
Yeah, a
use
little less
control.
than
These,
3%.
we already got all these in the thing, right? MTX changes, bug fixes. Anything crazy in the bug fixes?
You can no longer cancel your Divine Blessing early.
Okay.
By just spamming?
I posted it. Fixed a bug where Divine Blessing supported orders could be animation cancelable before the contact point had been reached.
Oh, that's actually an insane buff.
Because
if you put in a move command while the blessing was going off, it would cancel and go on cooldown. And then if you're on a cooldown map, like your blessing would be on lockout for like fucking 20 seconds. Like it's just so.
And the whole party does no damage. Yeah.
Yeah. Fixed a bug where gladiators more than skill ascendancy passive was causing lucky blocks or be rolled an additional time. So that's like defensive nerf for gladiators. And then it's fixed a bug where some monsters weren't always receiving the correct amount of damage reduction. I don't know if that's a buff or a nerf.
Yeah, that could be fucking anything.
Also, apparently Twist of Fate now works with T17 corrupted maps.
Who the fuck is gonna Twist of Fate T17s?
Connor does all map mods.
Fixed a bug where monster packs were able to spawn too closely to waypoints or certain NPCs and areas.
Oh.
You know, in Act 9, the betrayal area. Yeah. I knew something was weird and they weren't doing that intentionally.
Fixed a bunch of client crashes.
A relic of the pack change. I don't know. Value reduced to 0 with a tempering orb. I don't know what the fuck that.
Fixed a bug where the discharge skill used by monsters had no area of effect and as a result dealt no damage.
Oh fuck, we're gonna get one shot by discharge.
The sewers. Goodbye, everyone.
Oh, Lioness Fall now converts gain rage on melee hit to gain rage on bow hit or whatever. Kind of nice.
Oh. That's generally nice.
Okay, let's see here.
I'll be honest, this is not as many changes as I thought.
For balance or for what?
Balance, mostly.
I mean, they said they didn't want to like go crazy with the balance changes, no?
There.
Yeah, they
wanted to like nerf the good shit.
Yeah. Issue into like playing POE 1 again, I think was what they wanted to achieve.
Yeah,
Okay,
this is a 2-player party, so it looks like it's 27%.
Champion is so unbelievably broken.
Yep.
Yeah, like what is this?
Actually, fuck. Why would you go Guardian Orba when you just be Champion? Like, unironically, Champion might just be fucking insane as like a duo Orba. Not for 6-man. I'm pretty sure Scion's still best 6-man.
Necro
stuff is like so
you still
crazy.
hit the breakpoint and you get Guardian.
You get the taunt stuff. The taunt stuff's free damage. You get to play Concoctions as your league starter. Like,
holy, actually save 1 hour in leveling.
Like, you just get infinite DR for your team, and you can flush and flame.
3 to 4, man.
I'm
sure Snap will cover that when
whatever.
he puts out a video.
Oh my god.
Lock cap.
He generally has recommendations for smaller parties.
Yeah, how opposed are you to doing the weapon swap thing, MP, on the boots?
What does that entail exactly?
So what you do, so the boots, there's a Beacon of, what's the Madness boots?
Yes,
Beacon of Madness.
Yeah.
So these boots when you have them on, it gives you a bunch of buffs, and this also gives you plus 15 fortify, max fortify, which is crazy. And so the reason why these are broken is it gives you the fortify, like the max fortify, which is crazy broken. But it gives you a ramping debuff for the longer you have them on. And you're supposed to like cleanse the debuff by turning off the skill or whatever, and it cleanses your debuffs. But what you can do is put a gem in there that you can't equip without your weapon swap.
And then turns
what
them
you
off.
do is
it
turns off your boots.
Problem
and
is you
unequips
can't
them
weapon swap if you're if there's too much loot on the ground. If we have no access, you can't weapon swap. Otherwise, I'm fine with that.
Is that true?
Yeah.
I don't actually.
Sorry, what did he ask?
If there's too much loot on the ground, if you don't have access to your inventory, I think you can't weapon swap.
Ooh.
It may or may not be an issue this league. We don't know, but
Maybe.
Not entirely opposed to it.
That wasn't even really happening with Titanic. I mean, as far as we know, Titanic's not changed or nerfed. Maybe like they're add more shit and the Scarab changes, perhaps. But I feel like it's a Titanic meta still. And the only other thing is like what they said that they're adding meat sacks. Weren't meat sacks unique mobs though? Like in
no, they were rare with like a fuck ton of modifiers, right?
Are we just like fucking trying to? Are we just gonna try and kill meat sacks?
I don't know.
I mean, the rare stacking thing like could be good, but whatever. But I feel like Titanic is like an easy fallback in case like the stuff we try.
Yeah, I
is,
mean,
like,
if there's
bad.
multiple options, that's always good. Like,
But I'm just like surprised that like that Titanic or anything like this wasn't changed at all, honestly. But I mean, they'll probably change more. They're finalizing. Yeah, I guess so. They probably just didn't finish them. But like, doesn't this new influence need to be like insanely OP to beat Titanic pack size bonus on T17s? Or am I like missing something here? I feel like there's just no way that the T16 modifiers are like that.
Yeah, I mean, it depends how good the stacking shit is. Like when you put down the memory and like the first one you're gonna get 100% quant, and then the second one you're gonna get something else, and the third one you're gonna get something else.
It wasn't 100% quant. It was 100% quantity of whatever the fuck memory amber or whatever the fuck it was. It wasn't actually just straight up quant. It was like 100% quantity of.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like we haven't seen all the modifiers that they can roll, right? Like we don't know how good those can be.
Like, yeah, my biggest issue is that
the setup.
You can't have 100% uptime on farming this. You're like bouncing between shitty maps and good maps, and
POE 2.
I find it hard to believe that it's better than T17.
You have to farm 3 shit maps like that, and you have to fish like so. You know, you go to the first map, it's like, oh, you got a good altar, and then you go to the second map, and if you get like a shit altar, then you're like, you just log out.
Whole chain might be bricked. Yeah.
The only way if it's feasible to me to be better is if you have someone solo mapping to set this shit up. And then you only run the good stuff that they have set up.
How do you get the thing that the memory? How do you obtain the memory? I missed this.
We don't know that
I think
yet.
it's just over time.
Like running 14 plus, it's gonna like start dropping or generating or something. Like they haven't. They said they haven't.
Itemized thing you can stack up, or was it?
I don't think they showed exactly how it happens.
Yeah. Where is this in the video, chat? Where they
chain maps are the progression version. You get like modified T16s as endgame version. I don't think that's true. No.
Fuck, I lost it. It was right here.
The memory maps are the bosses.
Yeah,
it's I'm pretty sure you just get a item
here,
right? And then you put it on like an old memory, and then it chooses 4 random maps in some random pathing sequence, and then you run them.
You just get fisted by layouts. Like you're gonna start on X map on whatever, and then like your 4th map could be fucking cells, and you guys are running, you know, your 6-man in cells.
Yeah,
instead.
but look, it can like, does it drop these itemized maps? Like, look, this is like almost a T17 map, right? It says 40. I mean, 41 pack size is pretty low, but you can maybe exalt this.
This is dog shit. This is literally dog shit.
Yeah, but this is not a full map, right? Like, what I'm saying is that you can drop like it could be itemized, maybe.
Areas influenced by the originator's memories, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying the base pack size and quant and rarity on here is not even half of what you can do on a T17.
Yeah.
Even if you doubled the number of map mods there, it wouldn't even be a T17 base map.
I'm looking for the boss that he clicks at the end.
I just realized they brought T17 mods to these T16s.
Yes, they said that. They're bringing the T17 mods into T16s.
But this is just as cancer. It's just like doing T17s. You may as well just do T17s.
But the problem is you can't pre-roll these reality. They appear in the
they're
window.
Worse. They're just worse.
So these appear in the window, and you have to roll them one at a time as you're going along.
It's the same as the memory from before.
Instead of
bazooka.
Instead of
100 maps.
Like instead of regexing and getting like the stuff you need from trade or rolling in bulk, you have to open up the window and have like
single map. Yeah.
You have to have 300 chaos in your fucking inventory.
So how many bananas per day? You know, if you do this strat.
Yeah, going banana.
They said they drop. Wait, 438 times this. Okay, memory tear. So it's just like you come up here. There's a fucking thing, and you click it. And like he drops you a map? Is this what's going on?
When you finish all 3 bosses, it can drop these maps.
Go to 1030?
You have to roll it individually, no? Like whatever this is at 438.
I think this is just a map that's in his window. I don't
Yes,
think this is
yes. Look at the. Wait, last screenshots here. This is exactly like a memory map where it's like in there, you can't take it out.
It's
the
locked.
item cannot be removed. You have to roll it there from your inventory. No regex, no nothing. Like you all could like It's the same as the memory maps currently.
Why do they keep doing this? I don't get it. Why?
They're saying that you have to listen?
Listen at 10 minutes. All right, let's listen. We'll listen at 10 minutes, guys. Okay.
Listening in.
It's a lot of charges, but every time you use it, you draw a random divination card. This card appears above you and correlates to a powerful buff.
It's like right after, I think.
If you draw the escape, allows you to gain the modifiers of slain rares you kill.
Okay, cards.
Effectively, you can think of this unique as being many varying degrees of power to grant.
Okay, 10:30.
Okay, but let's get back to the Atlas.
Oh, they drop as maps.
After defeating all 3 new pinnacle bosses, you'll be able to find new memory-influenced Tier 16 maps.
Okay.
These maps come with the previously mentioned special abilities and monsters infused with memory pedals, but can also roll the same modifiers typically found on Tier 17.
He said after you kill all 3 pinnacle bosses, they start dropping. So it's like an unlock on your account. You kill all 3 bosses, and then you start dropping.
And then you can actually roll these, regex these, list these, and Okay, so they are basically kind of like T17 maps, but on T16 layouts. And as long as you roll them good enough, they can be better, maybe.
The reason why these are actually potentially good is because they have the pedals, and the pedals give you the robots abilities, which is the you know, reviving monsters and
the double loot. What?
Can you stack the altar stuff with this?
I think
it's a separate map. It's like 1 by 1.
I don't think it's like a
There's
separate.
no chain from this.
Yeah, how's it?
This is just a map.
It's
just a map.
Yeah.
So you
the chain is
can this interact with the chain though? No, you can't.
No, it's not. It's just a map. You put it. It's just a normal map that has a unique influence.
Yeah.
This is just a T17 map, like legitimately. I don't.
It's the worst T17 map.
Yeah.
No, they have the same mod pool. They'll probably have the same bonuses, to be honest.
Yeah.
How much
But it's
is
on a
your overhead per
T16
map?
instead of a T17.
Yeah, it just drops worse
Which is kind of whatever, except for some bases, and like you get better layouts and div cards.
You get div cards 1, and 2 you get the influence, which the originator gives you the abilities, Evan, which will let you do the sentinel shit where you're like reviving monsters and all of that bullshit.
Oh, you drop pedal. You drop items with like pedal, the fucking pedal modifier, right? So then there's the value just picking up.
Yeah.
Wasn't the thing where it was like reviving the rare monsters, like the rare propagation thing? Wasn't that part of this like pedal mechanic where? So like that stuff, like that juicing axis is locked to these kinds of maps. So you know, if you're gonna do any of that stuff, like which are probably pretty powerful, you want to be doing a T16.5. So you have cards and you have this, and I'm just assuming that if these roll T16 or sorry T17 modifiers, you're gonna be able to get the same number of quant and rarity that you could on T17s if you roll like an equivalent number of modifiers. No.
You could actually check. You could take this map and check the POE DVE mods. See if they line up.
And then you just have like the Sentinel, whatever robot. What is it called? Pedal abilities, whatever the fuck are they called?
Robots, whatever. Sentinel robots. Yeah.
The same number of dog shit. I mean, it's fine. You have actually the 250 character regex actually makes T17s or regexing your maps like a lot better. I'll be real. Now, you can actually now set a regex with all of the mods and put it in, and it'll just work.
Boss carries are gonna pop it off this league. Everyone will like want to be able to like drop these, and you have to like unlock, like you have to like kill your Ubers or your pinnacles, your new pinnacles, to like be able to drop these. So like
there's a quest version though, so.
Oh, you think there's gonna be like
they said
easy Ether Exarch?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what quest versions are. And
I'm
they're
so
repeatable.
tired of Agromorph spreading misinfo, guys. I don't think they nerf party quant. I think this is the fucking mercenary buff.
No, I linked the picture from the video. Scroll up like 1:20 a.m. like 12 minutes ago. It's when the guy's like, you know, he comes in and yoinks your divine. That's another character. That's not a mercenary. So this is a duo in the screenshot, and it's 27%. So I don't know. I mean, it could be some funky display bug because of
Is that with the
mercenaries, but
mercenaries, though?
that's a
fucking
that be with
that's a
mercenaries?
duo
fucking
there.
ask.
Yeah. I love constant rerolling, man.
I'll just ask.
The rolling in the window with no regex and stuff from the inventory, like tick, 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 that's kind of ass. That's like part of why I never wanted to do like memory projects, because like rolling the maps one by one is so cringe.
Like first blush, but I think it'll just be Titanics. Unless like the rare stacking shit goes like giga nuclear. That's like the only thing I see so far.
What you mean with
You have map inventory now?
mean
That does
nonsense?
not function with
Ramping meat
these.
sack sounds pretty good.
It does sound pretty good, yeah.
Sounds pretty fun. It's this. This is the issue. This doesn't matter if you have a map inventory. The pedal shit on
Sounds
your
like
atlas.
no builds really changed.
It's like this.
In terms of the group.
You can't remove this, and you can't
MP
search
has a
for
slight
this.
adjustment to his gearing with the fortify shit, but I already have the POB made. It's like already here.
Carry build still fine, right?
Well, we can go lightning strike, or we can do vigilant strike. It's the same. The gearing and tree is like all the shit's the exact same.
Everything's the same.
Like the only reason we would pivot off of armor stacker is if Dreamfeather like ate a nerf or got like capped or some shit. I'll be honest.
Map inventory does not have a search. From what they showed, they could add that,
like, unless it's like
but
it has to be pre-nerfed, or there's like
That's
a
not making it
hidden
alive,
stat
dude.
line we're not seeing.
Just like everyone's
not
gonna
making
play
it
champ,
alive.
fucking snaking.
It's not
snaking
making it
chieftain.
alive.
Like, there's no way. Like the solo player meta is just like fucking everyone's snaking chieftain, stacking fire is.
a small additional
30,000 ping.
There's no search.
Duck sent me the quality stacker POV that he had from Jessica, and I
Inventory to
sent
them?
that in to them, and they're probably gonna peek at it and be like, "That's probably not okay." So it's probably getting pre-nerfed.
Yeah,
It'd probably cap at 200, like SAP is my guess, which is still insanely broken.
Yeah,
It's
which
still
is
absurd.
That's still
It's
insanely
like
broken
way less
for a
pressure.
link.
This is
SAP has like,
unhinged.
yeah, like to get SAP to work by yourself,
Yes,
it
it's a
requires so
lot.
much pressure.
And
Here is I
rampage,
click chieftain,
right? Like
and I put fire res on suffixes,
and you equip the string.
and I click purity fire and log in. Like what?
Jessica, I'm not. Listen, I can't let shit like that go live. Like it's too stupid. It's like who made this? Like
yeah, I mean,
seriously,
it's
like,
the only thing John Rose tweeted about, right? Like, like it's not gonna be.
Like I looked at it for 2 seconds and was like, huh? Like they just
Frozen camera?
forgot to put a cap on it, I guess.
Wait, why would you pick chieftain?
The Valicos, the
Oh, just
Lacos,
for...
fire res, yeah. It's free fire res. Damn.
Like you can basically barely try on chieftain, and you'd be like 500 over cap.
That's reduced fire res? Is that just reduced?
Sure, you have
flat?
200 over cap.
Or
It's
like,
it's the same as
no, but
Annihilating Light.
it's the annihilating
Yes.
right also has reduced. So I'm wondering if
Correct.
this is kind of like
If
less
you have
also.
100 fire res, it will turn into 45. Or
Yeah.
like, sorry, if I had 1,000, it will
1,000.
turn into 450. It's
Yeah,
a less
okay, so it is less.
kind of. Yeah, like,
Mhm.
well, it's not actually less, but it
Yeah.
will reduce. Each point of fire res is 55% less effective.
Mhm.
It's not additive with the other stats.
Yeah.
So you're
Or
gonna
do you
need.
think they just like make a that's like instead of per uncapped fire res, it's like per 10 uncapped fire res? Like damage penetrates 1% fire res per 10
I'm
uncapped?
guessing that also
just need to
rolls.
cap it.
Like that 55% is kind of
40 to
random.
60 or some
Probably
shit,
rolls
maybe.
also. Yeah.
Wait, doesn't this go crazy in standard with the 65,000 fire res chest?
Doesn't this go crazy in standard?
Is it
Everything goes
50,000
crazy
fire
in
res?
standard.
Yeah.
It's 25,000. It's 25,000.
Yeah.
Isn't 25,000 pen is like even stupid for standard? Like that's even stupid via standards. You
Yeah.
know? Like, that's a little stupid.
How those items haven't been deleted by this point is
That's
beyond
crazy.
me.
Well,
Yeah.
Did you see what Indeed posted?
Yeah, he was trolling. I saw.
Might be good on a fire damage build.
It should be capped at SAP, which is 200. I'm surprised SAP didn't get it.
Everything is 200 because that's what they
Thankfully, you have
minus
25,000
res
fire res.
No,
so
it's just an pen isn't
40,
pen isn't technically capped at 200. It's just a reasonable value to have the item at. Pen goes way beyond negative 200 res.
I mean, even if it's 200, the ring is still like so beyond
the random div card flask is kind of funny.
Are they actually fixing the armor stacker chest, or is he just like causing a panic? In standard.
I don't know. Friend is trolling Epic has standard player.
Marcus
right now,
will know instantly. Will know.
Yeah, is this fixed the bug where modifier values on items were not in line with their tier of the affix.
No, that's not real. He
made
inspect element.
Yeah. He was doing some little bit of trolling there.
Nice.
That's a good troll.
Oh my god.
Holy shit.
Gain 1 of all soul per second. That's kind of cool. Soul Wick rune for a master.
You actually want to... Oh, is Evan fucking deafened?
Cannot drop equipment, flask, or tinctures.
Dude, I'm like thinking... Early Titanic is gonna go crazy with the new Anarchy craft, no? Reality? Like you don't need Anarchy scarabs at all anymore. You just do the craft with like a regular ass Titanic scarab.
Which? Or did they just exile on the map device or what?
It's 7 exiles. It's a lot.
Oh
it's
shit.
Good.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Yeah, that is good.
The other question is really like, for whoever's playing, whoever's your pusher, are you not sending them to Uber Shaper on day 1?
Or belt or what?
For the hat, for the helmet, it's like 40% drop rate, and like, I don't know, everyone's just playing snaking. Already, it seems like snaking Zerker's like not nerfed. The helmet is like double damage.
Are they not using Blitz on snaking Zerker?
You gotta make some giga movement speed build for that. There's so much downtime in Shaper, but if you make like almost like a heister, you know, like a fucking rush
but it's
through
day 1. It doesn't even matter. Like,
yeah.
Even if it's slow on day 1, even if it takes you
yeah. I
to
mean, it's
day
just
1.
consistent. But like, if you're gonna do that like for real, then you should make a, you should need max for it, right?
Yeah, 100%. You would play like the guys play like these like reverse chill explosive trappers, and they're like 4 minutes a Shaper.
Yeah. Because Shaper is always like was already like good money. It's like I think it's at some point it was the only consistent, like the only boss you cannot lose money on because no one wants to run it, and you get the fragment always. Yeah,
is worth it makes back your entry cost. So it's just
exactly. And then you can still get the drops, right? Like,
but like that helmet it's going to be like the Legacy of Fury. Yeah,
it's
like Legacy of Fury from Maven, basically.
And now there's the fucking new Exalts that drop there, right? Shaper Exalts. Which you probably don't sell instantly. You probably hold on to those because they're going to go up.
Why did you link the POE 2 patch notes? What's wrong with you?
What?
What?
Ban him.
Find out where that guy lives.
Oh my god.
What do you have to say for yourself before you get permabanned?
POE 2
6C per map to not have to worry about Ruckus is great because you can still get 15 eggs. I think you need to like actually do a little more juice. Ruckus is 0 investment, so your margins are like pretty good. But you actually might need to do a little bit more to your map if you're actually spending 6C per map like that early.
6 is kind of a lot early. Or I mean, it's Chaos Recipe is gonna pop off, but
it's a second, dude.
If there is some initial Sanctum nerf, then maybe the Divines don't blow up too early, and Chaos is actually worth more for longer.
Listen, we'll go look at POE 2 when they fucking make it a good game. It's as simple as. Like, I don't know what to say.
Simple as.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
POE 2 is gonna be a great game in like 2 years, Red.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm setting an alarm. 2
Yeah,
years.
like,
start 2-year timer.
It's just
Alexa,
they need 2 more. They need 2 more years. Like I don't know what to tell you, man.
Think of it this way: that's only 2 leagues away.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Jesus Christ!
What a great point,
bruh. All right.
Thank you, DK.
Guys, that that is some crazy. Some possibly crazy stuff coming.
Evan's
in a
not
week.
online RuneScape. I can't message him. I need to ask Evan what he's gonna play. I'll be honest. I kind of want a Zerker to do. I kind of want a Zerker to do 3-man prog with, so that we can actually do harder content than this stupid ass Ranger.
Yo.
I acquired Evan for you. Snap.
You want to go snaking?
Sneaky.
Ideally. I'm not going to force it if it doesn't make sense, but ideally I would be on a champion that can play.
We need 2
Snaking.
Rangers, 2 duelists, or no, sorry, 1 Berserker,
duelist.
2 Rangers, a Guardian, and a Champ, and a Scion.
Soft fucking party.
Champignon.
So, yeah, it's 2 Rangers, 1 Duelist, 1 Marauder, Evan. And 1 Scion, 1 Guardian. I don't know how you want to cut that. Thoughts?
I'm just trying to think through scenarios. Give me a second.
I really do think it would be advantageous to have the Marauder and the 3-man.
I 100% agree, and that's why this doesn't really work, because I know Chili won't play anything but the carry, which means that's off limits. Same thing with you on the duelist, which means the only option is the champion, but that has to be in the 3-man, so there's no option of me being...
Champion doesn't have to be in the 3-man. Doesn't have to be.
Just aura bot on something else, right?
No, it's not the
you're
Orbot.
playing Rage Vortex, are you not?
Ideally.
Are you saying you could potentially fit in the fucking Warcry on your Aura bot?
Nothing about champion enables Warcries. It's just you kind of want to be bottom. You just want to be bottom-ish side of the tree. You just want to not be like fucking Shadow or Witch, kind of.
Wait, am I playing Rage Vortex on the Ranger? Is that what we're doing?
No, it's a Berserker. But that guy also respects to the carry, so you're carrying the entire time and not just early.
Oh, okay.
You do Rage Vortex into armor stack. It's extremely good. The damage is insanely high. The budget is 0 gold.
The budget is 1 sword. Sorry, it's 1 axe.
Yeah, it's like a 2C unique. You can
2C
like,
unique, yeah.
You can take a 2C unique to like 100 million DPS. It's
Yeah, I
like
remember when
so
Dahan
good.
put that, when that X went on, it was, some damage.
Oh yeah,
Ready for like a hidden nerf? It doesn't scale with Rage Effect anymore or something.
Like the essence, just like, you just click the essence and it turned into loot.
So essence farming in maps is kind of buffed. They just
why?
like deleted the essence memory. Kind of.
Did people do that early?
Yeah. The essence memory is like the most reliable way to get like good amounts of essences before the scarabs become available.
Headhunter 60
Like, do you
second
think we
FPS.
should
Good.
lean more into
Good.
Ruckus
That's what
Titanic
it
or
should
just
be.
like fucking
Nice.
blast essences ASAP in 3-man? It's like the essences scale in 3-man, right? Like
You get more per player in the
player. Yeah, I mean it scales, so like it's.
I
Maybe
wonder
worth
if that
playing.
works with the mercenaries, because if it does, it's extremely broken. If they also
That's
add like a
actually that actually might be
Yeah.
true. It might
Yeah,
scale
it's like
the
a
essences.
50%. Yeah, it's like half, or like half of half. They're gonna get like 25%,
the way the essence
right?
work, I think this is just from like observing us clicking essences in a party, is that it will give us like the ones that are
The one
allocated on the essence.
yeah, the guaranteed ones, and then
I
everyone
think
has some
Every player has like a % chance of
to
also
get a
adding
random shit.
an extra one.
Yeah,
exactly.
exactly. It's kind of like how they
And-
made beasts work in a party after like the nerfs, where it's like you
I
get like
I think Nerdy Joe is correct. It's like +1 with 50% per player. I think that's correct.
yeah,
But
and I
if-
think
if-
that's gonna be
if that's the
further
case-
halved for mercenaries. I think.
Yeah, but that's
I
still
would
plus
guess.
75%, which would be really good.
Yeah, it's still good.
75% chance to get an extra one per essence, which would be nice.
Yeah.
What do people even play on Pathfinder?
We need 2 rangers. That's the big.
I'll be honest.
That's the big brick here.
No, just play snaking. Actually, play snaking warden.
That's actually pretty good.
It's really. I played it. I league started it and I did like T17s. Just like you just have to press like 2 tinctures the entire time, but you just don't slam. You just press tinctures, go crit. You know,
I
it's
really
staking.
think
It's OP.
those. We need 2. Do we do 2 of those? Is that uber viable?
You can. I did T17s. I didn't do Ubers on it. It probably has like some defense issues for like Ubers to feel really good.
We need to. Are we gonna
Can
plan
you-
on killing?
Can you link your day
Uber
3
on the
character or
armor
whatever?
No, it's in a private league that's gone. That's not snapshotted anywhere. But
Bossing
Mathil played
it-
like Mathil played it for league start. Like he played 1-hand axes though. I played a 2-hand axe.
Bossing in 6-man is
I just want to understand what level of gear you're talking about.
Like GSF day 2, so definitely trade league day 1 viable.
And it's just 2-hand axe?
I think you want to do something that leans better to crit because if you play warden, you can go double tincture.
Rosethorn is fucking broken if you're warden.
Yeah.
It carries so hard.
I mean, you're putting 2 tinctures on. Like each one gives you
Yeah.
like 60% more damage. It's kind of fucking stupid. I kind of have to like look through like Mathil's like videos or pubs for something because I don't think I have any of my character saved and it's deleted.
Yeah, Snap, what were you saying about the bossing and party? Like, could we not just one-shot it in the armor stacker?
It depends on what the mechanics of the boss are. Like, ask
Oh, you're
yourself
talking about the
if
new
you-
ones, yeah.
Yeah, you have to do all 3 of the new ones. Like, ask yourself if you want to do 6-man armor stacker Uber Maven. Like, fuck
Yeah.
no. Do we want to do that? Fuck no. Like,
Then
it's
again, during the Q&A, Mark expressed a large
they were
amount
harder
of
than
hatred
current
for
Uber
phasing
bosses.
and how they remade Katarina to have less phasing. So I would guess they are not adding more new giga many phase bosses with like downtimes with like area damage, but who knows? Like,
Wait, are we talking about unlocking the fucking
yeah, to
map
unlock
drop?
the map drops.
You're not gonna have an armor stacker at that point. Like, you have to be able to do this on a solo build.
Why not? Why not?
Why wouldn't? It's just the fucking swords, the giga cheap early.
I'm talking about fucking 8 hours in the league when I'm at T14 maps.
yeah, it depends on how hard they make these like quest versions.
T14 at 8 hours in?
I don't
These
know.
are not Uber bosses, guys.
Yes, they
I
are.
don't know
Yes,
what
they
you
are.
have in
They
your head.
specifically said
Well,
they're
pinnacle
harder
bosses.
Pinnacle bosses.
Yeah.
Didn't they say they're harder than current Ubers?
No,
Am I just...
I don't know where you heard
I
that.
don't remember that.
Pinnacle,
I
like,
don't know where
I
normal...
remember him saying something like that. It was harder than something, but I don't remember whether it was Uber or current Pinnacle.
It's probably
Chat
it's
and
harder than
time
fucking
stampers.
Quest
Harder
Thank you,
than
Juggernaut.
current
Quest
pinnacles, not Uber bosses. I mean,
Okay.
Oh, then yeah, you'll be fucking fine.
Well, yeah, whatever then.
Yeah, I mean, if they're not Uber, then fucking.
Right, like you
Making
want
it
these
up.
bosses dead ASAP to be able to drop them out.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you do it on a ranger?
I have no fucking idea how this plays on a ranger.
What's the best ranger build even? I don't even know.
I don't know, Fub
Peacock
gun?
bouncing, probably.
What
Like if it's like, if it needs to be like the most day 1 like gear agnostic, it's probably like Peacock bouncing, I think.
That
Fucking
sounds
Viper's
miserable.
It's like Evan's gonna have his skill disabled again.
Fucking PTSD, PTSD.
I haven't seen how Econk performs into like red maps and
No,
and
it's
2 and 4 stones.
it's
like,
miserable after 2. It's miserable after 2. You cap at like a 1.2 million DPS, and the clear kind of like starts to suck. So
you go
your
Econk into
XP
Peacock.
shit.
Plenty for me, like legitimate. If it's playable, I legitimately have never seen this skill used, so I don't know what the fuck it does.
2-stone is like is okay. I would not play it for much longer than 2-stone. You can
you
definitely
want-
get better. It's like more SSF, like kind of OP. For...
Do you want Chili going Marauder than Evan?
I mean, that's up to Chili.
Somebody.
We want somebody to go Marauder and to play in the 3-man, because I think it's perfect for farming either Ruckus or Essence. It's like an insanely high damage, 0 cost build.
I just think, ideally, Chili and I need to be map pushing early.
Why do you need 2? Why can't it be Rasmus? Why in red?
Do I need to answer that question?
I don't think that's a great idea, Snap.
Why can't you be good, Red?
What the fuck?
Jesus.
I'm like, okay. Alright.
Jungler ingested Ekong 2 stun run. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Ekong is good. Everyone's been praising it. I think Exile also played that,
besides
didn't
sharing completions, do they even contribute that much on like like your progression, I guess?
Do they even contribute that much to my progression?
I feel like you guys get fucking done with whatever the fuck, and like we're just.
And then we
jerking off.
make more money than you for the first 12 hours of league start.
It's not true. With
well,
Prisha,
that
we're
depends.
blasting off.
It depends on
Prisha's
the meta.
not real.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
That is not a real league. Like that didn't happen.
Do the same thing. Just fucking buy the scarabs. Print essences. It's probably gonna be even better because they nerfed the memories. Buy the idols.
I think you might not understand how much we're actually putting into stat on the first day because you never actually see it.
I see you guys pick up like 100 Guardian maps and then they like rot in the stash for like 2 days and then nothing gets sold.
That's not even true. Now you're just making shit.
Jesus.
That's what I see.
No, the reason you see 100 Guardian maps in stash is because of how many we're fucking printing constantly. And meanwhile, we have Chili running Guardian rotations and we're still going up in map.
Yeah. I look like Forsen in that emote.
Well, what do you want to do?
If you want to try to do a 5-man party early on, I'll do all the
not a
progression.
5-man.
That's fine. It's not a time issue.
It's not.
I can get all the progression done by myself.
It's not. That's not the plan. Stop going on your ramble. We want still individual people progressing alongside you. It's just different people than maybe what we've done in the past. Unless they want to switch roles and play like Ranger, have Chili go Ranger, and he plays Kohler or something, or plays
Is that
the
not what he
Dragon
did
Lord.
in Prisha?
No, he wasn't playing. It was Donald. Chili was in
Oh, that's
fucking
right.
Miami or something.
I was Marauder. We saved some regret orbs on Donald by me playing Caller.
Yeah. Yeah, Rasmus
I
was.
was AFK last league.
Yeah, Rasmus was
Rasmus or Chili?
in Frisha.
Oh yeah, you were playing fucking Commander. That's right, Chili.
Yeah.
Rasmus was gone, not Chili. And they were both Marauder? Yeah, because he wanted to play Ancestral Commander, but this time it'd be a Ranger, not a Marauder. So... Who wants to play what?
I'll play whatever you want me to play, Snap. Just allocate a role to me.
It's just more like...
You're going into Sanctum, Rasmus. Congratulations.
Sorry, I'm sick.
It kind of fucking
Not that day.
It kind of sucks, but like ideally the progression is 2 Rangers and a fucking Templar. But...
I mean, it's not the worst in the world if you can actually make a build for the Ranger, but we just don't know what's good, right? So...
Ekong?
It's not just what's good. It's what I can kill Uber Elder on in like 1 div of gear.
Yeah. Yeah.
So like playing a bow build is not an option because
No,
shit's
you cannot do that.
expensive.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing that I could think of you could play on like low budget for killing Uber whatever is Viper Strike, but I don't know how like else.
Why are you concerned with killing Uber Elder? Why don't you just buy it and plan on doing destructive play?
Okay.
Like you want something that's fast and can do destructive play, and you just buy your fucking Force Stone. Is that not better? Like
there's completely new bosses that I have to learn, which means I need to have a strong character in order to reasonably quickly progress that content.
But they're gonna be harder than Eater Exarch, but easier than Uber Elder and Maven. I don't know, like you.
Easier than Uber bosses, right? Is what they said. So they might still be harder than the regular Uber Elder and Maven or whatever, like the
I guess.
Probably want something strong.
And my biggest issue with Ranger is that the tankiness of a Ranger is non-existent.
It's just not there. Yeah.
And that's like the #1 thing I want on new content, is to be able to take a hit.
Learn to fight.
Rush Pathfinder.
Like it's okay in maps on a Warden because you can like freeze shit, but you can't fucking freeze Pinnacle bosses. Like you need some tank.
I mean, Pathfinder has infinite health healing, right? But it's just it dies in one hit. Into a
be
lot
able
of
to
things.
take a hit. Yeah.
Yeah.
What? And otherwise, you would want to do slams.
Yeah, absolutely. But it just doesn't work. Like looking at the fucking characters that we have, I can't make it work.
If you had full control over who goes where, could you make it work? It's not Chili, Evan?
I mean, yes, the issue with that is that I'm putting multiple people on classes and builds they've never played before and have zero experience with, and that's just a recipe for disaster, and I think is worse than me being on a Pathfinder.
I could POB Warden Berserking, but it's probably a lot worse than Berserker. Like a lot worse.
That's my issue, is there's a weird ramp period with Volcanic Fissure where you're kind of shitty until you have the right level of gear, and I feel like on Warden it might just be bad early.
Like we don't always spend a lot of money early on because we're just like, oh, just printing chaos, whatever. And there's like this downtime where we're like stacking up some currency and like eventually saving up for like endgame gear. But like maybe it's just to spend that as fast as we can to like get you to that gear level that you would need. Like I feel like a lot of the time we're just like kind of printing a lot of early money, but we're not really spending it, or we're not spending it efficiently, or like we're like, you know, we open the stash tab like 10 hours in or whatever, or 8 hours in, and there's like 3, 4, 5 divines and still chaos recipe printing, and like maybe we just like spend that then and there whenever we like instantly need it, when you think like you're missing that gear.
What class would you be if you could pick anything, Evan?
Either Duelist or Marauder.
Is it the party content Freddy? Yeah, we've seen it. It's almost exactly the same with
Honestly,
6
God, it would
mercenaries.
be easier to make MP play fucking Ranger and play a Crybot on Ranger.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to that.
Why are we ruling out like people re-rolling?
It's
like,
not. It's bad.
It's like extra campaign rerolling, or what do you mean?
I've run through the fucking phases of that multiple times in the past, and it just doesn't make sense.
That's ass.
Okay.
How bad is a Ranger Crybot?
God.
I mean, what are the nodes that are important that you're missing out?
Nothing matters. You click Vengeful Cry and nothing else matters. Like I don't know how else to. It's just you click Vengeful Cry and the build just works. I don't know what this. That's
Sure.
That's the
That-
only
what's
thing.
your champion? What's your champion then? Because you need something fortifying.
No, you don't. You click Vengeful Cry and everything evaporates.
Wait, so we're just giving up on 50% DR?
No,
65%
later
DR?
on, you still have a Crybot, but it would be Evan because he's on
Oh.
Duelist.
Oh, then it's fine. Yeah.
And you're just playing some fucking scuffed ass ranger support. Which is
Cry, it's fine.
yeah, you're just a vengeful cry ranger. Like, who cares? You're clicking the one button that matters. I don't know, like
Pathfinder nodes. Press your.
It's like, I mean, you go dead. You go warden actually. No.
I don't know.
Are you guys still like seeing what Bazooka is typing in team chat, or are we just ignoring that?
What is he saying?
He's telling you to POB Xang Ranger with mines.
We played Xang before.
It's like up.
Yeah.
Evan's like an Xang expert.
Yeah.
It's been quite a while, but
because he's saying that Xang because it's buffed.
Buff it.
Yeah. This could be.
Oh, yeah,
this could be a play actually.
It's what? How much damage? It's like a 20% buff.
It's like a 25% buff, yeah.
And cold iron points are free at the moment in the current meta.
Could be good.
Reap got buffed by
20% as well. Yeah.
Reap is just a worse Xang.
Yeah.
Sure.
One is clear.
Why did they nerf Frostblades? I don't know. It wasn't even like a Giga.
Reap is literally
Giga
just
meta
worse.
thing.
Oh no, it's the dog.
In every category.
The dog got buffed, not the hit.
Yeah. Go Econk till red maps and go.
Wait, the dot is worthless.
Yes, the hit is not
buffed. That's not a buff.
Didn't buff it at all. Okay. Just fucking lying. Lying.
You got
I mean, it might still be the play. Like, it might still be good enough.
It's either that or we play some fucking dumbass crybot for the first day or two.
Do you have a ranger leveled? Can you like fucking pop in some slop gear and test it out at him?
I know MP's ranger leveled at least once or twice in the past, so like he knows a little bit about starting ranger.
Yeah. Played ranger carry or ranger something once, and then like
5-weight, I thought.
Ranger also. Yeah.
What does Evan currently play in the like when we group
Ranger
up?
color?
Last time he played
the Druggery bot.
He played Drugger.
I think it would be Druggery actually. I'm not sure. Or actually no, we have the.
Didn't Ben do a 155 econ? No, it was Exile.
That's Exile.
But Ben's stealing everybody's valor.
Jesus.
Warden has 30% pen, or sorry, 60% pen as utility.
It does?
It has the double scorch nodes.
Oh, yeah.
The thing is, Volcanic Fissure Warden is probably fine. I'm just scared because I've never seen anybody play it and I don't have a guide to follow.
Click life nodes, click suppress nodes.
Is there a big damage buff that we would need to simulate, or can you just like log in and hit some monsters, or like it's just unchanged?
Unchanged.
I mean, we can do more runs with it.
I also have no idea how the fuck you would transition from a leveling build to Volcanic Fissure on a Warden.
I mean, how OP is Econk? Like, can you just click?
Econk
Like,
is really
life-
broken, especially on Ranger and Duelist. You have
Like,
access
none of the
to-
nodes that you'd
you have
want for
access to
Econk?
You have access to point blank and precise techniques, like both early on.
Is,
Just so much
is it a
damage.
level 12 skill jump?
I think it's the same as the other concoctions. So yeah, isn't it level 8 for concoctions, or am I dumb?
Because if that
28.
28,
Oh.
okay. you have to find something to do until 28.
Peacock?
I guess I can copy
Or-
Exile there. I don't need to worry about
what
that.
Does I think Exile has a. Someone said he has a 2-hour
Peacock as
run
well.
uploaded, like a 2-hour 10 run uploaded, and then he tweeted he did a 155.
Why is the carry 48 billion DPS? It's 48 trillion DPS. The
Yeah,
digits
sorry,
just-
there's some numbers off to the right.
The digits just don't show on POV.
Play some Scrabble? I don't
Yeah.
I
know.
think I'm okay with Ranger. I just have to do some digging.
Here. He Exile just uploaded 14 hours ago, 2 hours 17. Act 10 how to Ranger all point labs. Holy shit.
Because with the refund points for gold, the transition should be possible.
It's chill.
18 minutes.
Econk is clearly powerful, even though I've never seen the skill used. I just have heard rumors.
That was toxic.
It's kind of stupid.
Yeah,
I'll be honest.
all I
I
hear
heard
is
it was
people
fun.
praising the
Yeah.
two stone Econk runs, like that is so good.
Yeah, I've heard it's really good. Like nobody even fucking tried it out because Peacock just was better
Yeah.
before. So
They buffed it in 325, and nobody really kind of like used it. And then
yeah, nobody even tested it.
Yeah,
Well, people want to play stuff that they know, especially on a league start. They don't want to like risk
Peaconking
them.
here.
Yeah, obviously.
I'm just gonna be Omega squishy, and I have to deal with that.
Holy fuck, it's so pain to swap things around.
But I did that for Freesia League, and I got over it after a while.
Normal
This ascendancy
lab,
does way more
X4.
than that fucking dog shit you were playing.
Oh
in
my
Freesia.
Freesia League, that was one of the worst leagues I've ever had, by the way. I don't know if anyone noticed, but my day one was fucking miserable.
And then your ascendancy turned into wall hacks, and then
Yeah.
it turned into taking one node from Pathfinder. That was the entire ascendancy and wall hacks and Pathfinder, one node from Forbidden Flesh.
That damage is kind of
That's
crazy.
incredible.
That's
It's like
excellent.
somebody had to play Ranger. This is so dumb.
Kind of falls off in maps.
Where's my OSRS gameplay? Okay, there you go. Crazy.
Wait, I want to see
Gym
the.
bag,
I want to see the
question mark?
Malachi.
Or big bag, whatever it's called.
I got the biggie bag.
No point.
This is the. We're going crazy with it.
Killer stream. Oh my god.
Yeah. It's going crazy, guys. Alright, that's enough.
Nah, no point now. In the ring, we get a rare
Yeah,
ring
that
in
Malachi
there.
damage is unethical. Jesus Christ. Just deletes everything.
I was watching that.
What the fuck?
Are you gonna do snake? You conk into snaking, or what are you gonna try and do?
I mean, I just need to do some digging on this Econk. If it's actually strong enough to do 2-stone runs, then I think I'm just gonna end up playing that.
It's good enough to make Scion like not garbage, which I've heard.
That's crazy. I don't believe that.
That's
Nah, that's not, that's
What?
too
Nah,
far.
That's fake.
No, if I were going past Act 4, I would learn how to do Econk. It's like that stupid, but I'm gonna just do Peaconk or traps again.
Nice, you got an instant flash too.
I just know for a fact if I were playing Volcanic Fissure on a real Ascendancy, I would be rank 1 on ladder. Like, guaranteed.
Would you?
Yeah.
Well, then the other question is, do we want Rasmus or Chili on Marauder?
Chili?
It's just who's going to be in the 3-man, right? That's the question.
Well, yeah.
What are your thoughts, Chili?
The 3-man is actually kind of crazy. The damage on that shit is like so insanely high.
Bleed?
That was kind of crazy.
I'll do whatever.
Fuck it, bro. More move speed.
What would you prefer?
I didn't cast,
You guys both can't be indifferent.
Yes,
This is so fucking bullshit.
Alright, I'll play the group then, because that's what I'm used to.
Why is my character 37
Billy gets to play
times faster
Ranger
than
as
PvP
well.
character?
Holy shit.
Let's talk.
I expect a POB, Evan.
We'll just both play the exact same build.
Nice.
They're
Classic.
both playing fucking ranger.
With fucking 40,000 other people all playing econ.
This new team comp is so fucking like annoying for like playing early progression. I'll be honest. Like,
I really hope these items are rare or anything that this build means.
God.
What's snaking?
Listen, we'll put the traders on overtime when it's like fucking gearing time and transition. No more. Oh, I gotta walk my dog. We'll put Kurosaki on gear buying duty or something. I don't know.
But like, dude, I miss having a shadow roll witch in the party that can do like your guys like fucking bosses. Ugh.
Still looking for a better shield.
You can get 60 fortification and share it. Yes.
Yeah.
A minimalist POB is like 48.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna go off here. I'm gonna go raid snap. Interesting league to look forward to. Gotta say, there's some potential crazy juicing, and the mercenary might be a little weird. We gotta see the scarab changes. We gotta see what all flames there are and stuff. But yeah. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Thanks for following, subbing, and stuff.
Beautiful penis, Exile.
If I resume the alerts, I'll put that here, and then yeah.
This is either gonna be based or cringe.
See you guys next time. We'll do some practice runs or whatever at some point once we figure out what's up. But holy shit! Sorry, I still gifted 5 subs. There's gonna be a lot of alerts going back like 2 hours, 3 hours.
Yippee.
But
wow.
Yeah. See you guys next time. Thank you. Bye.
There is power in this object.
I can feel it.
There is power in this object. I can feel it.
I'm gonna come.
There is power in this object. I can feel it.
So hyped to go back to POE 1.
Oh yeah! Yippee! Wow!
Why did you leave?
There is power in this object. I can feel it.
Oh yeah! Yippee! Wow!
Welcome to the best place ever.
I'm gonna come.
Pogu.
I'm eating a salad.
Hope you doing good, bud.
Beautiful penis, Exile.
3 more.
There is power in this object. I can feel it.
Deal with it is my answer on that one.
WTF is going on?
Oh, you like this? Oh, you like this?
Dodge. Dodge.
Hello there.
I'm eating a salad.
Imbibe.
3 man, you go
Duelist, I'll be
Scion. I actually think
completely
you
real.
go Duelist. I need to make a Duelist. Or bot. Oh. Jessica, it's stupid. You have to. It's so much damage reduction. You just have to. You don't have to generate the fortify anymore. It's fucking stupid.